Chapter 2606. Are you kidding me? The monk jumped to the back and stared ahead, but there was nothing in front of him. Hearing this, the others came forward, thinking that the skeleton was joking with the monk. Zichen looked back at the others and asked, "You can't see anything either?" The skeleton's voice was hoarse but serious. Obviously, it wasn't a joke. Everyone's expression changed as they guarded their surroundings. Yi Qian shook her head. Su Mengyao also shook her head. The others all shook their heads. Zichen looked at the craftsman ancestor. Among them, he was the strongest. Perhaps he could find something. But the craftsman ancestor also shook his head, indicating that he couldn't see anything. How is this possible? Zichen couldn't believe it. He stared ahead. 2 meters in front of him, under an ancient tree, stood a person. He couldn't see the person's face clearly. He could only see that the person was wearing a black robe and was standing there arrogantly. When he was killing the enemy, the person kept looking at him. Just now, he turned to look at the monk. After the monk jumped away, the person kept looking at him. "Who are you?" Zichen looked at the person and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he clenched the stone saber in his hand. "You can see me indeed," the person in front said. "Who are you?" Zichen asked again, but he was relieved. As long as the person could speak, it meant that he was intelligent. "You're asking about my former name? It's been too long. I forgot. I gave myself a name, Shadowless." The person took a step forward, but Zichen still couldn't see his face clearly. "Shadowless?" "Yes, it means formless and shadowless. You're the only one who can see me among all the people who came here over the years." Behind Zichen, the others were looking at him in shock. They couldn't hear anything and couldn't see anything. From afar, it looked like the skeleton was crazy. Shadowless said, "You can see me, which means you're different. Or rather, you're similar to my predecessor." Zichen asked, "What's the similarity?" Shadowless said, "My predecessor was a heaven-defying one. Since you can see me, I guess you're also a heaven-defying one." Zichen's soul fluctuated greatly, but this time, he didn't make a sound as it involved his own secrets. "However, your soul is obviously different from your current body. Something must have happened to you, right? You can see my soul?" This time, Zichen used a soul transmission. He didn't dare to let them hear it. Otherwise, his secret would be exposed. Although your soul is very weak, you do have the aura of a heaven-defying being. Others may not be able to sense this, but I can clearly sense it. The heaven-defying realm is passed down from generation to generation. How many generations are you from? Zichen shook his head. He did not know which generation he was from. But he soon found a problem and asked, "What do you mean by passing it down from generation to generation?" When a heaven-defying cultivator dies, they will pass on their inheritance to the next heaven-defying cultivator through the laws of heaven and earth. Zichen said telepathically, "I don't know what kind of heaven-defying inheritance is. My heaven-defying power was cultivated bit by bit." "How many generations are you from?" Shadowless said, "I'm the first generation heaven-defying cultivator. I obtained the heaven-defying cultivator's inheritance from heaven and earth. When I died, I returned the inheritance and some of my insights to heaven and earth. This way, when the second heaven-defying cultivator appears, he will be able to obtain the inheritance and my insights." "First generation heaven-defying cultivator?" Zichen was shocked. "Why are you in the God realm? Did you fail to open the gate of heaven?" Shadowless shook his head and said, "I have never opened the gate of heaven. The heaven-defying cultivator's reincarnation mission is to open the gate of heaven. How can you not open the gate of heaven? What about the Thunder God Temple? Have you entered it before?" Shadowless shook his head again and said, "I have never heard of the Thunder God Temple. Is it related to the heaven-defying cultivators?" Zichen asked again, "Do you know anyone here?" Shadowless turned around and looked at everyone. He shook his head for the third time, indicating that he did not. Zichen was very confused. As a first-generation heaven-defying cultivator, how could he not know the craftsman ancestor? He also did not know the first-generation dragon tiger sovereign beast, the flying divine tiger. Zichen told him their identities. After hearing this, Shadowless said, "This first-generation heaven-defying cultivator is not from the same era as me. In my era, there was no dragon tiger sovereign or flying divine tiger, but there was an ancient heavenly tiger. As for the craftsman ancestor you speak of, perhaps it's just a title. I knew quite a few artificers back then, but I have never seen him." Zichen understood the meaning behind his words and was very shocked. He then turned his head to look at the craftsman ancestor and asked, "Craftsman ancestor, did you create your own artificing technique?" The craftsman ancestor did not understand why the skeleton would ask such a question. He then said, "How is that possible? Part of my artificing technique was taught by my master, part of it was obtained by chance, and part of it is my own creation. Although I am the craftsman ancestor, it does not mean that I am the first artificer. It's just that too much time has passed, and too many people have disappeared from history. My artificing technique is not bad, so history remembers me. Moreover, the craftsman ancestor's meaning is more about my realm." Zichen asked again, "What about the 4 great ancient ancestors? Aren't they the strongest of the 4 great ancient clans? How is that possible? Before that, there were other 4 great ancient clans. It's just that in our era, the 4 of them had the greatest achievements." After hearing this explanation, he realized that his understanding had been wrong all along. In fact, when he met those heaven-defying experts, he should have thought of this point. Those heaven-defying experts had appeared several times. If one traced the history of those heaven-defying experts, they would definitely be older than the 4 great ancient ancestors. At this moment, he finally understood. If Xing Chen, Brilliant, Bright Moon, and Lei Ting could expand the 4 great ancient clans again, then the 4 of them would be the new ancient ancestors. As for the 4 great ancient ancestors that he once knew, they had long disappeared in history. "Why are you suddenly asking this question?" asked the ancient ancestor curiously. "I met the first heaven-defying expert," said Zichen. "What? The first heaven-defying expert?" When the existences from the life stars heard this, they were shocked. If it was the first heaven-defying expert, then how long ago was this existence that they couldn't see? "It seems that in the many inheritances, too many changes have occurred in this world, causing the heaven-defying expert's inheritance to disappear," said Shadowless with some regret. Shadowless said regretfully, "The real me died a long time ago. Now, I'm just a remnant soul without any power." "Why are you in a training ground in the God world?" asked Zichen again. "This is the God world. Then these people should be the God race," said Shadowless. Zichen nodded slightly. "In our era, there was no such thing as the God race, but I can see their origin. Back then, they weren't called the God race, but the natives." "Natives?" "Yes, this world had them first. It's said that they were born in the Chaos world, so they could be called the Chaos Clan. But I didn't expect them to call themselves the God race now." Obviously, this person in front of him was a true antique who had existed for who knows how long. Back then, for some reason, this world was invaded by creatures from another space-time. At that time, all the creatures united to fight against them. My predecessor died in that war, but my world didn't completely collapse. What was left of it somehow ended up here. Then, a remnant soul was born. The remnant soul awakened its memories and became the current me. But I don't have any power. You can't even see me. You're the first one to see me after so many years." Zichen was shocked. He didn't expect humans to fight side by side with the God race. But now, the gap between the two was infinitely large. Looking at the silent Zichen, Shadowless said, "You must have offended someone, right?" Zichen looked up. "What do you mean?" Shadowless said, "After I woke up, I found out that this place that merged with my world was actually a training ground. Since I woke up, this training ground has been opened a total of 18 times. Of which, 17 times were total annihilation." When Zichen heard this, his heart trembled again. He immediately asked, "What about the other time?" "It's you guys." In that instant, Zichen thought of Jiao Wei, Sina, Xin Lin, and the 8th god's son. If there was anyone who wanted them dead the most, it would undoubtedly be those 4. He looked back at Yi Qian. He said this place opened a total of 18 times, but 17 times were total annihilation. We're on the 18th. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Yi Qian's expression changed. Clearly, she didn't know this. And in the God Race's records, there didn't seem to be a passage where so many people died, especially God's sons and daughters. If that was the case, the God realm would have investigated long ago. But soon, Yi Qian remembered that the numbers were arranged by others. This time, it was number 24, so it could have been other numbers. She should be the leader of your team, right? Every time a leader comes, they have special means to ensure that they don't die. But in this world, those special means can't be used, Shadowless said. Of course, it's limited to this world. Once you leave here, you can use it in the second stage. I've always suspected that this happened because they merged with my world, and it was intentional. This might be a conspiracy. Zi Chen conveyed Shadowless words to Yi Qian, which made her face even paler. Where's the conspiracy? What danger is there here? Zi Chen asked again. The people who come here are all limited in their realms. They can't exceed level 4 progenitor. But here, there's a level 6 progenitor and 2 level 5 progenitor. That's why all the teams were annihilated here. Only these 3 are more dangerous? Zi Chen asked. Yes, these 3. Zi Chen nodded upon hearing this, and his expression relaxed. If the danger was only these 3, then it wasn't a big deal. At that moment, Shadowless suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Zi Chen asked. That thing appeared again. What thing? Chapter 2607. Zi Chen told everyone about Shadowless' discovery. Yi Qian said they could go and take a look. As for the danger everyone was worried about, Zi Chen said they didn't need to worry. He could handle this danger. As they moved forward, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't see Shadowless, so they could only follow Zi Chen. You came here to get contribution points, right? I know a few places where the mutants are hiding. I can take you there later, Shadowless said. Thank you very much. No need to be so polite. When I'm bored, I'll walk around, so I'm very familiar with this place. Shadowless' goal was clear, because that fluctuation had always been there. You can't feel this fluctuation, only I can. Maybe it's because I still have some connection with this world. Shadowless said a lot, but other than Zi Chen, no one else could hear him. No one knew how many years he had stayed here, but no one could hear or see him. He was like air. He couldn't cultivate, couldn't sleep, and could only be forced to wake up. Not many people could bear this kind of loneliness. Only Zi Chen could hear his voice and talk to him. He understood why he was so talkative. Soon, they arrived at the source of the fluctuation. It was deep in the forest, and there were many shining things. What are those? Divine crystals. Everyone was shocked when they saw the light from afar. Then, they sped up. Soon, they arrived at the light. Sure enough, they were all divine crystals. But why would there be so many divine crystals here, which could be used for the cultivation of the divine race? These were just teleported here, Shadowless said. Some of them are God Spirit crystals for level 9, and some of them are God crystals for God. Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian and asked, do these worlds need extra support? Yi Qian shook her head. No need. These worlds develop on their own after they're formed. They open every once in a while for the divine sons, goddesses, or others to train. This is to prevent the mutants from expanding too much. Then what's going on? Why are there so many divine crystals teleported here? There was no answer to this question. At this time, there was a sound coming from the forest. Xenogenic creatures appeared from all directions. These strange creatures are much weaker than those of our era. They should be reproducing on their own. As Shadowless spoke, Yi Qian and the others quickly collected the divine crystals. Then they formed a protective circle and propped up a divine light barrier. Zi Chen was outside the light shield again. What does that mean? Shadowless didn't understand why Zi Chen was the only one left outside by the team. Zi Chen didn't say anything. He held the stone saber and rushed forward. Most of these xenogenic creatures had 1 or 2 colors, which was the lowest level. As he rushed forward, the stone saber swept past, and the saber light like a waterfall cut through a group of strange creatures. Against existences of this level, Zichen was simply slaughtering them. Moreover, he did not consume much energy. As the xenogeneic creatures died, more and more light flew into the sky. There seems to be more light, Shadowless said. These are the light of special rewards. As he spoke, Zichen kept slashing, and a large number of creatures died. In addition, more and more xenogeneic creatures approached and bit Zichen. But when they encountered the heavenly god skeleton, they could only break their teeth. The battle happened quickly, but it also ended quickly. These ferocious xenogeneic creatures had all turned into corpses. A gust of wind blew through the forest, and a strong smell of blood spread. Monk, who was standing in the distance, looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. With the skeleton alone, we are redundant. In this place, the creatures have several bases. There are many of these crystals, Shadowless said after watching the end of the battle. Then take us there, Zichen said. Then he took out a divine crystal and began to absorb it. His powerful combat power came from the divine crystal. If he couldn't replenish his energy, his strongest combat power would become his weakest. As they moved forward, they would always encounter groups of xenogeneic creatures, but most of them were level 9 or false gods. Few of them were equivalent to oracles. Zichen hadn't met a single first-level oracle. This time, Zichen killed a lot of xenogeneic creatures. We've already encountered a lot. Do they really have a nest? The group moving forward felt a little strange. Compared to those in the nest, the creatures here are much weaker. According to the survival of the fittest, these creatures are equivalent to being abandoned. That was what Shadowless told Zichen. They walked for a few days, and then they saw a cliff. This precipice was equivalent to the end of the world. It was a continuous stretch of mountains with jagged rocks and not a single blade of grass grew on them. Shadowless pointed to the towering stone wall and said, "There is a group of them inside." Inside the stone wall? Zichen looked very surprised. Behind them, LV Peng looked here and didn't find anything unusual. Just go in directly. That stone wall is just an illusion. Hearing Shadowless' words, Zichen walked in with the stone knife. He was bold, so he wasn't afraid. As expected, when he walked in front of the stone wall, he didn't encounter any obstruction. He walked in just like that. It's a restriction. What a clever method. I didn't notice it at all. LV Peng was very surprised. After entering the stone wall, Zichen came to another space. It wasn't very big, but he could see everything with a glance. There were many xenogeneic creatures living in this space. There were close to 10,000 of them. They weren't as cruel and unintelligent as the ones outside. They stayed there obediently. Some were refining god crystals, while others were in a circle, watching two xenogeneic creatures fight. They seemed to be fighting. During this time, Zichen even found some xenogeneic creatures that were about to take human form. Zichen's sudden appearance and unfamiliar aura made some of the xenogeneic creatures look up. Then Zichen saw a trace of shock and confusion in their eyes. Yes, that was the expression of an intelligent life form. They were clearly only level 9, but they were intelligent life forms. They were completely different from the xenogeneic creatures Zichen knew. These xenogeneic creatures stood up and slowly walked over. Their eyes were still red, but they weren't cruel. Several humanoid xenogeneic creatures appeared behind them. They came to the front and sized up Zichen. Their eyes, on the other hand, were black and white. This kind of staring lasted for about 10 breaths. Then, the leading humanoid creature let out a scream. After the shriek, the strange creatures that were previously extremely quiet immediately pounced towards Zichen. At this moment, they seemed to have lost their rationality and became exceptionally cruel. A massacre was underway. Zichen advanced through the slaughter. Wherever he went, corpses would be left behind. He was like a killing machine. All attacks were useless against him. When he was killing, Shadowless had been following him all the time. About 15 minutes later, Yi Qian led the others in. When they saw this huge space and the xenogeneic creatures here, they were shocked. The battle went on for a long time until all the xenogeneic creatures were killed. During this time, some started to run, but they were killed by the monk and the others who were guarding outside. The xenogeneic creatures had never thought of running away. Then, everyone started to clean up the battlefield. Zichen walked over. He looked at Yi Qian and said, "This is man-made. Maybe someone is trying to cultivate them. But the xenogeneic creatures are the biggest enemies of the gods. Aren't they afraid that the gods will find out?" Yi Qian said in surprise. "In fact, no one knows yet. Plus, all the trial takers who came to this world are dead. Who would know?" It took a long time to clean up the battlefield. Everyone gained a lot. They obtained a lot of god spirit crystals. "There are 6 more places like this," Shadowless said again. "Let's go. We'll look everywhere." Shadowless had already walked around this place. He knew this place like the back of his hand. None of the secrets here could escape his discovery. Then, the group started to move forward. They came to the second restriction. There were xenogeneic creatures on the level of false gods living here. After entering, they discovered that they also had intelligence. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Yi Qian and the others stood guard outside while Zichen slaughtered them all by himself until this place was completely cleared out. The third nest had xenogeneic creatures on the level of divine envoys. After arriving, the number of xenogeneic creatures decreased, but there were still nearly 1,000 of them. While they were killing, the contribution lights kept rising into the sky. The fourth nest had xenogeneic creatures on the level of divine envoys. There were even fewer of them, only a few hundred. But to Zichen, this was already a lot. The craftsman ancestor and the others stood guard outside while Zichen went in. Other than the god crystals, they also obtained some materials from the xenogeneic creatures. These materials could be exchanged for contribution points. This battle had nearly exhausted all of Zichen's energy. Thus, they had no choice but to rest and let Zichen replenish his energy. After gathering the power of 9 divine envoys in his heart, he went to the next nest. Nearly 100 rank 2 xenogeneic creatures. They were all killed. During this time, the color of the additional reward light kept changing. It meant that the contribution points were increasing. With Shadowless leading the way, these xenogeneic creatures had nowhere to hide. After killing these rank 2 xenogeneic creatures, Zichen continued to recover. When he was fully recovered, he went to the next nest and repeated this process. Dozens of rank 3 xenogeneic creatures were all killed. Several rank 4 xenogeneic creatures had all turned into human form. Dead. After that, he saw 2 rank 5 xenogeneic creatures. This was one of the dangers that Shadowless had mentioned. Just as Zichen was about to attack, he heard Shadowless say, "Be careful. That rank 6 xenogeneic creature is coming." Rank 6 xenogeneic creatures had 9 colors on their bodies. They were the biggest danger of this trial. "Where?" Zichen stopped. "They're quickly approaching. They'll be here soon." Zichen nodded and gestured for everyone to retreat while he walked forward. At the same time, the rank 4 craftsman ancestor also followed. He had to be wary of the 2 rank 5 xenogeneics suddenly killing their way into the crowd. Wuji also walked forward, and 2 yin and yang doppelgangers appeared. Chapter 2608. It was clearly a human that walked out of the forest. There was no rainbow light around him. He was different from the other creatures here. The 2 level 5s in front had 8 rainbow lights around them, but he didn't. After he appeared, everyone's expression changed. From his aura, he wasn't a creature at all. He was clearly a human. Zichen, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped. In front of him, the level 6 existence looked at him with surprise in his eyes. Clearly, he had never seen such a skeleton-like creature before. "What are you?" Just as Zichen was sizing him up, the level 6 suddenly spoke. "You're from the god race?" Zichen was very surprised. He didn't answer, so he asked back. "I'm from the sky race." Zichen didn't understand. This was a race he had never heard of before. They're beings from another time and space. They call themselves the sky race. Shadowless, who was standing next to Zichen, explained, "It seems that this is someone who has awakened the bloodline of the sky race. You're different from them. Follow me from now on." The sky race person said. "Why?" Zichen asked. If you don't follow me, you'll die here. If you follow me, I can give you eternal life. Zichen looked at him and said, before we came, we've never heard of beings at your level. You're something that's beyond the scope of the trial. The moment you stepped in here, you were destined to die. We found this kind of crystal earlier. Who sent it here? A god-spiritual crystal appeared in Zichen's hand as he raised it. The sky race person's expression changed slightly. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, you know too much. You'll die faster if you do. Zichen said, I just want to know who gave this to you. After I know the reason, I'll consider whether or not to follow you. It's the god race you mentioned. I don't know who it is. In short, every once in a while, some of these crystals will appear in this place. Do you use these crystals to cultivate? Of course. After so many years, your clan should have produced many experts, right? Where did they go? He left this place and went to the depths of this world. The conversation ended there. Zichen knew very well why the other party had told him this. Among the challengers who usually did not exceed level 4, a level 6 and 2 level 5s was already a terrifying combination. 17 times, this combination had killed everyone, and this time was no exception. Because of his self-confidence, he said everything he knew. Have you made up your mind? The other party asked. I've thought about it, but I still don't want to be associated with you, Zichen said. I knew it would be like this. If you agree, to show my sincerity, I will let you kill everyone here. After that, I will kill you because you know too much. The other party smiled coldly at him. Zichen walked forward. Since he had already said so much, there was nothing more to say. At first, his speed was very slow, but slowly, he sped up and finally began to run forward. While advancing, his body released light, divine light curling about. Humph! Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. The celestial snorted coldly, then rushed towards Zichen. During this time, the 2 level 5s did not seem to have heard the order, so they did not take the next step. Zichen rushed forward, and the celestial charged forward. The two met in an instant. A cold smile appeared on the celestial's face. He had already killed many of such existences. Today, this team would still be destroyed. He did not tell him everything before, but in fact, he knew who sent the crystal. During this time, the two sides had an agreement, and that was to kill everyone who came here. This time, he would do the same as the previous times and kill everyone. Looking at their helpless appearance, watching them slowly die, he would feel very carefree. On his body, 6 forces emerged, representing the strength of a level 6 divine envoy. This kind of strength was enough to wipe out everyone. But in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. On Zichen's body, 9 forces of divine envoy suddenly curled up. This was the limit of his strength, and he did not hesitate to use it. Behind him, everyone saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect Skeleton to be so powerful. Level 9? Are you kidding me? Monk exclaimed. At this moment, Skeleton drew his sword, and the sword light shone with divine light. The level 6 celestial paused for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. Poof! The stone sword slashed, and the level 6 celestial's head was separated from his neck, but it was only an afterimage. Skeleton had used a kind of extreme speed at the critical moment. Buzz! Knowing how terrifying and difficult the opponent was, after the sword missed, divine light curled up on Zichen's back, and the divine bone wings emitting divine light appeared. As the wings flapped, they provided him with unimaginable speed. He caught up from behind, and the stone sword in his hand flickered with a cold light. Skeleton's sudden increase in speed made the level 6 celestial's expression change drastically. He formed a seal with both hands, as if he was about to use some kind of secret technique. Too late. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in his ears, and then divine light flickered beside him. Zichen had already arrived behind the level 6 celestial, and his 10 divine bone wings were fully extended, surrounded by divine light. His back was facing the level 6 celestial. On the level 6 celestial's body, there was a dazzling light flying into the sky. It was the light of contribution points. Whether it was the reward or the body itself, They were all very bright and dazzling. Killing such an existence would earn one an uncountable number of contribution points. The two level 5 xenogeneics, who had been indifferent, were shocked when they saw the level 6 celestial being killed. Just as the two of them decided to escape, they saw Skeleton, who had his back facing the level 6 celestial, disappear with a gust of wind. Both of them were intelligent creatures, and they obviously understood what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. Poof! At this moment, a soft sound rang out, and one of the level 5 xenogeneics quickly retreated, and the other fell completely. The level 5 xenogeneic turned around and ran. Swoosh! The divine bone wings on Zi Chen's back vibrated, and he turned into a beam of divine light and chased after him. Although he couldn't use his extreme speed, his speed had skyrocketed after he infused the divine bone wings with the power of the oracle. He infused the last of his power into the stone sword, raised it high, and slashed at his opponent. Poof! A beam of divine light swept past the level 5 xenogeneic's body, and the dazzling light shot into the sky. His opponent was still moving forward, and it was only after running for a while that his body separated. At this moment, Zi Chen's body had lost its light. The 9 beams of power were completely exhausted after killing 1 level 6 and 2 level 5 xenogeneics. He put away the divine bone wings, turned around, and saw that everyone was staring at him, dumbfounded. Especially Su Mengyaro and the others, who obviously knew Skeleton very well, had already recognized that the divine bone wings, which had changed its appearance, were Zi Chen's heavenly thunder wings. Now that Skeleton was able to use the heavenly thunder wings, didn't that mean that Zi Chen's soul was about to awaken? The others were shocked by Skeleton's strength. He had just displayed level 9 power, which was second only to a god general. Since Skeleton was so strong, why would there be additional rewards for killing foreign creatures here? Even killing the weakest one would have additional rewards. Skeleton, what's up with your wings? Monk stared at Skeleton and asked. Wings of God, Zi Chen replied. Is that so? Why are they similar to my friend's wings? It's just that the aura is different. Could it be that yours is a high-quality imitation? I didn't expect the Protoss to have this kind of thing too, Monk said in surprise. This time, Zi Chen didn't reply to Monk. That one just now was already the strongest existence in this world, and I didn't expect you to kill him with one strike. Now, you'll have no obstructions here. Shadowless looked at Zi Chen and said. Are there other similar lairs? Zi Chen asked. There's a mysterious lair that I believe you'll be interested in, Shadowless said excitedly. That lair is usually guarded by level 6 and level 5 xenogeneics. Now that you've killed them, there will be no obstructions there. Are you sure there won't be any danger there? Of course. There's no danger there. With Shadowless confirmation, Zi Chen gave up on recovering his energy. After Toby collected the 3 corpses, the group set off again. Before they set off, Zi Chen kept refining the divine crystals. Although his combat power was shocking, his energy consumption was also shocking. In Monk's words, he could fight and eat. During this time, most people were still shocked by the skeleton's level 9 strength. At the same time, they didn't understand how such a skeleton could enter so easily. This time, they traveled a very long distance until they were deep in a dense forest. Then, they found an inconspicuous tree in another dense forest. Shadowless pointed at the tree and said, "That's the first entrance." The group entered one by one and found that they were in a special space. However, in this space, there were mountains and rocks everywhere, and it was dead silent. At first glance, it looked like an empty space. "Follow me," Shadowless said. Shadowless said as he continued forward. After walking for a few miles, he found a towering boulder. There were many such boulders around, and they weren't eye-catching at all. However, this was still a special restriction, and the group entered without any obstructions. When they arrived, they saw a wide river. At the end of the river was a waterfall whose source couldn't be found. Under Shadowless' guidance, they entered the waterfall again. Just like that, they walked through 2 similar empty spaces without any life before they finally arrived at their destination. As they walked, the group couldn't help but sigh. How did this invisible being find this place? Chapter 2609. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by small? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. In front of them was a huge space. In the middle of this huge space, there was a behemoth lying on its stomach. It took up almost half of the space. Its body emitted a bright and dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a huge gemstone. But this was clearly not a gemstone. It was a living creature. The other half of the space wasn't empty. It was filled with huge white eggs. These eggs were about 3 feet in size, and they were placed in every corner of the space. During this time, there were some small but agile xenogeneic creatures that were moving the giant eggs. These eggs were the offspring of this huge creature. At this moment, although they didn't know what the strange creature in front of them was, it didn't hinder the shock in their eyes. It's a brood mother. We're going to be rich. Looking at the giant xenogeneic in front of him and the small creatures that were still busy, Toby let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. A brood mother? Zichen looked at Toby. It's the source of the creature's reproduction. The reason there are so many of them is because of the existence of the brood mother, Yi Chen explained. Her expression was no longer calm. What do you mean by rich? Zichen asked. The gods have always been trying to uncover the secret of the broodmother's rapid reproduction. They're also trying to control it, so they're very concerned about it. If you're lucky enough to obtain a broodmother and give it to them, you'll be rewarded with a divine city, and a very high-grade one at that. For the god realm, this is a great contribution. Yi Chen said, you can say that if we bring the broodmother back, even if we're at the bottom of the rankings, we'll still be able to get the best reward. It's that valuable? Zichen was shocked. Yes, because the gods have always wanted to control the broodmother, and then use it to control an army of creatures. Although they haven't succeeded yet, once they succeed, it'll be the same as having an endless army. Do you plan on handing the broodmother over? Zichen asked. Of course not. Yi Chen shook her head and said, apart from being able to exchange for contribution points, the mother nest itself is a rare opportunity. Its entire body was made up of energy, and this energy contained the pure laws of this world. These laws were the laws of the god race. In addition, the giant eggs that haven't been hatched will be xenogeneic creatures after they hatch. But before they hatch, they will be pure energy. Yi Chen looked at the huge egg that occupied the entire space and said, this is our biggest opportunity this time. While speaking, she raised her hand and released a beam of energy. This beam of light quickly expanded and enveloped those huge eggs that were spread out. In the next moment, these giant eggs flickered with sparkling and translucent lights as if they were frozen. As for those little porters, because they didn't have the slightest bit of fighting power, they all died. The mother nest wasn't a sentient creature. It was more like a reproduction machine that kept producing xenogeneic creatures. Yi Chen stepped forward and killed the mother nest with just a strand of her spiritual strength. Everyone stepped forward and began to absorb energy from the mother nest's body. Instead of calling it a mother nest, it was more like a huge energy source. In the process of absorbing energy, they could also get the mother nest's understanding of the god race's laws. This understanding was even greater than most of the oracles. Although it contained the god race's laws, for Monk and the others, they could still use it to learn. This was because all the laws came from the same source. As long as they didn't abandon their own bloodline, it would be fine. While everyone was trying, Zichen signaled Shadowless to step forward. Shadowless shook his head and said, this energy is useless to me. I'm just a remnant of consciousness. I'm not even a spiritual body. I can't cultivate again. Zichen felt a bit regretful about this, and then he went forward to try. But because his soul was sealed, he couldn't feel any other laws besides the energy. This meant that this thing was useless to him. Thus, Zichen stepped back. It's useless to you too? Shadowless asked. Zichen nodded and said, my situation is a bit special. That's a pity. Then, Zichen, who had nothing to do, started chatting with Shadowless. During this time, everyone was constantly learning the laws in the energy. Then, the aura of a half-ancestor appeared in this space. Those who came out of the prison of gods were about to break through. This kind of breakthrough was like a chain, one after another. In addition, there was also the aura of a false god surging. Obviously, There were others who became false gods. Around Yi Qian, the colorful light gradually gathered and turned into a power. It was the power of a god's messenger. For everyone present, this was a really big opportunity. Yi Qian looked at Su Mengyaro and the others. Their auras were becoming more and more powerful. Their souls were also changing as they comprehended. He believed that this time, they would be able to take another step forward. Yi Qian was very happy about this. He and Shadowless talked about this world and the situation around them. They even talked about another space. Shadowless said, after walking out of here, you'll go to another space. You can meet others there, but once you leave, you won't be able to come back. You've been to that space before? Yi Qian asked. I'll go there when I'm bored. Because this is my world, I can travel as I wish. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, is there a mother nest in that world? Shadowless shook his head, no. Actually, these creatures don't only rely on the mother nest to reproduce. Some of them can reproduce on their own. However, without the mother nest, they won't have any intelligent species. The ones you killed in the outside world all relied on themselves to reproduce. Those in the nests came from the mother nest. Of course, not all of the mother nest's creatures are intelligent. Many of them don't have intelligence. Yi Qian asked again, are there any other special things in that space? Like regeneration god source? Regeneration god source? What's that? Shadowless was confused. It's a special energy that can bring people back to life. For example, if I get it, I can have a body. Yi Qian asked expectantly. This, Shadowless thought about it and said, I think there really is such a thing. Really? Yi Qian's soul fluctuated greatly. He was very excited. If he could recover his body, that would be great. He had enough of this skeleton form. Shadowless said, I don't know if it's regeneration god source, but it's very special. Because all the level 6 that came out of here are all guarding there. But every time someone comes to the trial, they'll take out a little bit and put it in a special place for those people to come and fight for. During this time, those level 6 don't interfere. They just watch in the dark. How many level 6 are there? Yi Qian asked. No less than 10. Is there a way to control them? Yi Qian asked. How? They're all level 6. How many can you kill at once? Shadowless clearly saw that Yi Qian wasn't in the right state. He knew that he didn't really have level 9 strength. Otherwise, it would be very easy for a level 9 to deal with a few level 6. About 2, Yi Qian said after thinking about it. Then there's no way, Shadowless said. How about this? I'll take you to the place where they put the energy. There's not much, but it's safe, right? Yi Qian thought again and shook his head. No, take me there directly. I have a way to get regeneration god source. Then he looked at Yi Qian and the others. They were still refining the energy. Right now, they were refining less than 1% of the mother nest's energy. No wonder it was an opportunity that could exchange for a god city. Even if all 200 people were refining at the same time, they couldn't finish in a short time. Yi Qian walked to Yi Qian and told her that he was going to follow Shadowless to find regeneration god source. These are enough for us, Yi Qian said. Plus, with the contribution points we got this time, I believe we can get first place. We won't go forward anymore. Be careful. Yi Qian nodded and said goodbye to the others. He followed Shadowless to the second space. The two quickly walked out of this space. Han Sen saw other people from afar. Clearly, other teams had come out earlier. After these people came out, they spread out to look for opportunities. During this time, they encountered some xenogenic creatures. These creatures were very strong, but there weren't many of them. Yi Qian didn't want to fight. He followed Shadowless around the battlefields and walked deeper. The path Shadowless was looking for was a shortcut. Just like that, after a few days, Shadowless started to go to some very remote places. There were no xenogenic creatures in these places, so he went on smoothly. A few more days passed, and Shadowless brought him to a restriction. After entering, Shadowless said, "This is one of the shortcuts to that area. I spent a long time looking for this shortcut." Yi Qian knew that Shadowless wasn't looking for a shortcut for anything. He just wanted to pass the time. Someone's coming, Shadowless said. Shadowless said and signaled Zi-Chen to hide behind a big rock. Why is there someone here? He didn't understand, then looked ahead. A moment later, he saw a man appear in the distance. It's a god. Do you know him? Shadowless asked. Zi-Chen quietly poked his head out and looked ahead. It was Sina. He saw Sina quickly moving forward. As he did, he looked back, seemingly on high alert. Soon, Sina's figure disappeared. There's someone else. At this moment, Shadowless spoke again. Zi-Chen looked ahead carefully. He saw Xin-Lin and the 8th sky god's son. They were carefully moving forward, as if they were chasing after Sina. Chapter 26:10. Shadowless watched the two leave in a hurry. They looked around but couldn't find Shadowless. Zi-Chen was about to go out when Shadowless told him there was another person. Another person came. This person was Rocky. He followed behind the three of them, also very careful. Seeing the four leave, Shadowless said, looking at their path, it seems to be the same as the shortcut I was planning to take. But it took me a long time to find this shortcut. How did they know? For Shadowless to say a long time, it must have been a long time. Thinking back to everything he saw in that space, Zi-Chen said, could it be that all of this was intentional? This was the only possibility that could explain why Sina knew about the shortcut. His father was a sky god, one of the only 9 sky gods. Perhaps he was the one who created this world. If it really was him, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to do something when he created this world. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Shadowless walked forward and followed the four of them. After about 15 minutes, Shadowless returned. That's right. He's taking the shortcut. He'll reach the deepest part without any danger. Do you want to follow him? Let's. Otherwise, the good stuff will be gone. Zi-Chen said, but we have to be careful. Clearly, those two groups want to be the Oriole. Zi-Chen and Shadowless followed. During this time, Shadowless was guiding him, so he naturally wouldn't be discovered. Even if Shadowless stood next to Rocky and started yelling, Rocky wouldn't be able to feel anything. This was Shadowless' uniqueness, but it was also his helplessness. For so many years, besides Zi-Chen, no one else could hear his voice. This was an unimaginable loneliness. Xin-Lin and Xavier moved forward cautiously, following behind Sina. There won't be any problems, right? Xavier asked as they walked forward. Xin-Lin said, don't worry. I left my divine sense on Sina long time ago. He won't be able to sense it. Xavier sneered, that idiot. Does he really think we're stupid? That he's using us to deal with that skeleton? He doesn't know that we're only doing this to get close to him. Xin-Lin asked, is this news reliable? Does he really have a way to obtain the regenerative divine source? Xavier said, that's not wrong. I spent a lot of money to find out. At first, I thought that Yang Wei was following him because he wanted to get Sina as well. Now, it seems that idiot only wanted to build a relationship with Sina. He didn't know that Sina was special. The two of them deliberately lowered their voices. During this time, Xin-Lin followed the traces left behind by her divine sense and followed Sina from a distance. Not long after the two of them left, a figure appeared. He had clearly heard the conversation between the two of them, and a cold smile appeared on his face. These two idiots, they don't even understand Sina's true value, and they're still mocking others for being idiot. As he said this, Shadowless stood next to him and looked at his face. Then he turned to Zi-Chen and shouted, this one called Wag Wei said that the other two didn't know Sina's true value and that they were aiming for the regeneration mana. When Shadowless shouted, Wag Wei was 10 meters away from him, but he couldn't hear anything. Do you want to hear if Sina has anything to say? Shadowless asked. Zi-Chen didn't reply. He wasn't as special as Shadowless, who would be discovered as soon as he spoke. When he got closer, he said in a low voice, that's good. Let's see what his goal is. Shadowless left, and Zi-Chen continued to stay in place. Without Shadowless leading the way, he couldn't find Wag Wei's path. Not long after, Shadowless returned. How was it? What did he say? Zi-Chen asked. He said, Yi Chen, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, Blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. It's always been like this in the divine realm. All kinds of alliances, borrowing each other's strength. Unfortunately, you didn't follow this rule, so you can only die. Don't think that I coveted your beauty. You're not bad, but there are plenty of people in the divine realm who are as beautiful as you. And skeleton, you damned thing. Every time I see you, I think of that loathsome bastard. Now, great. You're all going to die. When I return and get the first place reward, I'll definitely quickly develop my own faction and break through to the divine champion level as soon as possible. I'll become famous. Shadowless didn't miss a single word, even mimicking his expression. Zichen asked, that's it? Nothing else? He didn't say anything about his goal? He didn't. Then no matter what his goal is, we still have to go. Under Shadowless' guidance, Zichen continued forward. Sina, who had a shortcut, easily passed through one seal after another. Soon, he reached his destination. In front of him, there was a space that wasn't very large. Within this space, there were 12 people sitting cross-legged. They were in a circle, working together to refine an enormous rainbow-colored crystal. It was a divine crystal of extremely high quality. Even Sina, who was the son of God, had a change in expression when he saw this. He said, I didn't expect you to use such a high-grade item to cultivate. The 12 immediately turned their heads. When they saw Sina, they rose to their feet, their eyes surging with cold killing intent. Oh, you want to kill me? Have you forgotten our agreement? I wonder what sort of person can make it this far. A mocking smile appeared on Sina's face, and then, with a flash of light, a round pearl appeared in his hand. The round pearl radiated with resplendent divine light. A soul-absorbing pearl. Upon seeing this pearl, the 12's faces all changed. That's right. This is the soul-absorbing pearl that will allow you to leave, Sina said. Now, your chance has come. The 12 exchanged glances, clearly hesitant. If they stayed here, wouldn't it be the same as if they were imprisoned? In addition, because of the laws here, their progress would be extremely slow. The 6th level was the limit. Sina looked at them and said, this was the agreement from back then. Now, I've come to fulfill it. Are there only 12 of you? Is 12 very few? One of them said coldly. Haha, it's quite few. Everyone, come with me. Sina laughed loudly, then tossed out the soul-absorbing pearl in his hand. The soul-absorbing pearl flew into the air. The 12 6th-level experts exchanged glances, then transformed into streaks of light that entered the soul-absorbing pearl. In the next moment, his body flashed as he flew towards the soul-absorbing pearl. He grabbed the soul-absorbing pearl. At this moment, the soul-absorbing pearl was still flashing with light. Clap, clap, clap. Right at this moment, a round of applause rang out. Xin Lin and Xavier appeared, looking at Sina with mocking looks on their faces. Sina's face changed dramatically. He slowly turned to look at the two of them, still holding the soul-absorbing pearl in his hand. It's you too. Sina looked at the two of them. Who else could it be? Xavier laughed coldly. Sina, I really didn't expect that you would have such a trick up your sleeve. I thought that you would be able to obtain the regenerative mana, but I didn't expect that you'd get a group of bodyguards. If I'm not wrong, they should be the strongest level that can be reached in this world, right? What do you want? Sina looked at the two of them and asked coldly. Very simple. Give us the soul-absorbing pearl. On what basis? On the basis of power, of course. Otherwise, are you willing to die here? Xavier said. Xin Lin, your brother Kai Meng and I. Sina looked at Xin Lin, but before he could finish, she interrupted him. This is a matter between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me. Right now, I just want the soul-absorbing pearl. 2 against 1. You have no chance of winning. Either you die, or you hand over the soul-absorbing pearl. Choose one of the two. Sina looked around. No need to look around. When you came, you were very secretive, and you sent everyone away. Thus, no one will come here, Xin Lin said. Sina's face grew increasingly gloomy. He looked at the two of them and said coldly, fine, you win. But I'll remember this. After speaking, Sina tossed the soul-absorbing pearl in his hand towards the two of them. The two of them had smug smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out, taking the soul-absorbing pearl from the air. It was Wag. Wag. Seeing Wag, the three of them all cried out in alarm. Thanks, Sina. Yongwei took the soul-absorbing orb and nodded at Sina. How come you're here? Sina asked, his face ugly. Clearly, he had not only been followed by the two of them, but Wag had also followed him. Xin Lin and Xavier's faces were also ugly because they had not noticed anyone following them. Wag said, earlier, I received some news that you might be making a big move, so I intentionally followed you. Xin Lin clenched her teeth and said, you're shameless. Hearing this, the scar on Wag's face became hideous, like a moving centipede. I'm shameless. You're the idiot. Do you know who I am? I am Wag, the world's strongest heaven-defying cultivator. You're just a lowly life form. Do you really think you can defy the heavens? A frog at the bottom of a well, Xin Lin sneered. I'm not sure if I can defy the heavens, but I know that in the lower realms, I was an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. But in the divine realm, compared to you idiots, whether it is talent or strategy, I'm better than you. But my background is not as good as yours, so I'm suppressed everywhere. Wag looked at Sina and said, Sina, do you know? You trash are only a first-rank god emissary. If I had worked harder, I would have reached level 4 long ago. And you two idiots, after living in the divine realm for so many years, you're only level 1. If I wasn't afraid that you'd be worried that my realm is too high and have doubts, I would have come here to train with level 4 strength. Moreover, you trash with no potential only have status. What qualifications do you have to be with me? They are dignified divine sons and divine daughters, yet they were called idiots and trash. Their faces were very ugly. Alright, now the game is over. I'll take this soul-absorbing pearl for you. Next, I'll show you my true talent, Wag Wei. After speaking, Wag Wei took the soul-absorbing pearl and turned to leave. Chase. How could the three of them let them leave so easily? They immediately chased after them. 3 against 1. They naturally had a chance of winning. During this time, Shadowless watched the 4 of them perform. Chapter 26:11. When Zichen appeared, he was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that Sina would have the ability to control those celestials. Zichen also coveted the soul-devouring orb. But he knew very well that those divine sons and divine daughters weren't as simple as they seemed. Back then, he had almost killed Sina, only to draw out a celestial god. Thus, this time, he didn't try to kill them all with one strike. If another celestial god came, then he would be in big trouble. And he hadn't come here for the soul-devouring orb. Shadowless had just congratulated him. Zichen asked, is the regeneration mana here? As he spoke, Zichen bent down, preparing to pick up the crystal. That was a really good item. But they had been in too much of a hurry, so the 4 hadn't taken it. Shadowless said, don't touch that crystal. Why? Zichen raised his head, not understanding. Pick up the stone next to it and see what it looks like. Shadowless seemed rather mysterious. Zichen swept his gaze around, discovering that there were quite a few small stones in the surroundings, as well as quite a few round stones. But Shadowless' words clearly had a deeper meaning. His gaze fell upon a round stone. Looking at it, he said, could this be? As he spoke, he picked up the stone. That's right. This is the soul-devouring orb from just now. That Sina sensed the 2 of them first, so he quietly left the real soul-devouring orb here. The one in his hand is a fake, Shadowless said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably would have been tricked by him as well. Zichen looked at the round stone in shock. He hadn't expected to be able to obtain the soul-devouring orb at all, but he hadn't expected that Sina would do something like this. If he had been the one involved, he definitely would have been tricked as well. Who would have thought that Sina would instantly react in such a manner? Fortunately, Shadowless was here. Sina will definitely come again, so you can't pick up that crystal. Now, find a similar stone and put it there. We have to go, Shadowless said. Zichen nodded, then picked up a similarly sized stone and placed it where the soul-devouring orb had been. Next, It was time to look for the regenerative divine source. The divine regeneration source was within this space, and Sina would arrive soon. Thus, Zichen had to hurry. This space was very bright, but there was no sunlight. Soon, he followed Shadowless's guidance and entered another restriction. This kind of restriction was not dangerous, as long as one could find the location. When he arrived here, he saw a bright space without sunlight. In the sky above this space, there was a river. The river was like a colorful divine light, and the light was constantly changing. Unlike ordinary rivers, this colorful river hung in the sky. This space was filled with dense vitality. This life force came into contact with the heaven god's bone. The heaven god's bone quickly absorbed the surrounding life force, showing signs of recovery. It is indeed the regeneration celestial source. Zichen's spirit flame began to fluctuate violently. He was extremely shocked. The regeneration celestial source before his eyes had formed a heavenly river. The quantity was truly impressive. And at this moment, there were streaks of colorful light appearing from all directions and then being injected into the regeneration source of God. This should be the core of this world, Shadowless said. It's covered by a special formation that absorbs the world's power to form these things. I've been here many times, but I couldn't see anything special about them, so I didn't pay much attention to them. It was clear that the rich vitality here was of no use to Shadowless. Thank you, Shadowless. Zichen looked up at Shadowless and thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for Shadowless leading the way, Zichen wouldn't have been able to find this place at all. According to Shadowless, although there would be regeneration celestial source in other places, there would be very little of it, so little that it would be impossible to recover. What he had now was enough. Let's not talk about this for now, Shadowless said. Hurry up and find a way to collect more. If Sina comes and discovers you, you'll be in trouble. Zichen shook his head. No, he'll never discover me. I'm going to collect all of this regeneration celestial source. Time is of the essence, Shadowless said. How are you going to collect it? Zichen didn't say anything. The space behind him suddenly cracked open, and a pitch-black hole appeared. This hole kept expanding like an abyss, covering the regeneration celestial source in front. This world wouldn't shatter for no reason, and the black hole wasn't caused by shattering. This is your world. You can open a world here. Shadowless was shocked. He knew that this was an entrance to another world. Yes. My world can collect these regeneration celestial source. Zichen's voice resounded in the air. His figure had already disappeared. This was his perfect world, so there had to be something special about it. Although this world was broken and lacked vitality, it was deathly still. This was still a perfect world. It could still be opened here, and it was easy to collect a river of regeneration celestial source. In just an instant, this regeneration celestial source that had been accumulating for who knows how many years was collected by Zichen. Zichen disappeared with the regeneration celestial source, and a hurricane appeared in this space. The hurricane turned into a whirlpool, and it devoured all the vitality around it. Zichen entered his world, and Shadowless stood there alone. In his own world, it was broken, and just like him, there were only skeletons left. The vitality around him was gone, and all he could see was yellow sand, like a dry desert. The ancient trees, spiritual objects, and rare plants all disappeared when he fell into the abyss. The regeneration celestial source floated in the sky, and it was the only color in this world. It contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. Every drop could allow a heavily injured great sage to recover to his peak state. The regeneration celestial source was an extremely rare item in the God realm, and it was one of the few natural healing treasures in the God realm. At this moment, the regeneration celestial source was flowing in the sky, and the energy it emitted merged into this broken world. The desert gradually became moist, and the dry ground was filled with vitality, as if it was about to give birth to new life. Just by absorbing the energy, the world changed. What if it absorbed the real regeneration celestial source? Zichen began to look forward to it. He tapped his foot, and his body soared into the air, and he fell directly into the regeneration celestial source. The celestial source instantly filled his body, and the surging vitality instantly spread. His heavenly god's bone began to absorb this vitality. It was like a dried-up desert ushering in rain. His withered heavenly god's bone gradually began to glow, and it was full of vitality. Under the stimulation of this vitality, the heavenly god's bone began to grow flesh and blood on its own. Blood, flesh, and skin slowly appeared. The skeleton soon became Zichen. The real Zichen. The flesh and blood Zichen. At this point, his physical body had completely recovered. But his soul was still sealed by the art of heaven deceiving. With the seal in the way, the vitality could not nourish the soul. So, this vitality was transferred into the abdomen formed after Zichen had a physical body. His perfect world was in abdomen. After the regeneration celestial source entered abdomen, it was as if it had entered a vortex, and it was constantly absorbed by abdomen. After that, vitality was injected into his world. The desert quickly turned into a wetland. Some grass appeared on the wetland. The grass swayed and grew. Some bloomed and released spiritual energy. Some became towering trees, lush and verdant. Clear spiritual water flowed from the source of the dry river. The spiritual water began to nourish this dry world. The originally dry world began to glow with vitality under the infusion of the regeneration celestial source. After the world's barrier, which had been broken, regained its luster, the world's rules began to operate, and the barrier slowly healed. The barrier healed, and the world became perfect again. Rich vitality was still being injected. The whole world was rapidly undergoing earth-shaking changes. Gradually, there were living creatures in this world. There were fish and other living creatures in the river. A huge flower bloomed. The stamen spat out, and a living creature appeared from it. The living creature jumped down from the flower and began to run in this world. One living creature after another appeared. One life after another appeared. This world woke up. The source of power that originally belonged to Zichen had completely dried up. But with the help of the regeneration celestial source, his power slowly recovered. This world was controlled by the rules again. The golden sun appeared in the sky, sprinkling warm sunlight. The power of the rules of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other rules reappeared, forming a perfect cycle that began to maintain and control this world. Above this world, in the thick clouds, lightning swam, and the power of the rules of thunder appeared. And in Zichen's empty abdomen, after the perfect world reappeared, a round pill reappeared. It was surrounded by gold and silver light. That represented the yin and yang heaven-defying lightning energy that he had not seen for a long time. He recovered, completely recovered. Zichen opened his eyes and saw this world. This time, he really saw it with his eyes. Looking at this revived world, he felt a burst of excitement. He no longer had to live a life that was neither human nor ghost. But soon, another problem appeared. This was a problem that he had to face head-on. That was his abdomen energy, which was only at the peak of the Saint King realm. However, his physical body was extremely strong. Even his heart contained the power of the divine envoy. At this moment, he had to make a choice. What should he choose? Should he become a God clan member? Or should he still become a heaven-defying being on the Life Star? Zichen had thought about this question many times, so it wasn't hard to make a choice. Then, he closed his eyes again and released his soul. His soul had been sealed by the deceiving heaven technique. As long as he wanted to, he could open this seal at any time. And once it was opened, the real Zichen would return. The Life Star would sense the aura of a heaven-defying being again. With the regeneration celestial source, his body had recovered. If he wanted to progress further, he had to let his real soul appear. Chapter 26:12. After Zichen emptied his soul, the seal of the heaven-deceiving technique appeared. It was a seal with shining lines. Like fine chains, it wrapped around his soul layer by layer. At this moment, light flickered on the seal. With a thought, the seal was unlocked. These rune chains were rapidly retreating. Zichen's soul appeared. After a long period of suppression, his soul had become very weak. But after appearing, it began to expand, or rather, explode. Under this explosion, his soul realm directly advanced. From the peak of the Saint King realm to the Great Saint realm. This was his true realm. His soul was now equivalent to the 9th rank. Right at that moment, Zichen discovered that the seal of the heaven-deceiving technique had not dissipated. Instead, it had turned into pure spiritual energy that was flowing towards his soul and being absorbed by it. Because this seal was originally formed by pure soul power, and Zichen's soul was sealed, the two became very familiar and even began to assimilate. As a result, the soul energy he absorbed quickly turned into his own soul energy. It could be said that the heaven-deceiving technique was not just a seal. After the seal was broken, the soul power became his. This was the soul wealth that the 5 heaven-defying cultivators had specially left for him. Thank you. Zichen clearly felt their goodwill and their intentions. In that abyss, 5 dim souls gathered together like they were huddling together to keep warm in the cold winter. Do you feel it? Suddenly, a soul fluctuation was transmitted. It was very weak. I feel it. Our connection has disappeared. Another soul fluctuation was transmitted. The 5 dim lights slowly brightened. It seems that he has broken the seal. Yes, is he finally going to defy the heavens and change his fate? I'm looking forward to his performance. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see it. But this is good. The others don't have to come to this broken place anymore. Yes, we don't have much time left. The 5 bright lights gradually dimmed. After absorbing the soul wealth left by the 5 heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen's soul was constantly strengthening until it reached a limit. This was the limit of breaking through. At this point, they had to make a real choice. They were either false gods or half-ancestors. It was time for Zichen to make his choice. His soul immediately flew out of his body. This was his complete soul, the soul of a heaven defier. It emitted a resplendent golden light. He didn't hesitate to continue to be a heaven-defying expert on a life star. His soul flew out, and his soul power began to transform. He had chosen to become a half-martial ancestor. A powerful half-ancestor aura was released from his soul. When this aura appeared, the divine source of regeneration in the surroundings was absorbed. Under this dense life force, it began to reconstruct his physical body. Although it was called the celestial source, it was actually the purest energy in the world. This energy reshaped his body according to Zichen's will. This was his physical body. It was a physical body that was most compatible with his half-martial ancestor soul. Next to this body was Zichen's body, which contained the heavenly god's bones. However, that body had sunk into a deathly stillness like a corpse. His soul had broken through to the half-martial ancestor level, but it was still growing. The souls left behind by the 5 heaven-defying experts were exceptionally vast. This was a very considerable amount of soul wealth. Regarding this, Zichen felt even more grateful. Right at this moment, the energy that belonged to Zichen appeared in abdomen. It was a golden and silver energy radiance. It was the power of heaven-defying lightning. This world that had just awakened was also changing because of Zichen's breakthrough. At this moment, the boundless sea of energy was surging, roaring, and transforming. A new power was born from the sea of energy. It was the power of a half-martial ancestor. At this moment, his soul was still growing. Unlike Wuji, who had suppressed his soul to the limit, Zichen's soul was growing stronger. This kind of growth was caused by using his surging soul to change. In addition, the divine source of regeneration was also being absorbed by his soul. In that space, Shadowless was waiting for Zichen. However, he did not see Zichen come out for a long time. Thus, he turned around and left. He wanted to see if Sina had returned. Returning to his original place, he looked at the divine crystal that had not been picked up. Shadowless knew that Sina had not returned yet. Thus, he stayed there and waited patiently. Roughly 2 hours later, the seal was activated, and Sina appeared. At this moment, he was in a somewhat sorry state, as if he had just experienced a great battle. However, his spirit was still very excited. Damned Yang Wei, I didn't expect that you would dare to scheme against me, but you definitely didn't expect that the soul-assimilating pearl was fake, right? Idiot. By the time you noticed that something was wrong, I already had a divine envoy protecting me. Sina smiled coldly and walked forward. He quickly picked up the crystal, and then took the stone with him. He glanced at the not too round and then smiled. It seems that my disguise is quite perfect. He did not immediately refine them. Instead, he directly put away the 2 items and then walked forward. Clearly, he knew where the divine origin of regeneration was and was going to search for it. During this time, Shadowless followed him, watching him and even walking side by side with him. Occasionally, he would tilt his head and look at the excited Sina. Sina was so happy because he thought that he had fooled those 3, but once he found out that it was all for nothing, what kind of expression would he have? Shadowless was somewhat expectant. Sina quickly entered the world with the divine origin of regeneration, but his smile immediately froze. Looking around at the empty space, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Nothing. There was nothing here. Let alone a large patch of divine origin of regeneration, there was not even a single drop. How could there be nothing? He was clearly in disbelief, unable to accept this result. Soon, he thought of something and immediately took out the round stone. He transmitted, "Where did you hide the divine origin of regeneration?" There was no response. What's going on? Sina tried to send his soul into it, but he discovered that it was just a stone. Clap. In order to verify that it really wasn't a soul-assimilating pearl, he used some power and the stone shattered. Damn it, I took the wrong one. Sina cursed angrily. He had no choice but to return. His face was full of annoyance. He hadn't thought that he would make such a low-level mistake. He had even taken the wrong soul-assimilating pearl. He turned back again, moving even faster. He was afraid that Wei and the others would sense that something was wrong and chase after him. But when he returned, he discovered that he had forgotten where he had picked up the soul-assimilating pearl. Helpless, he immediately sent out his divine sense towards the stones on the ground. But the places his divine sense probed were all stones. There was no soul-assimilating pearl. Where's the soul-assimilating pearl? Sina's expression became very unsightly. In the next moment, his divine sense surged with power, causing the rocks he was probing to explode one after another. He repeated this over and over again, but he still found nothing. Just then, the spatial restriction was triggered. Wei's figure appeared. Besides Wei, there was also Xinlin and Xavier. The 3 of them all looked very unsightly. I knew he was still here, Wei said coldly. Clearly, he already knew that the soul-assimilating pearl was fake. Give me the real one, Xinlin said coldly. Clearly, she and Xavier were the first to be fooled. Because they didn't even know how they had been fooled. Sina looked at the 3 of them angrily. He said with some grievance, "Take my ass, I lost it." Clearly, his words were met with disdain. No one would believe him. Then, the 3 of them stepped forward and surrounded Sina. Their expressions were cold. Sina stared at the 3 of them, his eyes filled with rage. "I'll say it again. Get lost." As he spoke, he spread out his divine sense. All the stones that came into contact with his divine sense instantly shattered and turned into dust. Damn it, where did it go? How could I lose it? Sina was very angry. His expression became even more ferocious. "You're quite good at acting," Wei said coldly. "Wei, get lost. Don't say that you know me in the future, idiot. Do you think I want to know you? Hand over the soul-assimilating pearl now and I'll leave immediately. Scram, take this and scram. This is the only thing I got." Sina took out the divine crystal from before and threw it at Wei. "I want the soul-assimilating pearl. Why are you giving me this broken thing?" Wei took the divine crystal and said unhappily. Then, he put it away. "I said it's lost. It's already lost. You idiot, can't you understand human language?" Sina was about to go mad with anger. "Do you think we'll believe you?" Xinlin said coldly. "Scram, bitch. Get as far away as you can." Sina's divine sense spread out again. Then, more stones turned into dust. Soon, there was a thick layer of dust on the ground. But he still couldn't find the soul-assimilating pearl. Seeing that the 3 of them still didn't leave and had mocking expressions on their faces, he couldn't help but get angry. "All right, I'll tell you 3 idiots. Sina sat on the ground. He was very angry and dejected. Then, he told them what had happened. As if he was really disappointed, he didn't hide anything and told them about the regenerating divine source. Seeing Sina's blank face, the 3 of them were skeptical. Where's the regenerating divine source? Wei asked. It's in that direction. Go take a look. Sina pointed ahead. Wei didn't go. He glanced at Xinlin and said, Xinlin, go take a look. Xinlin nodded. Then, she found the restriction and walked in. A moment later, she came out and said, there's nothing. Then, the 3 of them looked at Sina again. Sina said, that's how it is. If you believe me, then stay. If you don't, then scram. In Zichen's world, the soul wealth left behind by the 5 heaven-defying experts disappeared. But that soul wealth caused his soul to transform once more. Chapter 26:13. Zichen's soul was transforming. He had reached the progenitor realm. In addition to the tempering in the abyss, the soul wealth left behind by the 5 heaven-defying cultivators was also a major factor. The moment he broke through, he became even more grateful to the 5 heaven-defying cultivators. Not only did they save him, but they also gave him such a rich soul wealth. In this way, there were not many souls left in their bodies. He didn't know how long they could hold on there. The soul of the progenitor realm was abnormally surging and pure, and it was constantly growing stronger. In his energy sea, the power that had just become a demi-ancestor was changing again at this moment. His body stopped absorbing vitality. There were still 2/3 of the regeneration divine source left, and he had consumed 1/3 of it. However, this consumption was still very shocking because every drop of the regeneration divine source could resurrect a seriously injured supreme saint. In this short period of time, Zichen had probably consumed hundreds of thousands, millions, or even countless. After that, his figure flashed and left the regeneration divine source. Next, his body would naturally change. His energy would naturally transform, and his world would naturally grow. He was equivalent to a divine envoy, but not yet a first-level divine envoy. As for the physical body of the heavenly god skeleton, it was still in the regeneration divine source. At this moment, the heart of the heavenly god skeleton still contained the power of 9 divine envoys, which was equivalent to the realm of a 9th-level divine envoy. However, this heavenly god skeleton had no soul, and there was no energy in abdomen. It was not easy to get the heavenly god skeleton, so naturally, he couldn't just throw it away. Just as Zichen was thinking about how to use the heavenly god skeleton, he suddenly found that the regeneration divine source was constantly decreasing. Zichen saw this change and was very surprised. Almost in an instant, thousands, or even tens of thousands of drops were decreasing. His expression immediately changed, and he looked forward. He didn't understand why the regeneration divine source was decreasing in his world when he clearly didn't absorb anymore. As the progenitor realm's spiritual consciousness probed out, Zichen found that the regeneration divine source had been absorbed by the heavenly god skeleton. One had to know that the regeneration divine source was full of extremely rich vitality. It could completely revive the dead and even the heavenly god skeleton. But now, after losing his soul, why was the heavenly god skeleton absorbing the regeneration divine source? Could it be that he was going to be revived? When he thought of this possibility, Zichen was not surprised at all. Instead, his expression changed. If that was truly the case, it would be equivalent to placing a heavenly deity into his world. One could well imagine how dangerous it would be. Hence, he hurriedly separated a wisp of his progenitor realm soul and forcefully entered the heavenly god's body. During this period, there seemed to be some difficulties. An energy barrier appeared outside the heavenly god's bones sea of consciousness. His soul entered the barrier and came to the sea of consciousness. Then, it spread out and explored his body. The heart of the divine god began to beat on its own. As it beat, the blood contained in the heart began to circulate on its own, filling his entire body. His blood contained the power of the oracle. Furthermore, Zichen discovered that the power of the 9 oracles in his heart was being taken away bit by bit along with the circulation of his blood, fusing into his flesh and blood. After his physical body absorbed the power of the divine envoy, A new power was born, and this new power directly entered his dantian. At this moment, the heavenly god's bone did not have a soul at all, but it could decompose the power on its own, and even refine the power on its own. Then, it gathered the power in abdomen. Everything seemed to be refining by using a cultivation method. This discovery shocked Zichen and made him very worried. He had clearly refined all the soul in the heavenly god's bone. Even if he had not refined it, when he fell into the abyss, those hurricanes would have destroyed any remaining soul power in it. But now, what was going on? Could it be that the vitality contained in the divine regeneration source is so strong that it stimulated the vitality in the heavenly god's bone, causing it to be revived? And then a new soul will be produced. Zichen thought, and then carefully felt the changes in the heavenly god's bone. During this time, the divine regeneration source was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, when Zichen recovered his body, the heavenly god's bone, and the world were completely restored, only 1/3 of the divine regeneration source was consumed. But now, after the heavenly god's bone absorbed the divine regeneration source on its own, the consumption was about to reach another 1/3. Where did so much vitality go? The next moment, Xinghun knew and understood. He was very shocked. He saw that the surging vitality had indeed given birth to a soul. This was a soul that emitted colorful light. It was a very pure soul of a god. This was the soul that had been derived from the heavenly god's bone. It was the soul of a god. When it first appeared, it was like a piece of white paper. Although it was very tough, it did not have any consciousness. It did not even have an independent soul. It was very pure. This soul was right in front of Zichen. It looked like Zichen, but Zichen knew very well that it was not himself. Once the soul awakened, it would become another soul. He could not control this soul. Once this soul grew, perhaps because of their different standpoints, the two of them would be on opposite sides. After hesitating for a moment, Zichen stopped this from happening. He injected a pure strand of his own soul into this divine soul that had not yet given birth to consciousness. This scene looked like a possession, but there was no resistance during this time. Everything was very natural and casual. It was completed in an instant. The price for this was that the divine soul had acknowledged this strand of consciousness and would not give birth to other spiritual consciousnesses. The heavenly god's soul was Zichen, and Zichen was the heavenly god's soul. After gaining consciousness, there was a tremor in this spiritual world. Then the soul began to emit divine light, illuminating the entire spiritual world. In the next moment, a surge of life force was injected into the sea of consciousness. This was the life force of the regenerative celestial source. After the arrival of the life force, this weak soul started to grow stronger. This was just like the strange flowers and plants that had bloomed after Zichen's spiritual world had recovered. Some had even become towering trees. This was the same for the heavenly god's soul. He had skipped the process of slowly accumulating over time and had grown up directly. Of course, during this period, he had consumed a huge amount of energy. The regeneration celestial source was decreasing rapidly. Without the regeneration divine source, this awakened divine soul would have taken a long time to grow. However, with the regeneration divine source and the support of endless energy, this time was shortened. This was like an injured monk. If it was not for the support of external forces, he would need a long time to recover. However, with external forces, not only did he recover, but he also broke through. Zichen's soul had already returned to his physical body. At this moment, he was looking at the heavenly god's physical body standing in front of him in the regeneration divine source. At this moment, he could clearly sense the existence of the other party. This situation was like a doppelganger. Moreover, it was a doppelganger of the heavenly god. The crazy speed at which the regeneration divine source was decreasing finally slowed down. It seemed that the absorption was nearing its end. At this moment, there was only a quarter of the original regeneration divine source left. This showed how much the soul of the heavenly god's soul had absorbed. Just as the heavenly god's soul stopped absorbing the regeneration divine source, an aura that belonged to the divine envoy was released. A soul that had just been born had reached the realm of God's messenger in less than a day. This growth speed was simply too astonishing. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Zichen would not have believed it. Of course, this consumption was also very shocking. There were probably not many people in the world who could afford to support it. At this moment, Zichen was keenly aware that some memory cultivation methods emerged in the sea of consciousness of the heavenly God's soul. Among these cultivation methods, there were divine battle skills that he was familiar with. For example, the divine fist of annihilation, the divine palm, and so on. These were divine cultivation methods, but they appeared from the soul of the heavenly God's soul. It could be seen that they were indeed derived from the heavenly God's bone, and they were also divine techniques that the heavenly God had mastered. If his soul had not invaded, the soul derived from the heavenly God's bone would have grown slowly and become another heavenly God. Now, perhaps it would still become another heavenly God, but this heavenly God would still be Zichen's doppelganger after it grew up. This was an absolute surprise. Originally, he was still worried about how to use the heavenly God's bone, but now he did not need to worry at all. After losing 3/4 of the regeneration God source, he directly obtained a divine doppelganger with the potential of a heavenly God. This was also an incredible thing. The only regret was that the original level 9 divine envoy power was now level 1, and its combat power was greatly reduced. With a thought, the divine doppelganger appeared from the regeneration God source. He obviously couldn't show his face to others like this, but it was too easy to change his appearance. Thus, Zichen looked at the divine doppelganger and said, "From now on, you will be called Zichen." The divine doppelganger nodded. He had Zichen's memories and soul, so he was the same as Zichen. "Zichen, don't come out now. They're all here." At this moment, Shadowless' voice rang out. Zichen did not respond. Instead, the doppelganger Zichen took out the stone knife from before. Everyone knew that he had used this stone knife before, so he naturally could not use it directly. In the next moment, the doppelganger Zichen used his hand to draw a line on the knife, and the entire knife turned into a weapon that emitted divine light. Revive. At the same time, Zichen placed the knife and the heavenly thunder wings from the life star into the regeneration God source, allowing them to slowly absorb life force and revive. At this moment, Ji Wei and the others appeared in the world with the regeneration God source. They carefully looked around. Sina was about to go crazy with anger, but they still wanted the soul-absorbing pearl, so he scolded the 3 of them. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them did not leave, so the 4 of them came here together. Chapter 26:14. Yang Wei frowned. Shadowless was looking at him from the front. Hearing what he said, Shadowless suddenly became nervous. Could it be that he had sensed something? He had sensed the location of Zichen's world. What strange. Sina and the others all looked at Yang Wei. The life force here is denser than the outside world. This should be where the regeneration godly source appeared. Also, if you sense it carefully, isn't the life force getting denser and denser? Seeing them nod, Yang Wei said, "So, there must have been regeneration godly source here before, but it was taken away by someone. But who would take it away? There's only us here," Xavier said, then glanced at Sina. Clearly, he was the most suspicious. Sina said angrily, "Don't look at me. I didn't get anything. Didn't I tell you? If you don't believe me, then scram." Sina was very angry and irritated. He was no longer polite when speaking to these divine sons and divine daughters. Xavier snorted, but didn't say anything else. "Tell us in detail what happened before," Yang Wei said. "When I came, there were 12 level 6 here. I asked them if they were willing to come with me. Of course they were willing, so I released the soul-absorbing orb and they entered. However, just as I was holding the soul-absorbing pearl, I sensed their appearance. So, I hid the soul-absorbing orb's light and turned it into a small stone. Then, I used divine energy to create a fake one." Sina said helplessly, "You know what happened after that. You stole the fake one. Then, I pretended to chase after it. Then, I came back alone and took the divine crystal and the stone. When I came here to collect the regeneration godly source, I found that it was empty. There wasn't even a drop. So, I asked the people in the soul-absorbing orb and learned that it was just a stone. In a fit of anger, I crushed it, And the dregs were still there. When I went back to look for them, you came. It was that simple, but it was difficult to make others believe it. Because this was only Sina's side of the story. Yang Wei said, "So you don't know how many people there are? What do you mean?" Yang Wei said, "You only saw 12 people, so you thought there were only 12 of them? What do you mean?" Sina's eyes suddenly lit up. Can it be that there is someone else hiding in the shadows? This is the only possibility that explains why the soul-absorbing pearl was lost, but the divine crystal is still there. And it just so happened that there was a similar stone placed there. Under such circumstances, the only explanation was that there was someone else. He took the soul-absorbing pearl and then took away the regeneration god source. Looking at their changing expressions, Qi Wei said, "Perhaps, there is no regeneration divine source here at all. They have already taken it away." "That's not very likely," Sina said. "Because they don't know that others will come to take it from them, right?" Yang Wei stared at Sina as though he were looking at an idiot. Even if there were no changes, the existence hidden in the shadows would still be able to easily destroy you. Even if I don't kill you, I should be able to knock you out secretly, right? Sina said, "Even if he can knock me unconscious, what use does he have for the soul-absorbing pearl? He still won't be able to leave." Ji Wei looked at Sina as though he were looking at an idiot. "I said you're an idiot, and you really think you're an idiot? He can go outside and find anyone. All he has to do is hide the soul-absorbing pearl on them. If they go in, it'll be very hard for them to come out. They'll still be controlled. What if he takes control of that person beforehand? For example, a divine servant or a 9th rank. If he uses soul control in advance, how can they control the soul-absorbing pearl in the outside world?" Sina's face changed dramatically. He said angrily, "They don't keep their word. Are you an idiot? Don't say they don't keep their word. Why don't you ask yourself first?" Sina didn't say anything. That thing was too extravagant. He couldn't afford to talk about it. Clearly, Qi Wei's analysis made sense. And so, the three of them looked at him, asking what they should do. Qi Wei said, "Right now, we can only go out and search. See if there are any overly suspicious people. But there are so many people outside. How are we supposed to find them?" They weren't the only ones outside. There were nearly 20 other godsons and goddaughters. They had brought quite a few people with them. How were they supposed to find them? "There really are quite a few people, but if we can reduce the number a bit, that'll be fine," Qi Wei said. Seeing the cold light in Qi Wei's eyes, they all understood what he meant. They were going to start a war, and a war to the death. Only by reducing the number of people would they be able to control their numbers when they went out and find some clues. The four of them looked at each other. They hadn't considered how many people would die if they did that. As long as they could get those things, any number of casualties would be worth it. During this time, Qi Wei and the other two tactfully didn't ask why Sina was so familiar with this place. Clearly, they were all pretending to be confused. Sina, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed. If it weren't for his brothers being so ostentatious and letting others find out about this, they wouldn't have followed him. Just like that, the group left. During this time, Shadowless quietly watched them. It had to be said that this person called Qi Wei was extraordinarily intelligent. If it weren't for him, who appeared out of nowhere and broke this rule, then everything would have been as he'd predicted. However, these people were quite vicious. They'd started to clear out the crowd at the slightest disagreement. Most likely, more than 90% of the people participating in this trial would die. Soon, Shadowless told Zi Chen everything that had happened. Zi Chen didn't respond at all. "Why aren't you saying anything? What's your situation?" Shadowless asked again. Zi Chen still didn't respond. Just like that, around an hour later, the restrictions here were activated once more, and then the figures of Yarrow Wei and the others appeared once more. "They're here again," Shadowless said. After appearing, the four looked around. Qi Wei sighed. "Looks like they really left. They're not here anymore. Let's go." The other three nodded disappointedly and left. "You knew he'd come back?" Shadowless asked again. Zi Chen, who was in the world of shadows, smiled faintly as he listened to Shadowless. He didn't dare to say he was familiar with others, but he was all too familiar with Chi Wei. He'd purposely heard what Chi Wei had said at the end, so he didn't respond. Because he was sure that they would appear again. As expected, after 15 minutes, Chi Wei and the other three appeared again. However, this time, when they saw this empty area and sensed the life force around them, they really did leave. Time was tight. Of course, they couldn't stay here any longer. Right after they left this restriction, Zichen's voice arose. Shadowless, please follow them. See if they've set up any traps along the way. Okay. Shadowless nodded and left. Zichen's body flashed and appeared in this space. There was more life force here, but he didn't absorb it. After a while, Shadowless came back and saw a strange human. He was a little surprised and then asked, "Is this your original appearance?" "No, this is my original appearance." Zichen changed his appearance. "Your aura seems to have changed. Did you give up the bloodline of the Life Star?" "No, if I did, I wouldn't have been able to see you." "How is it? Did they leave any marks?" "You're right. Chi Wei left some marks along the way. Once something strange happens here, he'll be able to sense it. Moreover, when someone moves forward, he'll be able to sense it." "Have you memorized those marks?" Zichen asked. Shadowless nodded and said, "I've memorized them all." "Should we go out?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Yi Qian and the others won't come out for now. I'd better wait here. Although my body has recovered, due to other reasons, my fighting capacity has decreased greatly. If another level 6 comes, I'm afraid he can kill me instantly." "Are you going to refine the soul-absorbing pearl?" "Yes. After refining it, it'll be like having a group of level 6 fighters. At least, we won't be threatened here." While talking, Zichen took out the soul-absorbing pearl and easily removed its disguise. The entire soul-absorbing pearl emitted dazzling divine light. Then, he sent his soul into it and sensed 12 powerful auras. At this moment, as long as his mind flickered, he could release the 12 people. However, before he could control them, releasing them would be life-threatening. Then, Zichen extended his soul into the soul-absorbing pearl and tried to refine their souls. In fact, he was using the soul-absorbing pearl to control the other's soul. As time passed, Yang Wei and the others didn't come back. The soul-absorbing pearl in front of him suddenly shone with a dazzling light. In the light, a ray of light flew out and turned into a figure. The figure half knelt on the ground and bowed to Zichen, calling him master. His expression was respectful, and there were no flaws to be found. "Are there any other level 6 here?" Zichen asked. "No, there's only us. The level 6 have all left." The level 6 said, "All right, you go back first. I'll call you when there's a situation." "Yes." The figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The soul-absorbing pearl floating in front of Zichen entered his mind. At this point, he used the power of the soul-absorbing pearl to completely control the 12 divine races. "Let's go," Zichen said. Shadowless nodded and walked out of the restriction. Next, he would lead the way, passing through these restrictions without letting Yang Wei detect anything. When they walked out, the outside had become a battlefield. Killing was going on everywhere. In the beginning, the killing was still about the grudges between the two sides. However, in the end, everyone's eyes turned red and they killed whoever they saw. This was also Yang Wei's credit. He turned the entire area into a killing ground. The trial takers who came were dying constantly. Chapter 26:15. Boom. Terrifying divine power surged, and a false god was sent flying. Zichen, who had changed his appearance, formed a seal with both hands. Divine power surged in front of him, turning into a palm print that flew toward the false god. Fart. This was the palm of destruction. It landed on the false god, who coughed up blood as he flew backward. These techniques were all in his soul memory. At this moment, it was very easy for him to use them. Such an attack was indeed powerful. At this time, the false god was seriously injured, but he was still a little away from being killed. He raised his hand again, and a fingerprint surrounded by divine light touched the false god's body. Surging energy surged out, turning into energy ripples that scattered in all directions. The false god was killed. The life force of the fake deity was obliterated. Zichen pointed his finger again, and divine flames surrounded the fake deity. The false god's body turned into divine crystal, which he put away. This time, he joined this battle not only to kill the false god, but also to familiarize himself with these divine skills. After all, he now had another identity, the clone of the god. This identity would allow him to survive better in the divine realm. After killing the false god, he continued to move forward. During this time, he encountered some level 9 experts, but he did not kill them. His goal was clear, which was to kill the false gods. During this time, he would not fight if he encountered oracles. After a few simple exchanges, he would leave. If the other party's companions came, he would be in danger. This time, there were more than 20 divine sons and daughters. If each of them brought a few oracles below level 4, there would be dozens of them in total. Therefore, Zichen, who had just become an oracle, did not have the capital to be arrogant. Moreover, a battle of this level should be a battle between oracles. As long as one's realm was not too high, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to quickly determine life and death. It was not normal for Zichen to kill one person with a single slash. In the original trial ground, Tyrant and the others were still refining the mutant creature's nest. Even now, they had not completely refined it. During this time, their understanding of the rules deepened again, and their souls underwent a transformation. Soon, they broke through. To be able to break through again in such a short time was a complete surprise for everyone. From this, it could be seen that the chances of breaking through in the god realm were much greater than in the lower realms. If Yi Qian hadn't brought them here and if Shadowless hadn't found this mother nest, it would have taken Tyrant and the others many years to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. This was just like the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others back then. Their talent was not inferior to anyone present, but they had never come to the divine realm before, so the strongest cultivation level was only that of a great sage. Zichen slaughtered his way forward. During this period of time, his understanding of the divine skill deepened, and he became more proficient in using it. Actually, it couldn't be said to be a profound comprehension. It could only be said to be a profound comprehension. This was because in his heavenly deity soul, there was already comprehension of the divine skill. Furthermore, this kind of comprehension had already reached an extremely high level. What he needed to do now was to experience it. It was worth mentioning that in this divine avatar, there was only Abdomen's energy and no God's world. Boom! The God's palm exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Another false deity was sent flying. After killing this false divinity, Zichen saw a group of people in front of him. These people were looking back at him. During this period of time, there were 4 people. It was obvious that the 4 of them had formed an alliance. Seeing that he had appeared alone, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. It seemed that there were very few people who acted alone nowadays. Zichen's body shone with divine light, and the aura of a god's envoy was released. Although he wasn't level 1 yet, he was indeed a god's envoy. Then, he turned his head and saw a ball of regeneration god source not far away. Looking at it, there were nearly 1,000 drops. To everyone present, this was a considerable amount of wealth. It was no wonder that the battle here was so intense. However, to him, a mere 1,000 drops of regeneration god source was nothing. Thus, he began to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat because there was already a god's envoy walking towards him. This god's envoy had the power of 2 god's envoys around him. At this moment, with his current cultivation level, it was obviously impossible for him to snatch the regeneration god source from these people. Under his feet, he used the fleet-foot stride and quickly retreated. The level 2 god's envoy who was chasing him stopped. After seeing him retreat a distance, the god's envoy turned around and left. He didn't continue to chase after him. The battle was still going on, but Zichen was far away from the battlefield. He was self-aware and knew that with his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to snatch something from them. It could even be said that he wouldn't be able to get anything else for the rest of his journey. The absolute advantage from before was completely gone at this moment. Of course, The withered bones in his body was still indestructible. After returning, Zichen sat on a big rock, looking a little bored. "You're giving up just like that?" Shadowless asked. "I have no choice but to give up. With my strength alone, I can't beat them at all. Moreover, I don't want to use other forces." He still had 12 level 6 gods envoys under his control, but he obviously didn't want to expose himself here. Otherwise, those guys would fight him to the death. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to kill those gods' sons and goddesses for the time being. Zichen smiled and said, "Most importantly, I've already gained enough this time. Next, I'll just treat it as wasting time and waiting for this place to open." "Oh right, can you help me check on Yi Qian and the others?" "Of course, no problem," Shadowless said as he disappeared from where he stood. Zichen couldn't go back to where he was before. Soon, Shadowless appeared again. He looked at Zichen and said, "They're still refining. They've all gained quite a bit. Their realms have all increased." When Zichen heard this, he was very surprised. "All of them improved? Even the level 9 ones have increased?" "Yes. It seems that the laws in the mother nest are very special to them. They've gained a lot," Shadowless said. "How much of the mother nest is left?" "There's still about half left." When Zichen heard this, his expression froze for a moment before he fell into deep thought. While he was deep in thought, he would occasionally glance at Shadowless. Since they weren't attacking anymore, he had no gains and could only wait here. During this time, he would let Shadowless go back and see if everyone was ready to leave. As time passed, the chaos here became more frequent. In the end, they didn't even know why they were fighting. They only knew to kill anyone they saw. There were even a few times when Zichen, an oracle, was ambushed. Therefore, he had to retreat again and deliberately avoid these people. During this time, Wei and the others still gained nothing. At the same time, they offended many people. The Four's reputation soon became notorious. The trial was coming to an end. All the teams gathered together. Without a doubt, every team suffered heavy losses. Zichen retreated. He had to wait for Yi Qian and the others to appear. With a flash, Yi Qian and the others arrived. Zichen stood opposite them, looking at them. As these people appeared, a powerful aura emerged. Among these auras, the weakest was at the false god realm. Obviously, everyone had gained a lot, especially Tyrant and the others, who had broken through to the ancestor realm. Suddenly, they saw a god realm expert blocking their way. Everyone was stunned. It was a stranger. Not bad. Zichen looked at them and smiled. An unfamiliar face, an unfamiliar aura, an unfamiliar voice, and an unfamiliar smile. It was a complete stranger. "What the hell are you?" Tyrant stared at Zichen and asked. Yi Qian thought of something, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. "You succeeded." Zichen nodded. As Zichen nodded, the expressions of Su Mengyaro and the others changed, and their faces became very pale. Because they thought of a certain possibility. Even Yi Qian's body swayed, and the way she looked at Zichen changed. "I say, we just met. Even if you don't welcome me, you don't have to act like this." Zichen's voice sounded again. This time, it was his original voice, no longer disguised or hoarse. It was just a voice transmission. The pale faces of these people immediately changed, and their beautiful eyes stared at the unfamiliar Zichen. Zichen smiled and said again, "I found something during this period. It's inconvenient to explain it here. I'll talk about it when we get back." After that, he looked at everyone and said, "It's chaotic outside now. Don't move forward. Just wait here for the trial to end. However, there are some things that need to be unified. If they ask how you came back, just say that Skeleton fought with a Class 6 and both died. During this period, he killed a Class 5 and seriously injured another. That Class 5 ran all the way to the place where the mother nest lived. The craftsman ancestor killed the Class 5, and you obtained the mother nest and refined it. Of course, if no one deliberately comes to investigate, just say that everyone is alive because Skeleton died and saved everyone. If they ask about the process, then tell them that you obtained the mother nest." As Zichen's words sounded, Everyone clearly understood what had happened and looked at him in disbelief. The skeletons turned into gods with flesh and blood. Your skeleton? Tyrant sized up Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's voice transmission was only for the 5 girls, so Tyrant didn't know. After seeing this, the craftsman ancestor and the others felt a little regretful, but they didn't say anything. I should go too, Shadowless said. Where are you going? Zi-Chen turned and looked at Shadowless in surprise. Back. Shadowless looked at where Yi-Chen and the others came from. If you go back, you'll still be alone, and there might not even be any xenogeneics there. Why don't you stay here and come with me? Come with you? Yeah, if you're not limited by this world, why don't you come with me? At least the 2 of us can chat. It's better than being here alone. Plus, the outside world is big and has many interesting places. Even if you go out for a walk, it's better than staying here. After all, you're familiar with this place. Zi-Chen started talking to himself again. Everyone was used to it and was even more certain that he was skeleton. Shadowless thought about it and said, that's good too. Zi-Chen's face showed a trace of a smile. He was very excited. During this time, Su Mengyaro and the others deliberately turned their heads and didn't look at Zi-Chen. However, they couldn't calm down for a long time. There were tears in their eyes. He was finally back. Chapter 26:16. The activation of the teleportation array signified the end of the trial. Sina looked at the teleportation array before him and his expression became extremely unsightly. According to his original plan, he should have obtained a great harvest and swept through this world. But now, he didn't gain anything at all. This loss was too great. So great that Sina felt like dying. This wasn't just a loss in this world, it would also affect his future plans. If we still can't obtain those things after we leave, we won't have another chance. Sina said coldly, his voice filled with resentment. This was resentment towards everyone, including Wei and the other 2. If they hadn't come to cause trouble, he would have obtained everything. It seems we have to make a final gamble. After we leave, no one will be able to leave. If they don't cooperate, we'll have to kill them all. Wei's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. But there are so many godsons and goddaughters there. If we go too far, we'll definitely attract trouble. If we draw out the power behind them, we'll be in trouble. Xavier's expression was somewhat unsightly. We're just going to try. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Plus, we don't plan on killing everyone. The losses in this world won't attract any trouble. Wei said, let's go. We have to leave quickly. And so, the 4 of them led the few survivors behind them and walked into the teleportation array. In other places, after seeing the teleportation array, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly left. They had suffered great losses in this slaughter, and the mental pressure they had to endure was not small either. After all, Sina and the other 2 seemed to have gone mad, killing everyone they saw. They didn't even let those godsons and goddaughters off. After walking out of the teleportation array, they appeared in an enormous plaza. This plaza was large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. This was because the number of adventurers who had entered had already reached hundreds of thousands. Even if some died, the number that returned was still large enough. It had been like this in the past. In front of the plaza, there was a 9-meter-tall platform. On the platform stood 5 god race members. Standing in the middle of the 5 was a man wearing a set of godly armor. His armor had the word general written on it, as well as the number 108. The number on the armor meant that this person was not only a god general, but also one of the 108 gods of the god realm. This was a titled divine general. This divine armor was also a titled divine armor. Obviously, the divine general on the high platform was the one in charge. There were 4 divine envoys standing beside him. At this time, all of them had respectful expressions. At this time, people appeared in the square one after another. They were the participants of this trial. However, there weren't many of them, and they were bustling with activity. Compared to the large number of people that had appeared in the past, the difference was huge. After these few people came out, their faces were filled with anger. They looked around as if they were looking for something. Seeing such a small group of people, The divine general frowned but said nothing. At this moment, he saw that everyone's anger had gathered together. Following the gazes, he saw a team appear. This team had less than 50 people. The divine general glanced at those people and frowned. He realized that it wasn't just one team, but 4. The 4 teams added up to less than 50 people. Furthermore, there was not a single divine servant among them, let alone a level 9. Following that, all sorts of lights flashed as trial challengers appeared one after another. But the number of people was still pitifully small. After these people appeared, they stared coldly at the 4 people, their eyes filled with hatred. Thus, the 5 people on the high platform knew that something had happened. It's a titled divine general. This is not good. Cena looked around. After seeing the divine general on the high platform, his expression couldn't help but change. Even if it's a titled divine general, he can't stop us from looking for something. Yang Wei said. He looked around the crowd, trying to find someone suspicious. Soon, 23 of the 24 people in the team appeared. Yi Qian wasn't among them. Why don't I see Yi Qian? Yang Wei said in a low voice. Who knows? Maybe she died in there, Xin Lin said coldly. She didn't hide the coldness and satisfaction on her face. A divine maiden can't die so easily, Xavier said. Cena said, indeed, she can't die so easily. However, it's not like there hasn't been a divine maiden who died in the trial. Maybe this time, she was unlucky and really found something unexpected. Xavier shook his head. Even if she was unlucky, she might not die. Cena said, if it was someone else, it would be fine. However, Yi Qian has that hateful skeleton by her side. Skeletons can easily attract disasters. After that, there were no more flashes of light. Clearly, everyone had arrived. The plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people now only had 300 or so people. Seeing this scene, the 4 divine emissaries on the high platform couldn't help but be startled, and their expressions became ugly. One of them asked, "What's going on? Why are there so few people?" In the crowd, a divine son stepped forward. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cena and the other 3 joined forces and ambushed us. We suffered heavy losses." Another person stepped forward and said, "That's right. Our team was ambushed by Xin Lin and Xavier. They kept ambushing us, so we couldn't properly train." The other divine sons and divine maidens all spoke. Their words were filled with anger as they stared at the 4 with resentment. However, it was clear that when they called out the names, they only called out Cena and the other 2. They didn't mention Yang Wei. It wasn't that they didn't hate Yang Wei or that they had a good relationship with him. It was just that they felt it was meaningless. After all, he was only an adopted son. The celestial gods had too many adopted sons. However, the other 3 were different. They were the children of the celestial gods. Naturally, they were more important. The process was very simple. Cena and the other 3 ambushed them and then used various methods to frame them. In the end, everyone was truly enraged. This caused everyone to suffer heavy losses. Was it for you to train or for you to kill each other? The titled divine general said coldly. His sharp gaze swept over the 4. Reporting to the divine general. The reason for this is that we were ambushed first and almost died. Moreover, we have clues that it was their people who did it. Yang Wei cupped his fists and said, "Nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. I didn't even know you before. How could I attack you?" Immediately, a divine son retorted and glared at them. Yang Wei's expression didn't change. He said again, "When we were ambushed, we lost a very important item. That item could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points, allowing us to rank higher. At that time, the 4 of us planned to split the contribution points evenly. However, after the ambush, the item was lost. Naturally, we had to look for it." The titled divine general said coldly, "I want to know what it is that could make you guys pay any price and kill so many people to find it." Yang Wei said hesitantly, "This, we don't know. We just thought that it could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. However, if the item is lost, the person who stole it will definitely know." The titled divine general glanced at Yang Wei. Then, His gaze swept across the field. Now, let's count the contribution points. Do you have anything to exchange? All the divine sons and divine daughters looked at each other. Their expressions were very ugly. They had fought in the latter half of the stage. How could they have gained anything? Moreover, even if they had gained something, they would need to develop their own forces in the future. Naturally, they wouldn't exchange it for contribution points. All right, let's count. The titled Divine General waved his hand. He was just asking. He didn't expect them to exchange for contribution points. A divine son walked out from the crowd. A token appeared in his hand. He handed it to the god emissary on the high platform. The god emissary's hand released a light of energy. The light activated the token. The value of 120,000 appeared on the token, 120,000 contribution points, a first-class divine city, the titled Divine General said indifferently when he saw the value. Then, the second divine son stepped forward. His contribution points were 130,000. 130,000 contribution points, a first-class divine city. Then, the third divine general stepped forward. 210,000 contribution points, a second-class divine city. 100,000 contribution points was a first-class divine city. Every 100,000 contribution points would increase the reward by 1 level. So on. If one had 900,000 contribution points, they could exchange for a 9th-class divine city. If one's contribution points exceeded 1 million, they would be rewarded with a general-level divine city. This was the ultimate reward of this trial. In history, no one had ever achieved 1 million contribution points. However, because of some reward rules, 2 people had been rewarded with general-level divine cities. Although they were both first-class divine cities, it was still very impressive. During this time, the divine sons and divine daughters stepped forward. They all had 100 or 200,000 contribution points. Very few could reach 300,000. Soon, it was Xinlin's turn. The divine general glanced at her contribution points and said, 380,000, a third-class divine city. A smile appeared on Xinlin's face. According to the current contribution points, she was ranked first. Next was Xavier. His contribution points were 350,000. He was ranked second. Seni smiled coldly and stepped forward. His contribution points were as high as 460,000. This made Xinlin's face turn ugly. Her first place was gone. At this moment, only Qi Wei was left out of the 23. Qi Wei handed over the token in his hand. After seeing the contribution points on it, even the titled Divine General revealed a look of surprise on his face. Contribution points, 590,000. Level 5 Divine City. Hearing this number, everyone's face changed. They looked at Qi Wei in disbelief. Qi Wei was very regretful. He was only 10,000 contribution points away from a 9th-class divine city. However, an 8th-class divine city was also good enough. At this moment, the divine general finished calculating. He said, according to the ranking rules, the first place reward will increase by 3 levels. The second place reward will increase by 2 levels. The third place reward will increase by 1 level. Qi Wei will get an 8th-class divine city. Seni will get a 6th-class divine city. Xinlin will get a 4th-class divine city. Xinlin was angry. She didn't expect the two of them to get so much. Xavier, on the other hand, was very regretful. He was ranked 4th and didn't get any reward. Looking at the smile on Qi Wei's face, Seni said in disbelief, "Why do you have so many contribution points?" Qi Wei smiled faintly. "I killed a lot of enemies." Everyone knew that in that world, killing a lot of enemies was useless. There were even some who couldn't get any contribution points. Only by killing enemies of a higher level could one get more contribution points. Chapter 26:17. The sudden appearance of these people attracted quite a bit of attention. Everyone turned to look at the team that had suddenly appeared. At the moment, their 23 teams only had 300 people in total. But the team in front of them had nearly 200 people. In addition, they all had powerful auras. If they weren't false gods, then they were divine envoys. Kchem. Seeing this team, the titled general's expression changed slightly. He felt that this team was different. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Qian looked around, then bowed to the titled general on the stage with an apologetic expression. Yi Qian, it's you. You're still alive. Seeing Yi Qian appear, Sina looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. Especially when he saw the people beside Yi Qian. It was as if they hadn't lost anything in this trial. The others in the crowd were also in disbelief. They'd mocked Yi Qian for bringing the least people, but she'd gone in with the same people, and came out with the same people. Why can't I live? Yi Qian looked at Sina and asked. Sina snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Hatred appeared in Xin Lin's eyes. Yi Qian's appearance made her very unhappy. Plus, Yi Qian hadn't lost anything, which made her very uncomfortable. Seeing Sina's expression, Yang Wei's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Xavier wasn't surprised. How could a divine lady die so easily? But soon, he found a problem. He couldn't see the skeleton in the crowd. Where's the skeleton? That strange existence could be seen at a glance, but now he couldn't see it. He can't be dead, right? Yang Wei looked around. Sina's gaze quickly swept around. Sure enough, he didn't see the skeleton. He seemed to think of a possibility, and shock appeared on his face. Give me your token, said the titled general. Yi Qian nodded, took out the token, and walked forward. Xin Lin mocked and ridiculed, with so few people, even if they come back alive, how many contribution points can they get? Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, many people agreed. They had too few people. Perhaps they couldn't even get 100,000 contribution points. This was the minimum requirement to get a divine city. Yi Qian smiled but didn't say anything. Monk and the others didn't say anything. The oracle took the token and injected his energy into it. The next moment, a number appeared on the token. The oracle was stunned when he saw the number. He couldn't believe it. He blinked and stared at the token again. Then, he blinked again and repeated the process. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Can't you see the numbers? My good sixth sister, don't tell me you didn't get a single contribution. Her words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Facing the laughter from all around, Yi Qian remained silent and didn't retort. She was in a good mood. In fact, it should be said that she was in a very good mood. She didn't want to argue with the other party. Moreover, that person had returned. Her heart was filled with light. Even if she did not gain anything this time, she was willing and happy. She didn't even mind giving out the contribution points she had earned this time. Because she was too happy, too happy. This was the first time in more than 5,000 years that she had been so happy. In this case, she naturally wouldn't lower herself to Xin Lin's level. She wouldn't lower herself to the same level as the others, lest they say that she was narrow-minded. She told herself to be magnanimous. The oracle's expression was very strange. Then, he handed the token to the immortal general. After seeing the contribution points, the immortal general was shocked for the first time. He didn't report the value immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Qian and said, "Where did this token come from?" Yi Qian said, "When we left that world, it fell from the sky." The immortal general nodded and didn't say anything. He was lost in thought. The people around who were laughing felt that something was wrong. They looked at the immortal general. Even if there was no contribution points, the immortal general shouldn't have such an expression. They saw the immortal general frowning and thinking. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Obviously, he had encountered something difficult to solve. How many contribution points are there? 1 million. Everyone guessed. Even if there were 1 million contribution points, the immortal general should just follow the rules. He shouldn't have such an expression. Just as everyone was confused, Yi Qian asked curiously, "Immortal general, how many contribution points are there?" The others were also curious. The immortal general glanced at Yi Qian and said, "I have never encountered such a thing. I believe the others haven't either. I can tell you the contribution points, but we need to discuss the specific reward." Yi Qian nodded and said, "Immortal general, please tell me the contribution points." The immortal general said, "The contribution points are 9. 99 million. What? As soon as the immortal general's voice fell, it caused an uproar. More than 9 million contribution points. How is that possible? Even if we kill all the creatures from the alternate space in the trial ground, it's impossible to get more than 9 million contribution points, right? Moreover, even if we add up the contribution points of all 23 of them, we won't be able to reach this value. If this value is correct, what level of reward should be given? Cheating. This must be cheating. My lord, this value is wrong. It must be cheating. While they were shocked, the divine princes all clasped their fists at the immortal general and said solemnly. The immortal general was in a dilemma. He obviously didn't dare to believe that the value was correct, but the rules of that world were already very perfect. There was definitely a basis for this value. Therefore, he looked at Yi Qian and said, although this value is 99 million, I believe it's not a value that you should get. As soon as the immortal general's voice fell, everyone nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. There couldn't be a mistake. Now, even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this value. However, the immortal general's next words made their faces turn ugly. I believe that the real value you got should be more than this. This is the limit that the token value can reach, so the value stopped here. As soon as this was said, it caused an even greater uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. The immortal general said again, "Can you tell me how you got these contribution points?" Hearing this, Yi Qian's eyes became moist. She looked at the immortal general and said, "To be honest, only a little of these contribution points were obtained by us. Most of the other contribution points were obtained by one of my guards." Just a guard? The immortal general looked at Yi Qian in disbelief. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Yes, that guard of mine is very unique. His combat power is very strong. This time, he entered as my guardian. He's a skeleton without a physical body, but after entering, we found out that he could get extra rewards for killing those creatures from another dimension." Extra rewards? The immortal general's expression changed when he heard this. Yes, he could get extra rewards for killing a level 9 creature. When we first saw him, we were very shocked. However, we guessed that his soul level should be very low, but his combat power should be very strong, said Yi Qian. Those who knew about the skeleton's existence became very upset when they heard this. If killing a level 9 creature could give extra rewards, then how much extra reward would the skeleton get for killing a level 1 or level 2 false god in one strike? In fact, the real contribution points weren't much, only a few 100,000. What was really amazing was the extra contribution points, which was the original intention of the trial. "And then?" asked the immortal general. Yi Qian said, "Then we didn't do anything. After that, it was my skeleton guard who killed the enemies. He killed the level 9 creature, killed the divine servants, 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 killed a level 1 creature, then a level 2 creature, and a level 3 creature." Everyone was very shocked when they heard this. They finally guessed why there were so many contribution points. Just killing a level 3 divine servant alone would give a very scary amount of reward. The immortal general understood the source of the high reward, so he looked at Yi Qian and asked, "Then what about your guard?" Yi Qian was very sad when she heard this. Tears welled up in her eyes. "In the last battle, we met 2 level 5 creatures and 1 level 6 creature. My guard killed a level 5 creature and seriously injured another level 5 creature. Then, he fought a level 6 creature. For us, he died together with the level 6 creature." There was an uproar all around again. He would be rewarded for killing a level 9 monster, but he had already killed a level 5 or 6 monster. Just killing these 2 monsters alone would give him more than 1 million contribution points. If this wasn't a lie, then how strong was her guard? Everyone was shocked, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was already dead. Otherwise, he would have been a difficult opponent. Sina and the other 3 also had the same thought. They looked at each other and saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. They had provoked the skeleton before, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that he could take a level 6 creature down with him. Sina's expression became more and more unsightly. Everything was going wrong. Looking at Yi Qian's sad expression, the immortal general said, "This is indeed regrettable, but you were lucky to be able to come out. Are these contribution points counted?" Yi Qian asked, on the verge of tears. She looked very pitiful, but in fact, she was very happy. This was just a story. Even if the skeleton died, she wouldn't be too sad, because the main character was alive. These contribution points were exchanged by you, so of course they count. However, the rules didn't say what reward should be given for so many contribution points, so I have to go and discuss it. Then I'll have to trouble you, Immortal General. The Immortal General nodded slightly, then took the contribution medallion and disappeared. The gazes of the surrounding people instantly fell on Yi Qian. "You're quite lucky. That skeleton is dead, but you're still alive," Sina said coldly. "My luck has always been good. Who knows, maybe I'll meet other guards later." Yi Qian looked at Sina and smiled. Sina clearly understood the meaning behind Yi Qian's words. The other party had 2 bodyguards, and both of them had caused him to suffer greatly. His expression became even more unsightly, and Yi Qian's smile became even more detestable in his eyes. Soon, the immortal general returned. He looked at Yi Qian and said, "This amount of contribution points still counts, but I'm sorry. We can't convert it to your original level. After some discussion, we've decided to give you a level 9 general city. In addition, we'll also give you some high-quality divine crystals as compensation." Chapter 26:18. After hearing the amount of contribution points Yi Qian received, everyone guessed that Yi Qian's reward would not be small, but they did not expect that it would be a level 9 general city. Wasn't this reward a little too high? Moreover, not only was it the highest reward in history, but it was also divine crystals as compensation. Why? The other divine sons and divine daughters were very unwilling. But they knew very well why all this was happening. It was because Yi Qian had received too many contribution points, so much so that it had reached the limit of that world. According to the rules of the reward, it was not too much to give the other party a heavenly god city for 1 million to increase 1 level. If this happened to them, they would definitely use their family connections to put pressure on this titled divine general and get the biggest reward. Now that the other party had offered a level 9 general city as a reward, it proved that there was still room for negotiation. They would definitely fight for a higher level city as a reward. No matter whether the divine general accepted it or not, this was the attitude they should express. Unfortunately, this kind of thing did not happen to them, so they were very unwilling and uncomfortable. They felt that the reward was too high. Perhaps this was human nature. It was the same for the Shun clan. Yi Qian was naturally satisfied with this reward. Even if the other party did not give her a reward, she would still be happy and would not argue. At this time, she was just a little curious, so she asked, "How many divine crystals will the divine general give as a reward?" This curious question, in the eyes of the others, clearly showed that she was dissatisfied and was ready to bargain. They cursed in their hearts for being shameless, and then they were very curious about how many divine crystals the divine general would give as a reward. 100,000 high-quality divine crystals, the divine general said. When the others heard this, they all gasped. This reward was really too great, and they could not help but feel jealous. But in the depths of their hearts, there was another voice. If it were them, they would not agree, because the reward was too little. "Thank you, divine general." Yi Qian nodded in satisfaction and thanked him gratefully. The divine general nodded at Yi Qian in response, a rare smile on his face. His hanging heart was relieved. In fact, he thought that the other party would bargain, so he had already made some concessions. He did not expect the other party to agree directly. Before giving her the reward, he first understood Yi Qian's identity and knew that she was the daughter of the heavenly pagoda battle deity. He even knew that the pagoda battle god loved his daughter very much. However, his daughter was not very friendly to him. As such, they couldn't afford to be negligent. Hence, they gave Yi Qian as much reward as they could and prepared to bargain. "Keep this well. The divine crystals are in this city. There's a total of 110,000 of them." A palm-sized divine city appeared in the hands of the divine general. Above the divine city, divine light lingered, and a powerful aura was released from the divine city. It was clear that the titled Divine General had added another 10,000. Thank you, Divine General. Yi Qian thanked him again and accepted the general-grade divine city. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared enviously at the general-level divine city in Yi Qian's hands. Their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and even hatred. Ch, as expected of someone with a low-grade bloodline. You really don't seem to have seen the world. Looking at the joy on Yi Qian's face, Xinlin was so angry that she could not help mocking her. However, she didn't notice her own expression when she mocked Yi Qian. Her eyes were filled with greed, as if she couldn't wait to see through the divine city. She does look like she hasn't seen the world. However, it's understandable when you think about her bloodline. The other divine sons and divine daughters also chuckled. Their faces were full of mockery, but the greed in their eyes couldn't be wiped away. Mockery also flashed across Ji Wei's eyes. However, this mockery was directed at these divine sons and divine daughters. He had once called Sina and the others idiots and trash. This thought hadn't changed in his mind. If they didn't have the status of divine sons, they would be worthless. How could such people be compared to people like them, who had climbed up step by step from the bottom? In terms of intelligence and scheming, both he and Yi Qian were superior to these divine cities. Unfortunately, their birth was so noble that they stood at an extremely high position the moment they were born. Yi Qian ignored the mockery around her. She put away the general-grade city and returned to the team. At this moment, the titled Divine General said, Ji Wei, 2nd place. Reward, Grade 7 City. He reached out and a divine city appeared in his hand. Although it was also surrounded by divine light, its aura was much weaker than Yi Qian's. Ji Wei stepped forward, took the divine city, and thanked him. Why? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Xinlin who spoke. If Ji Wei was 2nd, then Sina was 3rd. Xinlin, who was originally 3rd, was about to become 4th. However, she wouldn't get any rewards. Yi Qian is 1st, the titled Divine General said. But she came late. The rankings have already been arranged. Xinlin said unhappily. What are you doing? This is the rule. What rule? If you don't give me an explanation, I will report this to my father when I return. Let's see what punishment you will receive for targeting a divine daughter, Xinlin said resentfully. When the titled Divine General heard this, he cupped his fists and said, If the Tower Battle Divine God thinks that we have handled this matter wrongly, we will accept any punishment. You! Xinlin glared at the titled Divine General. The titled Divine General ignored Xinlin and said, Sina, reward, Grade 5 Divine City. Many thanks. Sina received the Divine City and thanked him. After that, other divine envoys distributed the divine cities to everyone according to their rank. After receiving the divine city, Xinlin glared at Yi Qian with resentment. She thinks that Yi Qian harmed her. Actually, she doesn't really care about the difference in divine city. She just can't swallow this anger. Moreover, it was in Yi Qian's place. Yi Qian, I am not finished with you. Xinlin glared at Yi Qian and coldly said. If you really have the ability, then I will wait for you. Yi Qian glanced at Xinlin and indifferently said. The titled Divine General looked at everyone and said, The rewards have been given to you. Next, you can develop your own forces. Only when you become stronger, divine race will also become stronger. As for where to place the divine city, that will be up to you. I believe that you already have a decision in your heart. I will not explain it here. Next, the titled Divine General said some very official words and then announced the end of the trial. Finally, he looked forward to everyone's growth. Divine cities are under the jurisdiction of divine race. All divine cities must be reported to the divine realm. Only the cities that have been reported can receive protection from divine race in times of crisis. The trial ended like this. Everyone prepared to leave. Wait. At this moment, Yongwei loudly said, I have some things to ask everyone. Everyone can leave after a while. The other deities and goddesses only glanced at Yongwei with mocking smiles on their faces. A mere adopted son of a divine god. What qualifications does he have to order them around? Everyone prepared to leave. The titled divine general glanced at Sina and the others, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Although his position in the divine realm was very high, in the end, he couldn't compare to his father. Therefore, after knowing that something might happen, he left first. After he left, the other 4 divine envoys also left. Next, they can do whatever they want. After all, the trial was over. If you dare to leave, kill without mercy. Now that the divine general had left, Yongwei was no longer worried and said coldly. The other divine sons and divine daughters all turned around and glared at Yongwei. We just want to ask some questions. It will be over soon, Sina said at this moment. Everyone was unwilling to cooperate. Or rather, they didn't cooperate at all. Moreover, they could already see that Yongwei was one of Sina's hired thugs. Yi Qian ignored them and turned around. Let's go. Wait. Yongwei came forward and stared at the people behind Yi Qian with a cold expression. What are you waiting for? Are you not convinced and want to fight? Monk looked at Yongwei and said coldly. Yongwei ignored Monk and looked at Yi Qian. Your people don't seem to have suffered any losses. Yi Qian said coldly, why do my people have to suffer losses? Aren't skeletons losses? That's true. But I didn't see you in the second area, Yongwei said. Idiot, we already got an opportunity in the first area. Why do we need to go to the second area? On the other hand, you fools, what have you obtained this time? There are almost no dead people left. The monk said coldly. Yongwei snorted and turned around to leave. Clearly, these people didn't reach the second area. Thus, they didn't have any conflict of interest. This was true because they didn't see Yi Qian and the others. If they had seen them, their people wouldn't have suffered no losses. Thus, Yi Qian left with her people. As for the others, they continued to stay. As for how serious this matter would become, Yi Qian didn't care. If possible, she didn't want to see these people ever again. Next, they had to consider the next question. Now that the trial was over, where should they go? Yi Qian thought for a moment, then turned to Toby and said, you all return to the divine city first. Wait for my orders. Yes. Toby and the others nodded. The people of the Moon Wolf bloodline and Toby's people left. Only the craftsman ancestor and the others from the Lifestar were left. Yi Qian looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Craftsman ancestor, where do you plan to go? We want to go back to the Lifestar to take a look, the craftsman ancestor said. That's good. When you want to come to the divine world, you can go to the divine city to find Toby. After that, the people brought by the craftsman ancestor also left. They hadn't returned to the Lifestar for a long time. Wuji also left. Wuji's cellmates also left. After that, Su Mengyaro and the others stayed. It was unknown if Monk and the others had any thoughts of leaving. In short, the 4 women wouldn't leave because Zi Chen was still here. Yi Qian looked at the others and said, let's go to the 10th area. Chapter 26:19. The 10th domain. What is that place? The group started to use the teleportation formation in the city to move forward. During this time, Shadowless and Zi Chen returned to his world. Zi Chen did not appear. In the divine realm, there are a total of 9 gods. They each control a domain. Other than the 9 domains controlled by the 9 gods, there is a domain that is not controlled by anyone. That is the domain of the fallen god. However, it has now become the chaotic 10th domain. I want to put the city there. The other sons and daughters of God would choose to set up camp in the domain controlled by their parents. This way, they would be able to obtain a lot of help when developing their forces. However, Yi Qian and the tower battling god were estranged. Hence, she would not seek protection there. No one had any opinion on where to develop their forces. Hence, they followed Yi Qian. This is your world. In Zi Chen's world, Shadowless looked around in shock. Zi Chen nodded. At this moment, he was in his true body. Shadowless could clearly feel his heaven-defying soul that belonged to the Lifestar. This world is almost perfect. It's really amazing. Feeling the aura flowing in the air and the rules of this world, Shadowless let out a heartfelt exclamation. Bringing Shadowless around this world had already recovered. All kinds of strange creatures were appearing. After a while, Chen said embarrassedly, "Originally, I brought you out to let you see the outside world. However, we will have to postpone it for now. I hope you can help us with something at this time." "What is it?" Shadowless turned around and asked. "When we reach the outskirts of the 10th domain, I want to trouble you to find out which place has the most creatures from the other space. Of course, it means that there are more mother nests. We will set up camp there. After all, once we put down the divine city, it will be very troublesome to put it away again," Chen said. Actually, this was a problem that he had thought about for a long time. When he wanted Shadowless to come out, he also had this idea. After all, no one could discover him. He could go anywhere he wanted, including the nests of the mother nests. Chen even thought that if he entered the deep abyss of the Lightning God Palace, those hurricanes would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After repeated teleportations, Chen quickly arrived at the 10th domain. After that, she went to a huge divine city. That was the core of the 10th domain. All the divine cities would report here. After showing her the goddess token, the god emissary in charge of arranging the god city's reports politely brought her to the map of the god realm. On the map, a few areas were specially marked. Those areas were categorized as especially dangerous, high, medium, low, normal, and other similar levels of danger. The so-called danger here was that the creatures from another dimension were numerous and strong, and the Protoss rarely set foot here. Chen looked at the particularly dangerous area and asked, "If we choose this area, is there anything we need to pay special attention to? It can't be more than 10,000 miles away from the nearest city. If it's too far away, it'll be very troublesome to build a teleportation array between cities. Of course, if you insist on not building a teleportation array, it's not a big deal. Very few people go there," the person in charge said. "Didn't you say that the establishment of the teleportation array must be reported?" Chen asked. "That's for the other 9 regions. This region doesn't have too many restrictions. However, if you don't build a teleportation array, you won't be protected. Of course, you won't have to pay the management fee on time. There are pros and cons, but I have to remind you that this area is very dangerous. Very few people go there in the first place. Even if someone does go, it's too dangerous, so they choose to give up on the city. Therefore, there are many divine cities there, but very few of them can develop. Under normal circumstances, even god generals don't want to set foot there. Let me think about it. If the location is confirmed, can I inform you to build the teleportation array? In theory, yes. However, that area is too dangerous. No one can guarantee that the nearby cities won't be attacked. It might take a long time to find a divine formation master to build the teleportation array." From the other party's tone, it was obvious that they were very afraid of that area. Even divine formation masters weren't willing to go there. Chen bid farewell and left. She planned to go take a look herself. After several teleportations, Chen appeared. He was the god emissary's clone, and he had changed his appearance. "When we reach the outer region, Shadowless will go and check it out. If there's anything valuable, we'll stay there," Chen said. The others didn't have any objections. As long as they could grow and fight, they could stay anywhere. Moreover, after experiencing the uniqueness of the mother nest, they naturally wanted to hunt more. This way, their cultivation speed would naturally increase. It was worth mentioning that Monk and the others were now god emissaries, the same level as Chen. The reason for their rapid improvement was all because of the mother nest. Chen increasingly felt that this was a shortcut to increasing his strength. Of course, Monk, Demon Ape, and the others still didn't know that Skeleton was Chen. At the beginning of the teleportation, the cities they arrived at were all very large, very lively, and very stable. However, after a few long-distance teleportations, the cities they arrived at became smaller and more dilapidated. In the last few teleportations, the cities were very dilapidated, and there were very few people. Every time they appeared, the people in the city would look at them with an inexplicable gaze. In the end, the places they arrived at could no longer be described as cities. They should be described as castles. In these castles, there were less than 100 people. It seems that this place is indeed dangerous. There's almost no development in these cities, and there are so few people. However, as they moved forward, they could still see some people. These people looked very confident and high-spirited. They should be god emissaries who had obtained a city and wanted to make a name for themselves. In the realm of the gods, all god emissaries could obtain a divine city, not limited to god's sons and goddesses. The only difference was that other god emissaries had to exchange for a divine city with contribution points and divine crystals. These god's sons and goddesses could obtain a divine city for free as long as they participated in a trial. There were many cities here. It could be seen that there were many confident god emissaries who wanted to open up a territory here and create a miracle. Unfortunately, they all failed. Finally, after several teleportations, they arrived at the border. This was the furthest city so far. When they arrived, they found that the city was dark. This was a small castle as usual. The city's protective barrier was fully activated, but there were too many creatures from different dimensions gathered around. They were so densely packed that the castle could only be illuminated by the light of the barrier. Looking at this scene, Yi Qian said, "It seems that this place is more dangerous than we thought." Then, the group walked outside. At the entrance, there were 2 veterans guarding. They were probably the only people in the city. They were only divine servants, leaning against the door listlessly. When the group arrived, they stood up and looked at them. "Are you planning to open up a city here? I advise you to forget about it. This city will be captured soon. When that time comes, you won't even have backup." One of the veterans kindly advised. "We're just here to take a look." As they spoke, the group walked out of the barrier. "This city is about to fall. Don't go too far. Before the city is destroyed, I will send a message," said the veteran. "Thank you." The group walked out. As soon as they walked out of the barrier, Yi Qian's body surged with divine light, forming a wave of fluctuation that spread out. This fluctuation spread out, but it didn't immediately send the creatures from different dimensions flying. It only made them retreat. Although many died during this period, it was far less deadly than other places. Then, Zi Chen and the others appeared. After they appeared, they didn't say a word and kept attacking, creating a passage. Boom! A powerful god's palm converged in front of them. Wherever the palm passed, creatures from different dimensions were sent flying. Soon, a passage appeared, and the group appeared one after another. After coming out, they found that there were still many creatures from different dimensions in their line of sight. However, they didn't stop and continued to fly forward. During this period, there were many creatures from different dimensions chasing after them. In the sky and on the ground, there were black masses everywhere. Sure enough, it was difficult to expand here. Killing these creatures from different dimensions can get some materials. These materials can be exchanged for divine crystals. During this period, the God realm will also give some contribution points. While moving forward, Yi Qian said, however, most of the creatures from different dimensions don't have the materials that the God realm needs. Most of the creatures from different dimensions in this place have them, but they are stronger. Everyone present knew this. In the previous world, they had obtained a lot of resources from the creatures from different dimensions. There were even special energy crystals. Looking at the densely packed creatures from different dimensions behind them, Zi Chen said, "It seems that this is a good place, but I don't know if there is a mother nest." As they spoke, they continued to fly forward. After traveling for about 10,000 miles, they suddenly turned around and saw a divine light fly into the sky and then explode, sending out a wave of fluctuation. It was the signal sent by the veteran of the city. The city was about to fall. So fast. Zi Chen, who turned back, was stunned. It had only been half a day, and the city was about to be destroyed. At this time, the group obviously wouldn't turn back. Keep moving forward. Yi Qian didn't stop. She had a level 9 general city. In addition to its high level, the city defense array was also of high quality, so there was no need to worry about the city being destroyed by creatures from different dimensions. After flying forward for tens of thousands of miles, they were surrounded by creatures from different dimensions. Helpless, Zi Chen said, Shadowless, please look around. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Shadowless left. The rest of you, follow me to the world. After saying that, Zichen opened up his own world, enveloping everyone together. After seeing this world, Monk and the others were stunned. Chapter 2620. This was a world that seemed very familiar to them. Even the laws contained in this world felt very familiar to them. It was the principle of the Life Star. They felt like they were back on the Life Star. Skeleton, you have a world. Tyrant raked his eyes around, feeling surprised. Why is the aura of this world the same as the aura of our world? What do you think? Zichen smiled. Divine light flickered on his body, and he turned into Zichen. You're Zichen. Tyrant rolled his eyes, looking at Zichen disbelievingly. Mo Yuan and the others were also astounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It's fake, it must be fake. How could Zichen be a member of the God Clan? He's the one who defies the natural order of the Life Star. You skeleton, why do you want to turn into Zichen? Tell me, what do you want? Tyrant shouted, his eyes gazing at Zichen of the God Clan. You bald bastard, why can't I be a member of the God Clan? Who set the rule that I have to be a member of the Life Star? However, at this moment, another voice arose from behind them. It was a smiling voice. Everybody turned around and saw another Zichen. This Zichen in front of them had the aura of the Life Star. He smiled at them kindly and excitedly. You. Tyrant rolled his eyes, looking at this Zichen. He could sense that they were the same, but their auras were different. How could there be two Zichen? At this moment, Su Mengyaro couldn't control her emotions anymore. She ran towards Zichen. Zichen hugged her. Su Mengyaro cried, hugging Zichen tightly. When she got the news of Zichen's death, she was desperate. Zichen gently patted her back. It's okay. I'm back. The other women were also shedding tears. Yi Chen was included. However, there were too many people at the moment, so they didn't immediately pounce on Zichen. This was mainly because they already knew that Zichen's soul had awakened, so they were able to suppress the excitement in their hearts. I told you that you wouldn't die. How can a scourge like you die? Tyrant's expression also became incomparably excited. Such a big divine world is waiting for us to bring disaster to it. Countless mother nests are waiting for us to refine. The demonic ape, Zhong Haotian, LV Peng, Longhu, and the others were extremely excited too. This time, they were all alive, but Zichen was nowhere to be seen. They had bad guesses in their hearts, so they rarely talked about Zichen when they were chatting. It wasn't that he didn't miss her, but he didn't want others to be sad. Now, Zichen was still alive. Skeleton was Zichen. With Zichen's return, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Therefore, the monk said boldly, it's rare for us to get together, so this is a good time to drink. Do you have wine? Zichen shook his head. No, I don't. He had always been a skeleton, and he couldn't even eat anything. How could he have wine? He had wine in his world, but at the moment he had fallen into the abyss, he had nothing left in his world. Phut, what a bummer. The monk snorted, but the smile on his face didn't diminish. I'm going to the city to buy some, said Yi Chen. No need, Zichen smiled, I'm already happy to see you all safe. Moreover, you're the goddess. How could I let you come here? Obviously, this was Zichen's joke, and everyone laughed along. However, they had to admit that Yi Chen, the goddess, was the reason why they could reach this step. For Zichen to be able to leave so smoothly, he had to thank Yi Chen the most. Even the entire Life Star had to thank Yi Chen. Because of Yi Chen, Shi Yang had been able to borrow people from the Star Passage during the war. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, Zichen might not have been able to reach this height. He might not have been able to protect his Life Star and suppress the foreign races during the war. Although Shi Yang had saved Yi Chen, he owed Yi Chen more than this favor. Putting the past aside, everyone had to thank Yi Chen for reaching the divine realm and breaking through. If Yi Chen hadn't opened the door to the divine realm for them, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Even the craftsman ancestor, who had the strength of rank 4, wouldn't have been able to reach the divine realm by himself. I have wine here, But I don't have food. Shangguan Yu opened her mouth and took out a lot of wine. This was something she had prepared for Zichen. She had kept it in her world for a long time. Different from the monk and the rest, the four girls didn't encounter any danger in the lightning divine palace. Therefore, they were still in their original world. Looking at the space that appeared, Yi Qian said in shock, "This is your world. You can open it here?" En. Shangguan Yu nodded lightly. Yi Qian looked at the others with a questioning gaze. Yi Qian was surprised to see that the others had also opened up their own worlds. You can't open it outside, but you can open it here. This should be related to Zichen's world. The monk opened his own world as well. However, there was nothing in his world. There was only endless Buddhist light and chanting. It was a Buddhist world. Yi Qian said regretfully, "Seems like this is the uniqueness of the life star. After becoming a god's envoy, my world disappeared. Now, there are only energy elixirs. For the existence of life stars, the biggest miracle was to have their own world. With this world, they would have many means. There's quite a lot to eat in this world. Zhong Haotian, let's go catch some food." The monk's gaze fell on the distance. There were living creatures that had turned into small beasts jumping around. Zichen is the ruler of this world. He can catch all the small beasts with just a thought. Why would he need to go out of his way to catch them? Zhong Haotian said. Only then would it be fun. This Lord Zhang likes to do it himself. The monk ran out and the devil ape followed him. Because there were many people, Xing Chen, Longhu, and the others also went to help. Soon, the fire rose and the aroma spread. Good wine and good meat. It was so satisfying. Regarding this, Zichen felt a little guilty. Shadowless went to find opportunities for them, but they just ate, drank, and chatted. During this time, they couldn't help reminiscing about the past. They talked about their regrets and their great achievements. For example, the monk mentioned the first time he met Zichen. At that time, he was much stronger than Zichen. He easily broke all the bones in his body. Every time he talked about this, the monk was very proud. This should be the only achievement he could be proud of after fighting with Zichen for so many years. Oh yeah, since your world can be opened, why don't we let those creatures from the other space in? If we bring them into this world, won't we have the final say? The monk's eyes suddenly brightened as he said directly. The others also looked at Zichen. Apparently, they agreed with him. Let me try. Zichen's heart moved. He saw his world open and connected to the outside world. The pursuing creatures from another spacetime suddenly lost their target, and all of them were stunned, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Some dispersed, while others were still around. The surrounding space suddenly began to distort. A space passage appeared out of thin air. They looked at the passage curiously and slowly walked toward it. Almost without any hesitation, they walked into the passage. The other creatures from the other space also walked in one after another. Under everyone's gaze, the creatures from the other space appeared at the opening of the passage. When they arrived, they looked confused, as if they were a little surprised by this strange world. But very quickly, they saw Zichen and the rest sitting at the table, and they all rushed towards them. They once again showed their cruel side. However, this time around, they only managed to travel several thousand meters before coming to a stop. They were all emitting a bright light, standing there motionlessly. That was the light of the rules. In Zichen's world, he was the ruler. All the rules revolved around him. He had the final say here. With a thought, these creatures from the other space were suppressed by the rules and couldn't move. All the creatures from the other space who walked into this world were frozen in place. Moreover, this world was big enough that Zichen could use this space at will. Therefore, although these creatures from the other space kept coming in, there wouldn't be a crowded situation between them. Yi Qian and the others all stood up and looked at the increasing number of creatures from the other space who couldn't move at all. Their eyes were shining as if they had discovered a new world. Looking at those frozen creatures from the other space, the monk said, "If this continues, your world will become a killing machine. You can kill creatures from the other space at any time. No matter how many creatures there are, they won't be able to catch up to your killing speed. Zichen nodded and said, "In theory, that is indeed the case." As soon as he finished speaking, bolts of lightning flashed in the sky and fell on the creatures from the alternate spacetime. The lightning was filled with the destructive rules. They lost all their vitality and fell one after another. They all died in an instant. After seeing this scene, Yi Qian smiled and said, "It seems that we need to hire some people to collect materials." The demon ape next to her said, "No need to deliberately look for them." As soon as his words fell, his body flashed with black light. Hundreds of demon ape clones appeared and walked towards the dead creatures from the other space. During this period, each of them had a sharp energy blade in their hands and began to decompose the useful things on the creatures from the other space. It seems that this especially dangerous area is a paradise for people like us. They all laughed, their eyes filled with longing for a beautiful future. Outside the original city, a black mass of creatures from the other space enveloped the place. Among these creatures from the other space, there was a different existence. It was half human, taller than the castle, like a mountain. It held a huge mace in its hand and smashed it down at the city below. Every time it smashed, the light barrier would tremble violently. In the light barrier, the two veterans looked at the scene above them with shocked expressions. "Let's go, they definitely won't be able to return. This place is about to be broken, this big guy is too scary." The two retreated to the teleportation formation and entered it. As the two of them disappeared, cracks appeared on the teleportation array. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded and collapsed. The teleportation formation was destroyed. This was something that had to be done. This city had to be abandoned. Boom. In the sky, the light barrier was smashed. The city was broken. Chapter 26-21. The light on the castle dimmed and finally shattered. Like a broken crystal, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. These spacetime creatures immediately rushed into the city and destroyed everything that they could. After the destruction, they would occupy this place and use it as a nest. Some of them would stay in this nest, and some of them would continue to destroy another city. It was as if their appearance was to destroy. Constant destruction. The tall creature walked into the castle with a single step. When it took its second step, its body began to shrink until it was the size of an ordinary creature. While it was transforming, the mace in its hand was also transforming. It entered the castle and walked into the depths of the castle with familiarity. In the center, it saw a wall. It raised the mace and smashed it against the wall. Boom. Boom. Once, twice, the wall was smashed, and gravel flew everywhere. A large space appeared behind the wall, and in that space, there was a bright ball of light. "How dare you come here?" As the wall was smashed open, a voice came from the ball of light. A light flew out from the ball of light and turned into a person. "This is a soul, it should be the owner of this castle." The creature didn't speak, it raised the mace and smashed it again. This time, it only smashed once, and the soul shadow was scattered. Then it opened its mouth and sucked the soul shadow into its stomach. After swallowing these soul shadows, it burped, and its body released a strong light. Then it turned around and left, but after a few steps, it returned and smashed the mace again. Boom. The ball of light shattered, and cracks appeared around the wall. The city was completely destroyed. At the core of the 10th domain, there were many dots of light. Each dot of light represented a city. At this moment, another light spot disappeared. The person in charge glanced at the disappearing light spot, and after seeing the area where the other party was, he smiled and said, "Another one is gone." In a particularly dangerous area, this kind of disappearance of light spots is very normal. Looking at the speed of the demonic ape's avatars disintegrating, the monk shook his head and said, "No, your speed is still too slow." After saying that, his body was surrounded by golden light, and avatars appeared one by one. This is the Arhat avatar. After these clones appeared, they joined in as well. Immediately after, the others also displayed their abilities. "It seems this method won't work. We need to hire others to help," Yi Qian said, looking ahead. "But first, we need a place to stay. Then, we need to build a teleportation array. Otherwise, no one will be able to come here," Zichen said. "That's true. We can only continue like this for now. Yi Chen nodded. She looked at Zi Chen and asked, "What's up with that avatar of yours?" "It's a soul derived from the heaven god's bone, and it's under my control." Hearing Zi Chen's words, the surrounding people all turned to look at him in shock. At first, they thought that Zi Chen had used the soul of a heaven-defying being to simulate a divine avatar in order to confuse the world. However, from the looks of it now, not only was that not the case, the origin of this clone was also not to be underestimated. After that, Zi Chen explained in detail what had happened after they left the first district. And the birth of the deity's soul. "You even obtained quite a bit of regeneration god source. Where are they?" When the monk heard this, his eyes lit up. "Over there." Zi Chen pointed upwards. The space there was distorted and opened up. The rest of the regenerative divine source appeared. Seeing so many regeneration celestial sources, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, the regeneration divine source was calculated by drops, but there was still a large pool of regeneration divine source here. At this moment, there was a sheathed saber on one side of the regeneration god source, as well as the heavenly lightning wings. They were currently nourishing the soul. "So much. And it's only a quarter?" asked everyone in shock. Zi Chen nodded. "Yes, I used a lot back then, especially the heaven god's soul. It used up the most." "That's good stuff." At this moment, Tyrant tapped his foot and his body immediately soared into the air, heading straight for the regeneration divine origin. Buzz. Strands of law energy suddenly descended from the sky and landed on his body. The monk felt his body grow heavier and heavier. It was like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He was unable to soar, and he slowly fell to the ground. "I say, we haven't seen each other in a long time. It's not easy for us to meet. Aren't you being too stingy? Why can't you give me some regeneration god source to save my life? You'll be with me from now on. There's no need for regeneration god source to save your life for now," Zi Chen said with a smile. The others knew the monk's character very well, and they all laughed. After the first wave was cleaned up, the law energy descended from the sky and swept past the bodies of the spacetime creatures. Their bodies were immediately disintegrated by the law, turning into dust and disappearing from this world. In other words, they became nutrients for this world. Immediately after, Zi Chen opened another gap and continued to let in the second wave of spacetime creatures. They didn't have any intelligence. When they saw that the entrance was close, they quickly saw a large number of spacetime creatures. In the blink of an eye, the spacetime creatures were all gone. None of the creatures that entered came out. The surroundings were silent. It had to be said that this kind of killing method that could open up a world was too terrifying. In this way, no matter how many spacetime creatures there wouldn't be enough for Zi Chen to kill alone. The spacetime creature that broke through the city flew into the depths. On its body, the light was still shining. Moreover, the aura on its body was not very stable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. For humans, the mother nest was an opportunity, a great opportunity. However, for spacetime creatures, the divine city was also an opportunity. Especially in the depths of the divine city, the soul in the ball of light. That was not only the soul of the divine city's owner, but also the soul power that the divine city had accumulated over countless years. After this existence absorbed the soul, it had obtained a great opportunity. Next, it had to wait for its body to transform. As it moved forward, it saw a huge open area. It was rare to see such an open area without any other creatures of its kind. In addition, the nearby existences also looked at the open area with a hint of doubt in their cruel eyes. It didn't care and flew forward. However, when it reached a certain place, it suddenly stopped and looked around. Time passed by little by little. After about 15 breaths, its eyes locked onto a certain direction. It took the mace and smashed it in that direction. Boom! It obviously smashed into the void, but it came into contact with a solid object, and there was a tremor. Its body was forcibly knocked back. While it was retreating, its eyes flashed, and its body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, its body became incomparably huge. Then, it raised the mace and smashed it in that direction again. Boom! Another rumbling sound rang out, and a black crack appeared in the space. However, the crack quickly healed. In Zichen's world, everyone was dissecting their harvest. During this time, laughter and cheers were constantly heard. Zichen was resurrected, and now his world was the nemesis of these space-time creatures. Everyone's future was very bright. Suddenly, a tremor came out, and the whole world trembled. What's going on? Several people raised their heads and looked around. This is Zichen's world. Why would there be a tremor? Someone is attacking outside. Zichen quickly sensed the reason, but just as his voice fell, another tremor came from outside this world. Finally, the barrier of this world was broken, and a strong force swept in. Wherever this force passed, the vitality in the surroundings disappeared. The grass and trees turned into dust, and the wetland turned back into sand. Swish! Zichen's figure flashed, and he disappeared from this world. As soon as his figure appeared, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping over. Then, he saw a giant with a mace in its hand smashing down. It can actually sense the location of my world. Zichen was shocked. Light lingered under his feet, and he used the 9 lightning passes, and quickly retreated. Boom! This time, the attack didn't hit the empty space. Instead, it landed on the ground. The ground trembled and cracked open. A gigantic fissure and a powerful chi rushed towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen saw the other party clearly. It was a big guy with half-human body, and it was very strong. Its realm was unknown, but it was definitely not something he could resist. Thus, without saying anything, he disappeared again. What happened? Seeing Zichen return, and his face was pale, everyone could not help but ask. A terrifying big guy came, and it can sense the location of my world. We have to go. As he spoke, his figure disappeared again. Entering the world, and appearing again, it seemed that there was no change, but Zichen's figure was already thousands of miles away. This was equivalent to using his own expanded world to teleport. This was his first experiment, and he only teleported thousands of miles. Behind him, a strong aura surged, and that powerful existence caught up. You can't catch up. Zichen turned back, looked in that direction, and disappeared again. When his figure reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. Then, with a few more teleportations, his figure completely disappeared. This was one of his world methods, and he could use it to teleport. But this way, there were pros and cons. Chapter 26-22. After several teleportations, Zichen reappeared and chose to fly away. It wasn't that he couldn't teleport, but he was worried that the other party would be able to detect the spatial fluctuations and chase after him. Even if he hid his world in space, the other party would still be able to sense it. As he teleported away, his world would immediately open up, and the fluctuations would be even larger. The other party would definitely be able to sense it. After running for nearly 10,000 miles, he finally stopped and entered his own world. The others were looking at him in surprise. It seems that even though I can open up my world at will, I can't do as I please here. That existence just now was too strong. It's not something we can deal with. Zichen said, the most important thing right now is to find a place to stay. The others nodded. That existence didn't chase after them. Perhaps it was because Zichen had completely shaken it off. After waiting for a long time and seeing that there were no abnormalities, they continued to kill other spacetime lifeforms. In the 10th region, the last teleportation formation in the most dangerous region, there were 4 people standing in a castle. According to their original plan, they could still teleport one more time. But 2 divine servants had just appeared and informed them that the city had been destroyed and the teleportation formation had been destroyed. Thus, Wei had no choice but to give up on teleporting and walk towards the city gates. Outside the city gates, there were many spacetime lifeforms gathered. Their numbers were shocking. They were constantly attacking the city's grand formation, and all kinds of roars could be heard. You really want to develop your power here? Sina looked at those spacetime lifeforms and his expression changed. He turned to look at Wei. Wei nodded. If you want to make a name for yourself in the divine world, this is the best place to start. But isn't this place too dangerous? Why don't you just go back? Can't you develop your power elsewhere? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wavering's mouth. Although the identity of the god's adopted son is indeed very intimidating in the god realm, this is not what I truly want. What I want is to gain the recognition of this world. I want everyone to know the name Yahweh, and not be the adopted son of God. His gaze was resolute as he gazed forward with lofty sentiments. Farewell, everyone. He cupped his fists towards the three of them and rushed out of the city. The other three stood there awkwardly. Although they were biological children and not adopted children, each of them had the label of the Son of God that could not be erased. Under normal circumstances, they considered this to be a supreme honor. However, after hearing Yahweh's words, their hearts began to waver. Who doesn't want to be recognized? Who doesn't want to be famous in the God realm? The three of them were only here to accompany Yahweh to take a look. They didn't really plan to develop their forces here. After all, Rocky had put in a lot of effort in this matter. Although he didn't get anything in the end and even offended a lot of people, the relationship between the four of them seemed to be slowly becoming harmonious. Although the people they had offended were all children of heavenly deities, they were not afraid at all. In fact, they were even secretly excited. After all, not everyone would dare to offend so many Empyrean gods' children at once. What do the two of you think? Sina turned to look at the two of them. The two of them hesitated and didn't say anything. From their expressions, it was clear that they were wavering. Sina looked outside the city. His towering figure had already disappeared. He sighed and said, "We have endless lives, but we have lost the courage to create miracles." The two of them raised their heads and looked at Sina. Rather than returning to our family's territory and continuing to become the children of heavenly deities and foolishly developing our forces, it would be better for us to make a big splash in this chaotic region. But if we fail, wouldn't we become a joke? Xavier said somewhat worriedly. After all, heavenly deities had more than one son. At least we've worked hard and tried a different fate. Even if we become a joke, we're still much better than those cowards. Goodbye. After saying that, Sina also rushed out. Those two madmen. Xin Lin coldly snorted as she watched Sina leave. Xin Lin, what should we do? Xavier looked at her. Bitch, they've all gone. Do you think we have to be afraid? At the very least, we're better than a foster son of a heavenly deity who has nothing. Let's go this time as well. I want to show my family that I, Xin Lin, am capable. At the very least, I'm better than that. After saying that, Xin Lin also walked out. Wait for me. Xavier followed. Yahweh, wait for me. Hearing Sina's voice from behind him, Yahweh turned around in surprise to see Sina following him. Why are you here? Yahweh's energy surged, and all the spacetime lifeforms that tried to attack him were blown away. I'm also a bit interested in this place. I want to see if there's a spot suitable for me, said Sina. Yahweh laughed. Don't joke around. This place isn't suitable for you. Sina unhappily said, What? If you don't believe me, I might be the son of a heavenly deity, but I also have a fiery and courageous heart. I'm still waiting for this place. That's right. There's still us. Xin Lin and Xavier also followed them. It had to be said that these four people who had once clashed with each other were now together after a series of events. Yahweh looked at the three of them and nodded. Then the four of them walked side by side. During this time, even more spacetime lifeforms attacked the four of them, but none of them returned. Zi Chen, who was tens of thousands of miles away, didn't know that the four of them had come here. He also didn't know that they were looking for a place to set up a city. Of course, the four of them also didn't know that Yi Qian had also brought her team here. After leaving the city, the four of them stopped roughly 5,000 miles away. During this time, they didn't see the destroyed city. They were probably going in the wrong direction. If they wanted to connect to other cities, they had to be within 5,000 miles. We're going to set up the first city nearby. Yahweh looked around, looking for a place to set up a city. The surrounding terrain was flat, so there was no need to deliberately choose a place. Xavier looked at Yahweh and said worriedly, What if we set up a city, but the original city is destroyed? If the city was destroyed, the teleportation formation would naturally disappear. Then no one would be able to teleport. It's just 5,000 miles away. If we work hard, there won't be any problems. Furthermore, we can send some people to kill enemies outside the city. As long as we can defend the city, it'll be fine. Once our city is set up, it won't be too difficult for them. The four of them agreed with Ya Wei's suggestion. Next, they had to discuss whose city they should set up. Ya Wei thought about it and said, let's arrange it according to the level of the cities. My city's level is the highest. If there's any danger, it'll be able to hold on for a long time. That's why my city will be at the outermost. Next will be Sina, then Xinlin. Xavier, we'll use your city here. The four of them had no objections to Ya Wei's arrangement. Once the cities were connected, the teleportation formation would be activated. Then the four cities would be connected and they would be able to support each other. We'll go in a straight line. Once we're well developed, when others arrive, we'll be able to extend from both sides. Ya Wei said. Xavier looked at the confident Ya Wei and asked, what if we fail? What if your city is breached? Sina and Xinlin also looked at Ya Wei. Right now, the only thing Ya Wei had was a level 7 city. If the city was breached, he would really be left with nothing. If the city is breached, then we'll work hard to exchange for another city and start anew. As long as we're alive, there's hope, right? Wag Wei's eyes looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Even the trembling of his hideous scar seemed to have become gentler. Seeing Ya Wei's confident and calm appearance, the four of them subconsciously nodded. Actually, they didn't agree with Ya Wei's words. If the only level 7 city was gone, how could they start again? Actually, they didn't know that when Ya Wei was on the star path, he had already lost everything. Even his life was almost gone. But in the end, he didn't die. Instead, he reached this step. This was a step that none of the heaven-defying people back then could reach. Of course, Yi Qian was an exception. Because she had a heavenly godfather. He, on the other hand, had nothing. The reason why he was able to achieve what he had today and stand side by side with these heavenly gods was because he never admitted defeat and never gave up. Next, the four of them went to see where the other cities should be placed before returning. Next, they would bring people to open up a city. Ya Wei, on the other hand, would need to borrow people from the second heavenly god. Zi Chen didn't stay for long. He quickly turned back the way he came. He was worried that Shadowless wouldn't be able to find him when he returned. When he returned to the place where he was attacked, Zi Chen didn't find that powerful existence. Clearly, he had left. Next, he would wait here for Shadowless to return. About a month later, Shadowless returned. Zi Chen asked expectantly, how was it? There are mother nests here, but they're very hidden. Also, the mother nests here can hide themselves in space. It's very difficult to find them, Shadowless said. Shadowless said, of course, this is nothing to me, but the journey is too dangerous. There are too many powerful beings from the other dimensions. Looking at Shadowless' expression, Zi Chen could guess the difficulties along the way. Shadowless continued, but this is indeed an incredible place. If you have the ability to go deeper, you'll definitely gain a lot. I've already found 3 mother nests. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Then where do you think the city should be? Zi Chen asked. Here is fine. If you go deeper, it won't be a problem. Shadowless returned to Zi Chen's world and saw that everyone was dissecting the creatures from alternate dimensions. Obviously, he also knew how these creatures from another dimension came about, so he said, since your world is not suppressed here, then no matter how many creatures from another dimension there are, they are nothing to you. I suggest you go deeper. Around 100,000 miles will do. Shadowless came to this conclusion not only because of Zi Chen's world, but also because he knew the grade of Yi Qian's city. As a level 9 general city, this city's defense level was extremely high. Normal creatures from alternate dimensions couldn't break it at all. After some discussion, they decided to go deeper. They continued to stay in Zi Chen's world. Zi Chen began to teleport. After 10 teleports, They advanced 100,000 miles and arrived at a place where they could place the city. Chapter 26-23. His figure appeared. Zichen discovered that there were more creatures from another spacetime here, and their auras were more tyrannical. As soon as he appeared in the sky, some creatures from another spacetime noticed his existence. Wings appeared on their backs, and they flew towards him. Buzz. On his body, energy vibrated, forming a ripple that spread out in all directions. Those creatures from another spacetime were directly sent flying by this ripple. However, Zichen noticed that they did not die after being sent flying. Clearly, the creatures from another spacetime here were more powerful. Zichen was clearly very satisfied with this area. Immediately after, Yi Qian and the others appeared, and then they sensed the strength of these creatures from another spacetime. With a level 9 general city here, there was naturally no problem. Everyone was very satisfied with this place. Next, it was time to place this level 9 general city here. On everyone's body, the powerful energy was still vibrating, and the creatures from another spacetime that came from all directions were sent flying. Yi Qian stood in the middle and took out the level 9 general city. Before this, she had already fused her soul into the general city, which was equivalent to refining it. With a thought, the general city left Yi Qian's palm and flew forward. As it moved forward, the general city began to rotate, and one divine light after another was released from it. Within this light, a powerful aura emerged. A powerful fluctuation spread out in all directions. Those creatures from another spacetime that were rushing towards the general city were sent flying one after another. This general city enlarged in the rotation, and slowly turned into a castle. The energy fluctuation was constantly spreading out, and more creatures from another spacetime were sent flying. The general city slowly descended, and a powerful aura surged, and the ground quickly became empty. Zichen and the others soared into the sky, the energy force blew their robes, and their black hair fluttered wildly. Seeing the general city slowly land, their expressions became excited and complicated. The moment the city landed, it indicated that this place had become their base, and it could even be said to be their home in the divine realm. It was just that this home was a bit too remote. Within a radius of 100,000 li, they could not see a single neighbor. Boom! The general city finally landed on the ground, and the ground began to shake violently. More creatures from another spacetime rushed towards the general city. Buzz! A beam of light shot out from the city. The beam of light reached the sky and quickly dispersed to form a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. In addition, on the ground of the general city, there were also formations that automatically extended into the ground, absorbing the divine power in the earth and changing the surrounding environment at the same time. The ground quickly hardened and the spirit chi underground was forcibly sucked away. His entire dignity became harder than steel. The divine city landed on the ground. Because there were not many people, it only looked like a castle at the moment. They would expand it when there were more people. Let's go. Following Yi Qian's words, everyone turned into light and entered the castle. As soon as they entered, the castle immediately darkened. The creatures from the other spacetime had completely blocked this place, and no more light shone down. After entering the castle, Yi Qian led everyone to look around, and then everyone chose a room. For a long time to come, this would be their home. By the time the city landed, Yang Wei had already been waiting outside the heavenly god manor for 2 days. Although he was the adopted son of the celestial god, it was still very difficult for him to meet the celestial god. He couldn't enter the heavenly god manor, so he could only wait for the celestial god to summon him. Yang Wei, why are you still here? A cold voice rang out, and a young god race expert walked over from the distance. Yang Wei turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't say anything. Don't you have ears? You've suffered disastrous losses in this trial. How do you have the face to come back and ask for people from your father? Yang Wei said, I'm not asking for them. I'm borrowing them. Borrowing sounds nice. Last time, you lost so many people. Why didn't you return them? Now you have the face to ask for people. What do you think your father is? Said the god race expert coldly. I really don't know what my father was thinking. He actually took in a lowly trash like you as his adopted son. Yang Wei stood there, not saying anything. It was as if he didn't hear the God race expert's undisguised malice. Yang Wei, the Lord knows why you've come. He'll give you 1,000 people. That's enough. 800 divine servants and 200 divine envoys. At this moment, a God race expert walked out of the heavenly God manor and looked at him. That's enough. Just treat them as me borrowing them. When the time comes, I'll use my contribution points to compensate you, said Yang Wei gratefully. Gee, I don't have enough people on my side. I also need people. Yang Wei, you have too many people. Give me half of them, said the God race expert. Young master, that's not good. Yang Wei is going to the chaotic region, an especially dangerous region to expand. He needs people, said Jimmy awkwardly. Chaotic region? What's so great about that? I don't care. I want half of these people. Give me all of them and I'll go there to expand my city, said the God race expert coldly. Jimmy was in a difficult position. How about I go ask the Lord? No need. Half is fine too, said Yang Wei. At least you're tactful. Remember my name, Ben Senlu. In the future, avoid me when you see me. Ben Senlu looked at Yang Wei mockingly before walking into the heavenly God manor. Jimmy glanced at Yang Wei. Yang Wei said to him, "Thank you, Lord. I'll need some time to gather the contribution points." "It's fine. Go." The Lord said that these people are for you. Furthermore, your performance in this trial was pretty good. Yang Wei once more cupped his fists and left. This was the difference between the adopted son of a god and the true son of a god. He had stood outside for 2 days without even seeing a god. As for the true son of a god, he could openly walk into the heavenly God manor. Originally, he had wanted to borrow some divine formation masters, but in the end, he didn't ask. By the time Yang Wei brought his people to the border castle, the other 3 had already arrived. Today, over 10,000 people had entered a castle that only had a few people. Yang Wei, you only brought so few people with you? Sina asked in surprise when he saw Yang Wei bring people out. Yang Wei nodded. The heavenly God side is a bit tense right now. He can't arrange for so many people. Although there aren't many people, as long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any problems. The other 3 didn't say anything. They clearly understood Yang Wei's situation. The heavenly God's people were nervous. What kind of joke was that? They were definitely being obstructed. You all brought divine formation masters, right? Asked Yang Wei. The 3 of them nodded. Good. You go over there and set up a teleportation formation. I'll bring people here to kill the creatures from another spacetime and protect this city, said Yang Wei. That's fine too. The 3 of them led their people away, leaving behind Yang Wei to guard this place. Although compared to Sina's group, there were pitifully few people, to the people in this castle, there were far too many of them. The 2 divine servants guarding the city gate respectfully saluted Ji Wei after he led his people out. Their eyes were filled with envy and flattery. Next, Yang Wei led his people out to kill enemies. Sina's group continued forward, landing at the place they had agreed upon. It had to be said that they had followed Yang Wei here on a whim. They hadn't expected that after returning, not only had their heavenly God father not objected, he had instead praised them greatly. He had even given them people and resources. This was especially true for Shinlin, who had received a rare praise from the pagoda battle god. Because of this, the 3 of them were even more motivated. At the same time, the 3 of them were determined to properly develop here and carve out a place for themselves. Time passed, and the 3 cities were set up. The teleportation formation was also in the process of being set up. Jiao Wei led the others to the 4th 10,000 li position and set down a level 7 city that belonged to him. Ben Sonlu was targeting him not only because he didn't like him to begin with, but also because of this grade 7 city. It was said that he had only obtained a grade 2 city during the trial, and his losses weren't small. Soon, Yang Wei's city was set up, and the teleportation formation was being set up. This was the benefit of following a heavenly god's son. If they waited for the person in charge of the 10th domain to come, they probably wouldn't be able to set up a teleportation formation even after a few decades. After that, They had to constantly fight, gather resources, exchange for contribution points, and expand the city. Because they had the least people, Yang Wei worked very hard. The news of the 4 heavenly gods' sons opening up 4 cities in extremely dangerous regions quickly spread. For a time, there were some other god envoys who were interested in this place. However, they clearly didn't dare to go too deep, and could only develop horizontally. For a time, several more cities appeared. After Yang Wei gradually familiarized himself with this place, he returned to the central city and put up notices everywhere, recruiting God Realm adventurers. In the God Realm, there were naturally many people who didn't have any power. After these people had the opportunity to become God envoys, they would accumulate contribution points and God crystals, and then exchange for God cities to develop and strengthen their power. In the history of the God Realm, there was no lack of such people who eventually became amazing people. Compared to Yang Wei's side, Zi Chen, who was deeper in, was very relaxed because he had his own world. As long as he opened the entrance to his world, there would be an endless stream of creatures from another dimension coming in. Although they were very strong, the rules of Zi Chen's world were still able to suppress them. Therefore, after entering, they could only wait for death, and they would die very quickly. What Yi Chen and the others needed to do was to continuously dissect the items on these creatures from another dimension. Finally, they had gained enough, and Zi Chen decided to go and exchange for it. Obtaining resources and exchanging them for contribution points was the main way to develop one's power. Just as he opened up his world again and walked towards the outer regions, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He had discovered something. With a flash of light, he stood outside a city. Chapter 26-24. This was an abandoned city. In other words, it was a city that had been invaded by creatures from another dimension. This city had been completely destroyed, and creatures from another dimension were living in it. His figure appeared in the air and sized up the city. Yi Chen and the others also appeared and saw the dilapidated city. The city has been destroyed. It seems that the loss is not small, Monk said. The others nodded. Looking at the abandoned city, Yi Chen said, the loss is not small, but to a space-time divine array master, this is a great fortune. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in surprise. In the divine realm, there are many cities that have been destroyed by creatures from another dimension. These cities have been abandoned, and the arrays in them have been completely destroyed. To many people, abandoned cities are useless, but to divine formation masters, they are precious treasures, or rather, they are rich contributions and wealth. Because they can repair such cities and then sell them to other divine envoys who need them, or directly exchange them for divine crystals and contribution points. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was shocked. Then, they all looked at LV Peng. Among all of them, LV Peng's attainment in arrays was the highest. The only one who could become a divine array master was him. LV Peng said bitterly, "Don't look at me. My attainment in arrays is limited to the saint level, not this level." This was LV Peng's helplessness. Although the arrays in the past were very powerful, most of them could not be used at this level. He knew nothing about the arrays and restrictions of the divine realm. "Don't worry. After we exchange our contribution points, we'll exchange them for some arrays for you." They did not stay here. Once again, they entered Zi Chen's world and teleported away. After several teleportations, Zi Chen, who was moving forward, made a new discovery. He actually found a new city. However, he did not care and did not stop. He continued moving forward. After 2 more teleportations, he appeared outside a castle. Beside him, Yi Chen also appeared. Then, the 2 of them walked forward. The reason why Yi Chen appeared was that the following teleportations required crystals. However, with the goddess token, it was completely free. After entering the city, Yi Chen took out the goddess token, and the 2 of them passed through smoothly. These materials from creatures from another dimension can be exchanged for crystals. During this period, a certain amount of contribution points and crystals can be exchanged for needed resources. Among them, contribution points could be exchanged for more things. Take the divine city for example. Apart from divine crystals, you also need a certain amount of contribution points. If you only have divine crystals, you won't be able to exchange for it. As they advanced, Yi Qian said, "Currently, too many regions in the God realm have been occupied by creatures from another spacetime. Here, the God clan has to constantly fight against the creatures from another spacetime and fight for territory. In recent years, more and more people had become gods. This was the reason why. Among them, some god envoys come to the lower world to select qualified people to come to the divine world. Of course, they don't consider life stars. In the divine world, there was no life star because they always had different ideas. For example, Zi Chen and the others would not give up their own bloodline. This was what the Protoss did not like. In their opinion, the bloodline of the god race was the noblest and most compatible with the laws of this world. Zi Chen and the others were the only ones who had come here, and they had also become oracles. It could be said that this path was given to him by Yi Qian. Not only did she give them a path, but she also gave the Life Star a path. She gave them a chance to use this path to reach a higher level. After many teleportations, they arrived at the central area of the 10th domain. They arrived at a huge general city. This was a trading point. Within 100 miles of the city, there were almost no creatures from another spacetime. Moreover, this city was very lively. God envoys came in an endless stream at the place where they could exchange contribution points. If they were lucky, they could even meet divine generals. The trading point was a castle in the city. This castle was very big and tall, with a total of 9 floors. Yi Qian led Zi Chen into the castle and said, "This place is divided into 9 floors. Each floor corresponds to 1 level of contribution points. The corresponding materials are also the same. 1 floor is divided into 2 levels, primary and primary. This time, we are going to the primary level." Walking into the hall, Zi Chen heard a lot of noise. There were many people here, so it was very noisy. In the hall, there were many counters. Among those counters, there was a dazzling array of goods. These goods can be exchanged with contribution points and divine crystals. Just exchange for whatever you like. The prices here are all clearly marked. There is no bargaining. While talking, the two of them walked deeper into the hall. There was an area specially marked for primary materials. At this moment, there were many god envoys there. Obviously, they were all here to exchange for materials. Yi Qian led Zi Chen to the entrance. There was a counter there. Yi Qian walked forward and said, "We want 2 contribution tokens. Just put your soul into it." The other party took out 2 tokens and gave them to the two of them. Yi Qian gave one to Zi Chen and said, "This will be our proof. All of our contribution points are on it. In the future, if you want to use your contribution points to exchange for things, you will need it. The contribution points inside can be used to exchange, but once the owner dies, the token will disappear naturally. The contribution points inside will also disappear. In this area, there were many places to exchange for contribution points." After getting the tokens, Yi Qian led Zi Chen deeper into the hall. After that, the two of them entered a room. There was a god clan woman in the room. She looked at the two of them and said, "Take out the things you want to exchange for." This was a completely professional tone. Obviously, she had been working here for a long time. Yi Qian glanced at Zi Chen. The latter nodded. The two of them opened the space in the divine ring at the same time. Following the opening of the 2 spaces, the materials from the creatures from another dimension fell down with a clattering sound. It should be known that during this period, they had been dissecting the materials from the creatures of another dimension. The two of them brought all the materials this time. The God Clan woman's expression changed when she saw so many materials falling down. Seeing that the materials here were about to fill the room, she formed a seal with her hand. Rays of divine light spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to distort. The area of the room instantly doubled. However, this doubled space was still not enough to fill all the materials. Therefore, the seal in her hand changed again. Just like this, the space expanded 5 times in a row. Only then did the two of them empty all the materials. "Where did the two of you get so many materials?" The woman looked at the mountain-like materials and asked in surprise. "In a special area. It took us a lot of time and manpower," Yi Qian said. The other party obviously did not believe it. No one could get so many things at once, unless many people's things were put together. Seeing the other party's skeptical look, Yi Qian took out the goddess token. This thing was a symbol of status in the god realm. The other party's expression changed again. She immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Qian. I didn't know you were the goddess. Please forgive me for offending you. For ordinary god envoys, it was indeed impossible to get so many materials. However, for the Son of God, this was nothing. Because in their city, all the harvest could be said to be theirs. Moreover, there were many people around the Son of God. It was not surprising that they could get these resources. Let's start the calculation. Yi Qian said after putting away the token. After showing the token, she would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. The other party nodded and changed the seal in her hand. The space above the room distorted, and a vortex appeared out of nowhere. In the vortex, divine light lingered and fell on the pile of materials. Then, a suction force came from the vortex. The materials flew up and were absorbed by the vortex. While the whirlpool was absorbing these materials, Zichen noticed that there was a counter on the other side. The number on the counter was continuously jumping. After all the materials disappeared, the jumping number stopped at 10,832. The other party looked at the number and said, the total contribution is 10,832. It can be exchanged for 108 ordinary god crystals. Split the contribution between the two of us. As for the god crystals, we want exclusive ones. Yi Qian handed over the token in her hand and looked at Zichen at the same time. Zichen also handed over his command medallion. The command medallion emitted a bright light and floated forward. The god race woman made another seal. The number on the token disappeared, and it turned into 2 rays of light that fell on the 2 tokens. The contribution points were divided in 2. At the same time, many divine crystals fell from the vortex above with a clatter. The quality of these god crystals was the same as the divine generals. They were all high quality. These were god crystals exclusive to divine envoys. Only divine envoys could refine them. Even false gods could not. Yi Qian took half of these low-grade god crystals. The remaining half was put away by Zichen. After the transaction, the two left the room. Next, they went to the hall on the first floor to see if there were any resources that could be exchanged. At this point, Zichen saw a dazzling array of items. There were regeneration divine sources, weapons, armors, divine crystals, divine skills, and so on. It was a dazzling sight. Some of the things could be exchanged with god crystals, while others clearly indicated that they could be exchanged with contribution points. The things here all belonged to the god realm. They were clearly priced. There was no bargaining, but there was no fraud. While moving forward, Zichen could see many divine skills. They were all shockingly expensive, but they were of no use to him at all. All of a sudden, his gaze focused on an item. Chapter 26-25. Zichen saw an array flag, or rather, a row of array flags. These array flags were only the size of a palm. Divine light swirled around them and they were compressed by restrictions. They were placed on the counter. The array flags were arranged neatly in groups. Beside them were some glowing beads, and beside them were some annotations. This was how to control these array flags. In addition, in front of these array flags, there were labels with eye-catching numbers. These were the prices of these array flags. Most of them were bought with divine crystals, but a few of them required contribution points. At this moment, in front of these array flags, some divine envoys were sizing them up. Their eyes moved and their expressions kept changing. Some were happy, some were excited, some were hesitant, and some were regretful. This was the first time Zichen had seen so many array flags. He was very curious and a little surprised. Yi Qian walked up and said, "These array flags are all level 1. They can trap creatures below level 1. Among these beads, there are ways to control array flags. This is another way for divine array masters to make money. With these array flags and methods, even ordinary divine envoys can use them. But these array flags have a limited number of uses. They're consumables. Zi Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. Yi Qian guessed Zi Chen's thoughts. That's right. In the divine realm, divine array masters are a relatively wealthy profession, just like the alchemists in the lower world. But this isn't absolute. If a divine array master fails a few times, he will lose a lot of money. He might even go bankrupt. Yi Qian was referring to when a divine array master failed to get an abandoned city. Zi Chen thought for a moment and said, "These things aren't suitable for LV Peng. He's a divine array master. There's no need for these consumables." Yi Qian said, "There's no need. Let's continue. There are some real array skills up ahead." Zi Chen walked 100 meters forward and saw many arrays. These were all divine arrays, from basic theoretical knowledge to all kinds of killing arrays. There was a lot of information on them. Shadowless walked out. He wanted to look around. The people here still couldn't see him. After coming out and seeing the dazzling array of goods, Shadowless was amazed. It had been a long time since he had seen so many things. Zi Chen started to focus on selecting those array skills. Now that he had reached a new realm, he had to select some new things for LV Peng. After all, he needed to become stronger first. Zi Chen quickly chose a few basic array formations, and then found a few array techniques that were mainly used for attacking. These should be enough for LV Peng to use. After the exchange, he directly handed these things to LV Peng. LV Peng began to comprehend in his world, and began to understand the array formations of the God world. The two of them continued forward, wanting to see other things. "Zi Chen, come and take a look at this." Shadowless' voice suddenly rang out. His voice was very loud, but only Zi Chen could hear him. "What is it?" Zi Chen turned around and asked. The surrounding people all looked at him with astonished expressions. "Come and take a look. There's something interesting here," Shadowless said. The interesting thing that Shadowless was talking about was obviously something good, but Zi Chen didn't go up immediately. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian looked at him. Shadowless found something interesting. "Let's pretend that we don't care and go over. Otherwise, we'll definitely be cheated." Zi Chen transmitted his voice to Yi Qian. Yi Qian laughed. "Let's go. Did you forget the rules here?" When Zi Chen heard this, his face revealed a trace of awkwardness. The price here was clearly marked, and there was no bargaining. The two of them walked towards where Shadowless was. Following Shadowless' guidance, Zi Chen saw a palm-sized thing on the counter. That thing looked like a token. But as Zi Chen focused his gaze, he realized that it wasn't a token, but a palm-sized stone tablet. The things here were all palm-sized. It was obvious that spatial techniques were used. The real things were very big. "This is a sword tablet." Zi Chen's face was full of astonishment. Looking at the stone tablet, he thought of the sword tablet in the past. There were sword skills on it. At this moment, through the counter, he saw that there seemed to be a faint sword-shaped image on the tablet. "You know about sword tablets?" Shadowless looked at him in surprise. "There are a total of 9 of these sword tablets. I got all of them. But as my power increased, those sword tablets lost their effect and became useless," Zi Chen answered. Shadowless smiled and said, "You're talking about a replica, not the real thing." Zi Chen looked at Shadowless in shock. "That thing is very ancient. How can it be a replica? Ancient isn't a replica." Shadowless laughed. Zi Chen was talking about ancient in front of a first-generation heaven-defying cultivator. It was unavoidable that he found it funny. "In my time, this thing was truly ancient. It was said that it was born from chaos when the world was first created. It was one of the oldest tablets in the world. It was said that there were tablets before life, cultivation methods, and powerful battle skills." Hearing this, Zi Chen was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. In front of him, across the counter, the service staff looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at an idiot as Zi Chen answered his own question. "Don't be so shocked. I'm just telling you what ancient is." "This clearly isn't," Shadowless said. Shadowless said, "This thing should be a sword stele left behind by the ancestors after they comprehended the stele. Although it's not a good thing from the first generation, it's definitely something from the second generation. It's very impressive." Yi Qian knew that Zi Chen was talking to Shadowless. Seeing his strange expression, Yi Qian asked, "Is there a problem with this thing? Let's buy it first." Zi Chen turned around and looked at the price tag on the sword steely. He was shocked. It cost 8,000 contribution points and 1,000,000 divine gems. This price shocked him. This time, he and Yi Qian only got 10,000 contribution points. This thing cost 8,000. And it cost 1,000,000 ordinary divine gems. Earlier, he exchanged for something for LV Peng and spent 1,000 contribution points. Let's buy it. However, thinking about the meaning of this sword tablet, Zi Chen could only grit his teeth. Yi Qian would naturally support him. Hence, they put their contribution points together. Then, Yi Qian took out another 10,000 high-quality divine gems to exchange for this sword tablet. At this point, the two only had 1,000 contribution points left. As for the divine gems, they had lost quite a lot. After receiving the sealed sword tablet from the waiter, Zi Chen put it away and put it into his own world. Boom! The seal was undone. A powerful and ancient aura was released from this world. A 90-foot-tall ancient tablet fell from the sky and landed in this world. When the ancient tablet fell, the earth trembled. An ancient and vicissitude aura spread out. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out. An extremely powerful sword intent was released from the ancient tablet and spread out to this world. Tyrant and the others came and saw the sword tablet from afar. The sword tablet stood there. It was ancient and extraordinary. What's this? Tyrant walked forward. His eyes lit up. When he was about to reach the sword tablet, a ray of light flashed on the surface of the sword tablet. A ray of sword chi shot out from it and went straight for Tyrant. Tyrant's expression changed and he immediately dodged. Puff! The sword chi pierced through his chest. Blood flowed out like a fountain. Tyrant was stunned. Behind him, the others were shocked as well. Looking at the bleeding wound, Tyrant was dumbfounded. He reacted quickly and his speed was fast. However, the sword chi was faster. Furthermore, it completely ignored his strong physical body. Don't go any further. There's an extremely powerful sword intent in it. What appeared just now was just sword chi. If it was sword intent, you would already be dead. Wang Xian, who was behind Tyrant, said. She was once a disciple of the sword sect. She was extremely talented in swordsmanship. Tyrant turned around. His chest was still bleeding. He looked at Wang Xian and said, "Look at me. Do you think I will still go there?" The others laughed when they heard this. This guy would always go for anything good. Now, he was finally at a disadvantage. In fact, this was not the first time he was at a disadvantage. However, this habit was hard to change. Wang Xian said, "The sword intent in it can be comprehended. If you can comprehend the sword intent there, you will be able to use the sword intent and get close to the sword tablet." Really? Tyrant's eyes lit up. Wang Xian nodded and said, "Of course. However, before you get close to it, you will be in danger if you rush over. If I can get close to it, does it mean that I can get it?" Tyrant asked again. "It's good enough that you can get close to it. It means that you have gained the recognition of the sword tablet. You can use the sword intent to attack. Not to mention other things, it won't be a problem to kill you just now," Wang Xian said. This time, Tyrant was silent. The Buddhist light on his body circulated and stopped the bleeding. Then, he turned around and sat there cross-legged. He started to comprehend the sword tablet and ignored the others. Obviously, Tyrant's greedy personality was acting up again. The others chose to ignore him. At this moment, they could feel a strong sense of danger from the sword tablet. They were all curious about how Zi Chen got such a strange sword tablet. Compared to the curious people in the world, Zi Chen's eyes were about to pop out. This was because he found many good things. Unfortunately, he only had a few contribution points. It was not enough to exchange for anything that he was envious of. Other than these things in the divine world, he also found some strange things. After Shadowless investigation, he told him that these things were similar to the sword tablet. They were all things from the life star. Other than being envious, he could only leave. He was determined to get more contribution points and divine crystals. Then, he and Yi Qian started to return. Shadowless returned to his world and looked at the sword tablet. The two of them started to teleport again and again. When they were about to reach the border, they found that there was a teleportation formation here. This surprised the two of them. They guessed that this was a newly built city. However, when they arrived, they found that this place was not small. There were many people and everyone was busy. Other than that, there was a teleportation formation here. They teleported 4 more times than they had imagined. They arrived at a relatively small city. However, it was still much bigger than the castle. When they walked out of the teleportation formation, Yi Qian's expression changed. Even Yi Qian's expression became unnatural. Chapter 26-26. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, Yi Qian saw Wei. Clearly, Yi Qian also saw him. Her expression became unnatural. At this moment, this city was only slightly bigger than the castle. Wei was leading a group of people out of the city. He sensed something and turned around. He saw Yi Qian and ignored Yi Qian. His expression froze, and he was very surprised. Beside him, the others also noticed something and turned around. "It's you." In the crowd, there was Sina and Xin Lin. Yi Qian wanted to laugh. He didn't expect that the God realm was so big, while their world was so small. They could even meet here. Fortunately, to avoid suspicion, he changed his appearance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Wei waved his hand, indicating for the others to continue walking. As for the 4 of them, they walked towards Yi Qian. What a coincidence. Wei looked at Yi Qian and smiled. However, the scar on his face made his smile look somewhat sinister. "It is a coincidence," Yi Qian said indifferently. Xin Lin stared at Yi Qian with a face full of hatred. "You also came here to set up a city?" Sina asked. Yi Qian nodded. "This place is so dangerous. Aren't you afraid that a weak woman like you will be robbed?" Wei said again. Upon hearing this, Sina and Xavier's eyes lit up. "No, I have guards." Yi Qian smiled and looked at Sina. Sina's expression became unsightly. The two sides didn't talk much. Yi Qian and Yi Qian walked out of the city. After leaving the city, Yi Qian transmitted, "A city can be robbed." Not only did he hear Wei's words, but he also saw greed in Sina and Xavier's eyes. In theory, it is true. If the city's core is taken and refined, then the city will change owners. However, under normal circumstances, this won't happen. Because all God cities are protected by the God realm. As more and more creatures from other dimensions appear, the God realm prevents them from killing each other. Yi Qian changed the topic. "However, our city is not protected because it hasn't been reported. However, there is also a benefit to such a city, which is that it can be taken away at any time. It is not like those cities with teleportation arrays, which are almost fixed." Yi Qian said, "I didn't expect the 4 of them to come together. If they really have any other ideas, then let them come and never return. If it doesn't work out, we'll just advance another 50,000 kilometers." After they came out, they saw that there were many God clan members outside. They were fighting the creatures from the alternate dimensions. Battles could be seen everywhere. The two of them continued forward and saw quite a few people along the way. They were very surprised by this. However, it was understandable. After all, they were divine sons and divine daughters. Naturally, they could bring many people with them. After arriving at a spacious area, the two of them entered the world. Yi Qian began to teleport. "Why is she here?" After Yi Qian left, Sina and the others gathered together. Maybe he came here to have a look. Could it be that he wants to come here to develop his forces? Xin Lin said. Wei shook his head and said, "Maybe it's not as simple as just looking." Everyone looked at him. Wei said, "We've been in the God City for a long time. It's time for us to land. Moreover, her city's level is the highest, and its defenses are the strongest. I'm guessing that not only did she land, but she also landed in the depths of the city." "She landed in the depths of the city? Is she crazy?" They were all very shocked. Even if Yi Qian's city's defenses were strong and the creatures from the alternate dimensions could not break through, how could she develop her forces? She only has a few people with her, and she can't build a teleportation array. How could the city develop? Xavier said doubtfully. Thinking back to what he knew about Yi Qian, Yong Wei said, maybe she never wanted to develop her forces. If she didn't develop her forces, would she just wait for death? Xin Lin said coldly. She had always disliked Yi Qian. Whether that's the case or not, we'll find someone to go in and have a look. Let my people go. Sina had a level 4 divine emissary by his side. If he went in alone, as long as his luck was not extremely bad, he would not be in danger. In Zicheng's world, he was looking at the 9-jong tall sword stele in front of him. This sword stele was very similar to the 9 sword steles he obtained before, but it was even more ancient. If he wanted to trace back to its origin, then the 9 sword steles he obtained should be from the 3rd generation or later. And this one in front of him was definitely from the 2nd generation. This was not Zicheng's guess, but Shadowless' affirmation. This sword stele was also a replica. It was not the one that was born at the beginning of the world, but this did not stop it from being ancient and powerful. This was condensed by the ancestors of the past. After the baptism of countless years, it was already one of the rare ancient things. At this moment, 100 meters away from the sword stele, Tyrant and the others were sitting cross-legged. They were all comprehending the sword intent within. Zichen could also feel the sword intent. It was indeed very powerful. His arrival did not attract the attention of the others. Even if they did, they would not care. Previously, Tyrant had been instantly pierced by the sword energy, allowing them to see the power of this sword stele with their own eyes. At this moment, they all wanted to comprehend the sword intent within and obtain great power. Where did you get this from? Everyone was so hardworking, but Wang Xian and the other girls who were good at swordsmanship did not manage to comprehend it. When they saw Zichen coming out, they all looked at him. I exchanged it outside. This time, other than exchanging the array for LV Peng, I used the rest of my contribution points to exchange for it. Moreover, I also used a lot of divine gems. I don't know if it's worth it, Zichen said. Of course it's worth it. This is an incredible item. If you can comprehend the sword intent within, you can almost defeat those of the same level, Wang Xian said. Is this thing very special? Yi Qian, who was beside Zichen, asked in surprise. You can't feel it. Wang Xian looked at Yi Qian. Feel what? Sword intent. It contains a very powerful sword intent, Wang Xian said. Yi Qian shook her head and said, No, I can't feel anything. As she spoke, she also walked towards the sword stele in front of her. Be careful. Wang Xian reminded. The others opened their eyes and looked at Yi Qian, who was walking forward. Their expressions changed slightly. Zichen could feel the powerful sword intent contained in the sword stele. He wanted to stop her, but Shadowless shook his head and said, It's okay. Let her go. Yi Qian walked forward and soon passed the position that Tyrant was at. Everyone stood up and prepared to take action. However, there was nothing unusual. Yi Qian walked forward step by step. She didn't encounter any danger until she reached the sword stele. This sword stele is so old, but it was casually abandoned and can be exchanged. There must be a reason. It only works on the souls of life stars. It doesn't work on the souls of the God Clan, Shadowless said. Really? At this moment, Zichen's avatar appeared and walked forward. Sure enough, after the avatar appeared, he couldn't feel anything unusual. Then, he stood on the other side of the sword stele. It could be said that this sword stele was completely useless to the God Clan. That was why it was placed on the first floor of the trading ground. However, to them on the life stars, this thing was a rare treasure. To verify whether this was normal or not, Tyrant walked forward under the urging of the others. Swoosh. However, after reaching a certain distance, the sword energy appeared again. This time, although it didn't pierce through Tyrant's body, it pierced through his monk robe. Seeing the speed of the sword energy, Zichen was shocked. This is a very good deal. Just a little contribution to buy a treasure. Zichen, You've made a big profit, Shadowless said. At this moment, Zichen agreed with this statement. If it weren't for the fact that the God clan couldn't sense the sword intent, even if he had 10 times the contribution, he wouldn't have been able to exchange for such a sword steely. It could be said that the value of this sword steely was more than a city. Then, it was time to kill. Zichen opened the world and let the creatures from the other space in. Compared to last time, Zichen saw the items in the trading ground. Thus, he was more motivated. Tyrant and the others, besides their true bodies that were studying the sword steely, had their avatars deal with the bodies of the creatures from the other space. Even so, their speed couldn't keep up with Zichen's killing speed. After all, this was his world. Killing these creatures was too easy. The level of these creatures from the other space was almost equivalent to that of a false god. To Zichen, who had a world, this was nothing. Thus, Zichen had other ideas. For example, he could go deeper and kill more powerful creatures from the other space. For example, he could kill existences equivalent to that of a level 1 divine envoy. One had to know that after killing them, the materials obtained could be exchanged for even more items. With this idea, Zichen went deeper into the world. Just as he led the others out of the castle, a person appeared in the distance. This was a level 4 false god sent by Sina. Along the way, he had traveled no less than 100,000 kilometers, and the creatures from other dimensions he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to give up, thinking that there was no one here, he saw a city. It's really here. Seeing this lonely city surrounded by creatures from the other space, the level 4 false god's expression changed. However, he didn't alarm them and turned back. Tyrant and the others were still dissecting the materials of the creatures from the other space. Zichen opened the world and saw a creature from the other space walk in. The creature's aura was tyrannical. It was equivalent to a level 1 divine envoy. It suddenly appeared in this strange world and was a little confused. At this moment, Zichen's avatar attacked and punched at the creature. Boom! The powerful attack landed on the creature's body. However, it didn't kill it. It only injured it. The two were equivalent to the same level. In another direction, Zichen's true body appeared. He held a stone sword in his hand and rushed toward the creature. As he rushed forward, a golden light flashed on his stone sword. 9 lightning flash in addition to the power of the heaven-defying thunder. Poof! The level 1 creature's head left its body. It was a one-hit kill. It seems that a defiant is still strong enough to deal with creatures from the other space of the same level. Zichen was very satisfied with his battle strength. Next, he opened up his world completely. More level 1 creatures from the other space walked in. In the blink of an eye, there were nearly 100 of them. A powerful aura wreaked havoc in this world. Tyrant and the others felt this aura and opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Seeing so many level 1 creatures from the other space, their expressions changed. Tyrant said involuntarily, "Are you crazy? Can we deal with so many of them? We don't need to deal with them." As Zichen spoke, a light flashed beside him, and 12 people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they bowed respectfully to Zichen. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 26-27. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 12 people, everyone's face was full of puzzlement. Each of the 12 people exuded a powerful aura that made them feel suffocated. They were very familiar with this aura and had felt it before. It was the aura of a level 6 celestial. What's going on? They looked at Zichen and were very puzzled. I forgot to tell you last time. When I obtained the regeneration divine source, I also obtained a soul-absorbing pearl and their souls. Zichen smiled faintly and then looked at the 12 people and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zichen and I will be your master from now on. I know your purpose very well. What I want to say is that as long as you have enough potential, I will provide you with the resources to break through. Not to mention that you are only level 6, even if you want to be promoted to divine champion, as long as you have enough potential, I will provide enough resources." "Thank you, Master." The 12 people bowed again. In fact, Zichen had controlled their souls and they had no thoughts of resisting. But today, they received a guarantee, which undoubtedly gave them hope. Well, it's up to you now. I believe that killing these mere level 1 existences should not be difficult for you. With that, Zichen's mind moved and he saw that above the dome of the sky, laws emerged and then the power of laws formed another space. All the creatures from another spacetime entered this space and were isolated. Swish, swish, swish. The 12 people did not hesitate and rushed in. As level 6 existences, dealing with these creatures from another spacetime was a complete massacre. Zichen handed the stone saber to his doppelganger and rushed in together with his doppelganger. His doppelganger combat skills needed to be honed and his fighting methods needed to be strengthened. As for his real body, he had not fought for a long time and missed the feeling of fighting. Fart, fart. With the stone saber's divine doppelganger, it was like a tiger that had grown wings and killed to its heart's content. Of course, during this period, the doppelganger would also be injured. Although level 1 creatures from another spacetime were usually not stronger than a level 1 oracle, they had the most obvious advantage in terms of numbers. Zichen's true body used the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, shuttling back and forth among these creatures from another spacetime. Along the way, he repeatedly attacked, the heaven-defying power of thunder possessing unimaginable lethality. Moreover, with the support of this world, his combat strength was almost endless. Compared to the doppelganger with the heavenly god's bones, his true body was more like a killing machine. I'm going to. Tyrant gave up on comprehending and charged in with the demon subduing pestle. Without a doubt, the battle inside had stimulated his bloodthirst. Shua. With a flash of light, Zhong Haotian was one step ahead of him. Compared to the endless comprehension, Zhong Haotian preferred killing. After that, the demon ape, Longhu, and the savage dragon also rushed in. Xing Chen and Thunder followed closely behind. Brilliant and Bright Moon, on the other hand, did not join in the fun. The two of them did not comprehend sword intent. Instead, they were dissecting the materials of the creatures from the alternate space. Yi Qian joined the battle. Qing Feng joined the battle. At this moment, everyone was fighting and killing to their heart's content. However, it was worth mentioning that if it were not for Zichen's world, they would not have dared to enter this place even with 12 6th-level SkyClan members. This was because there were too many level 1 creatures from the alternate space. Once they went out, they would be besieged by hundreds of creatures of the same level. Under such circumstances, who among those of the same level would have the confidence to resist? They would most likely be torn to pieces in an instant. After the slaughter, what awaited them was a long time to dissect the materials. Although they were helpless, it was necessary for the sake of the materials. Looking at Yi Qian, who had also joined in, Zichen said, "Call them back." Naturally, he was referring to Toby and the others. At this moment, they were still waiting in the Divine City. Yi Qian nodded. After they came here, they could at least help to dissect the materials. Suddenly, Zichen asked, "Can you still enter the forbidden area guarded by the Moon Wolf?" Yi Qian shook her head and said, "I'm afraid not for the time being. The 10th Divine General is guarding there. He seems to be very concerned about that place." Zichen was a little disappointed when he heard this. "Is it for the Heavenly Thunder Wings?" "Yes, that's the last Heavenly Thunder Wings. Once we get it, we can complete it." Zichen looked at the sky. There, the Heavenly Thunder Wings were recovering from the regeneration of the Divine Source. The saber was also quietly floating there. "Oh, so she's already placed the city there?" Xavier and the others quickly heard the news and were very surprised. "Yes, there's a city there. It's surrounded by creatures from the alternate space. I took a look at it from afar and then retreated," said the level 4 expert. "She really placed the city there," said Ya Wei, sinking into deep thought. "Is she crazy?" Xin Lin was very puzzled. "If she placed the city there, the teleportation array can't reach it. That city definitely didn't report it. If we send some people there..." Sina's eyes flashed. It should be known that Yi Qian's city was a level 9 general city. Its value was simply immeasurable. "Let's not worry about it for now. We'd better develop our forces first." After the battle, Zichen returned to the general city. They were still in Zichen's world. Zi Chen and his doppelgangers were dissecting level 1 creatures from the alternate space. Only they could dissect level 1 creatures. Those doppelgangers were too weak to dissect them at all. During the battle, it was naturally delightful, but the process of dissecting them was painful. However, these resources represented contribution points and divine crystals. Although they were painful on the surface, they were happy on the inside. Zi Chen, those level 6 heavenly clan guards of yours are very powerful, huh? It was unknown when Tyrant had walked in front of Zi Chen and suddenly said such a sentence. Zi Chen glanced at him and said, "Those souls can only be kept in the soul-absorbing pearl. They can't be taken out or given to others." Monk's face showed anger when he heard that. "What do you mean? Who do you think I am? I'm just expressing my feelings. Do you think I've taken a fancy to your heavenly clan guards?" Zi Chen said indifferently, "It's good that you haven't taken a fancy to them. If you do, I'm just reminding you in advance." Extremely boring. Monk snorted and turned to leave. Zi Chen stood behind him and smiled. He knew what this guy was thinking. After all, he had known him for more than 10,000 years. After dissecting all the resources, they had gained a lot. Because of the quality, they had even surpassed the resources they had exchanged for last time. However, they had only exchanged for a sword steely last time. Therefore, he planned to accumulate more resources. During this time, LV Peng did not participate in any of their actions. He had been comprehending the formation. Now, in the entire Lifestar, if LV Peng said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. After many years of training, he had reached this step. However, without the formation, LV Peng's combat strength was almost negligible. Although the techniques you are using are low level, if you carefully comprehend the current power of law, you will discover the potential in these techniques. You can reach the end of each technique. It depends on how you comprehend it. And every technique was an extension of a powerful technique. The path of cultivation leads to the great Tao. This is the principle. During this time, Shadowless explained to Zi Chen. It was because at the God Realm, the God Clan had techniques that corresponded to this realm. However, the Ancestor Realm warriors from the Lifestar did not have such techniques. Just like your 9 passing thunderbolts, it's a kind of extreme speed. It's at a higher level than the fleeting steps. Thus, you have to try to comprehend it. This technique will not disappoint you. When you look at things, don't look at the surface. Look at the root. Let's not talk about other things. Take the Thunderclap 9th Heaven as an example. That year, I saw an expert of the Thunder Clan use the Thunderclap 9th Heaven to kill a creature from a different spacetime that was as strong as a God King. When Zi Chen heard this, he was astonished. The Thunderclap 9th Heaven is that strong. Of course, the premise is that you can comprehend the difference in the technique. The powerful techniques of the Lifestar are all connected. Although Shadowless couldn't cultivate and didn't have fighting strength, his memory was still there. He could be considered a great sage. When they were free, they would comprehend the sword steely. Zi Chen also tried to comprehend it for a few days. He realized that he didn't have the talent in this area. Or rather, he used to have it, but he hadn't practiced it for a long time. After several months, they had accumulated a considerable amount of resources. Thus, Zi Chen's God Messenger clone followed Yi Chen to exchange for more resources. His real body continued to stay here to kill for more resources. This time, besides exchanging resources, Yi Chen also had to return to the God City to bring Toby and the others here. On a certain day, the regeneration celestial source suddenly trembled, and then a powerful aura was released. The others felt the abnormality and looked at the sky. They saw that the saber was releasing intense light. At the same time, the regeneration god origin was disappearing at a speed that naked eyes could observe. "Don't! What are you doing? Hurry up and stop it!" Tyrant looked at the regeneration god origin disappearing. His face was filled with pain as he tried to stop them. Zi Chen stood there. Seeing the abnormality, he was relieved. Seeing Zi Chen standing there without any reaction, Tyrant soared up, wanting to hit the saber out. Buzz! Light surged. The rules of this world turned into pressure that fell on Tyrant's body. His body couldn't move. He was very anxious. A quarter of the regeneration celestial source disappeared. After that, there was a loud laugh, and a tall figure appeared from within. It was the saber spirit. The saber spirit that sealed the heart of God. Chapter 26-28. As soon as the saber spirit appeared, the saber intent raged, forming a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Sensing this powerful aura, everyone's expression changed. What a powerful saber intent. Shadowless was a little surprised. It said that it's a weapon created naturally when heaven and earth were created, Zichen said. Shadowless shook his head and said, no, when heaven and earth were created, there were no weapons. It should have been made by someone later. Made by someone? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. As far as he knew, sabers, swords, and shields were created when heaven and earth were created. Because they could merge with the laws of life on a life star, they were very powerful saint weapons. Shocked, he quickly noticed the problem in the rumor. He didn't know the difference between a heavenly god and a saint weapon, but now he knew. Since it was a saint weapon, how could it trap the heart of the heavenly god? One should know that a heavenly god was much stronger than a saint. Not to mention a heavenly god, even he could kill a group of saints now. Obviously, this rumor was inaccurate. As for why it was inaccurate, Zichen guessed that it was because there hadn't been an expert above the saint level on the life star for a long time. The only craftsman ancestor was also trapped in the divine city and couldn't get out. The saber spirit showed his human form and stood in the air. His aura was strong, and his robe fluttered. I said, hurry up and get down. At this moment, the tyrant shouted. He was still distressed about Zichen's regeneration divine source because the saber spirit was still standing there and the regeneration divine source was still decreasing. The saber spirit lowered his head and looked at the thing under his feet. A glint flashed in his eyes. Regeneration divine source. No wonder it's completely awakened. I said, hurry up and get down. Do you know what it is and how precious it is? The tyrant was anxious and shouted as if he had already determined that the regeneration divine source was his. Kid, I won't use your things for free. Isn't it just regeneration divine source? After I refine it, I'll give you an opportunity, the saber spirit said. The tyrant's face turned pale. Even Zichen's expression changed. There was still a lot of regenerative celestial source, but according to the saber spirit's words, it was going to be refined completely. Swoosh. With a thought, the surrounding laws appeared, and the regeneration celestial sources disappeared. Aren't you being too petty? Sword Spirit turned to look at Zichen, his eyes filled with displeasure. Zichen said apologetically, I'm really sorry. These are for when we are in danger. Fine. The saber spirit's body flashed, and he descended from the sky, grabbing the sheathed saber in his hand. Your level is still very low. It's meaningless for me to be so strong. Yes. Suddenly, the saber spirit turned around and looked at the ancient sword tablet. His expression changed slightly. So it's this. Senior knows the sword Steely? Zichen was shocked. There are 9 of them, called the Sword Ancestors Steelies. Each of them contains 3 sword intents, representing the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. What if you comprehend sword will? Zichen asked. The others were also looking at saber spirit. If you comprehend the human sword intent, you are the ancient ancestor. If you comprehend the earth sword intent, you are the ancestral general. If you comprehend the heaven sword intent, you are the ancestral king. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked. The monk asked, so magical? So simple? The saber spirit turned around and looked at the monk. Of course it's magical. But what do you mean by simple? If you comprehend 3 sword intents, you will become the ancestral king. That is second only to the heaven god. Isn't it simple? The monk asked. The saber spirit was speechless. Who said there are 3 sword intents? There are 3 sword intents. To reach the ancestral king realm, you have to comprehend 18 sword intents. Among them, there are 9 sword intents each. In other words, you have to find the other 8 sword ancestors Steelies. When the crowd heard this, they were dumbfounded. They were already lucky to find this one. How could they be lucky enough to find the other sword ancestors Steelies? Seeing the change in the crowd's expression, the saber spirit said, "Don't be depressed. How big is this world? We will find it one day." How big was this world? It was easy to say. If one walked without eating or drinking, they might not be able to explore it in a few million years. This world was almost endless. What was the opportunity you mentioned earlier? Zichen asked. Oh, you mean that? I see that all of you have reached the ancestral king realm. I happen to have a few things that are suitable for you. Come and have a look. The saber spirit waved his hand and stone steelies appeared one after another, landing around them. When the stone steelies appeared, there was a powerful saber intent that wreaked havoc. After feeling the powerful saber intent, the faces of the monk, Zichen, and the others changed drastically and they all retreated. Swoosh, swoosh. As he retreated, light flashed under Zichen's feet as he used the 9 lightning strikes. As he dodged, streams of saber chi swept past him. It was very sharp. There were groans all around. When he felt safe and turned around, he saw that the devil ape and the others had been hit. Their bodies were bleeding and they kept retreating. A total of 5 stone steelies appeared at the scene. These stone steelies looked almost identical. Even their auras were the same. What is this? Zichen asked, his face a little ugly. Obviously, the saber spirit did it on purpose to take revenge on him. The saber ancestors' stone steelies. There are a total of 9 of them. Unfortunately, I only have 5. There are still 4 more that you need to find. The saber spirit said, the way to comprehend them is the same. Once you comprehend the saber intent of the 5 people, you can reach the 5th level of the ancestral king realm. Why is that? Zichen asked. It was not easy to break through to the next level. Why could one break through to the next level just by comprehending one saber intent? Because it is the closest thing to the heavenly Tao. Its origin is extraordinary. It is not too exaggerated to say that it is the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the saber spirit did not finish his sentence and just smiled. It was naturally easy to break through to the next level after comprehending saber intent. However, the prerequisite was that one could comprehend it. This is for you. It should be good for you. The saber spirit threw the long saber to Zichen. When he held the long saber, he felt the saber intent around him become clearer. In the city owned by Qi Wei, the teleportation array lit up. As the light appeared, a group of people appeared. This group was made up of divine envoys. The leader was a young man. His head was slightly raised like a proud peacock as he looked around. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. This is a trash city. After so long, it has developed like a castle. Behind him, a divine envoy said, he is just a foster son. How can he compare to young master? However, this place is indeed dangerous. Young master, are we really going to set up the city here? Of course. If trash can do it, why can't I do it? This young man was Ben Senlu, the second son of God. He had taken half of the people from Qi Wei. However, after that, he heard many things about Qi Wei. Thus, in a fit of anger, he put away his city and wanted to come here to develop his power. Qi Wei, get out here. Ben Senlu shouted loudly. His voice traveled very far and reached outside the city. Sina and the others were working together to kill the creatures from another dimension when they suddenly heard this shout. Which reckless fool! When Sina and the others heard this, anger immediately appeared on their faces. Recently, their city had developed well and their relationship with Qi Wei was getting better and better. Kill him. Sina was about to go back. Qi Wei pulled Sina and said, I'll go take a look. You guys stay here. Seeing Qi Wei's somewhat ugly expression, Xavier asked, you know who it is? It's Ben Senlu, the second son of God. Qi Wei said. It's him. Sina's expression changed. It wasn't fear, but rather curiosity. How did you provoke him? The divine realm had a total of 9 gods. Moreover, they were all ranked. As the second god, his reputation was naturally resounding. Similarly, as the second son of God, compared to the other sons of God, he was superior. That Ben Senlu was such a person. It was said that his talent wasn't high, but he was extremely arrogant and despotic. It could be said that he was one of the best sons of God. That was because the other sons of God were arrogant in their own territory. This Ben Senlu was different. He was arrogant wherever he went. Of course, the result of his arrogance was that he suffered many losses. However, he didn't learn his lesson. Recalling how Chi Wei had brought so few people, Sina and the others understood the reason. Does this guy really think that everywhere is his home? Should we go teach him a lesson? Sina asked. No need. I can guess why he's come. If that's really the case, then he's just looking for trouble. Chi Wei said indifferently. Then, he walked into the city. The three of them were clearly worried. Thus, they followed him. Seeing Chi Wei appear, Ben Senlu said discontentedly, Trash, why are you only here now? I have few people here. I have to fight outside. Chi Wei said. Ben Senlu's discontented face immediately revealed a trace of joy. This was naturally his masterpiece. Young master, may I know why you've come? Could it be that foster father has instructions for you? Chi Wei asked. Hearing the words foster father, a trace of anger once again appeared in Ben Senlu's eyes. He said mockingly, Who do you think you are? Why should father give you instructions? I've come this time to tell you that this young master is going to land here. If you want to land here, it's very dangerous. Chi Wei said. If trash like you can do it, why can't I? I'm just here to remind you. Don't let this young master destroy your city without knowing what happened. After saying that, Ben Senlu coldly snorted and walked forward. During this time, he saw Sina and the others. However, he didn't recognize them. He gave them a disdainful smile and left the city. This guy really is arrogant. PH, so what if he wants to land? We won't let him pass through to build a teleportation formation. Sina said coldly. Chi Wei said, with his personality, he definitely won't let us pass through. What do you mean? There are only 4 cities. He still has friends. So arrogant and he still has friends. Birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 26-29. Yi Qian brought some people back. In addition to the original people, she also brought some level 9 Moon Wolf clan members. They could decompose materials, which was why Yi Qian brought them here. The craftsman ancestor and the rest had not returned to the divine city, so Yi Qian arranged for one person to wait there. Zi Chen's world was still a secret to Toby and the rest. He could not let these people know that he was still alive. If the news leaked, he would be in great danger. After Zi Chen killed the creatures from the alternate space, he would throw the corpses into the city for everyone to decompose. Toby and the rest did not need to go out to kill at all. They had endless materials to decompose every day. Zi Chen and the others were still in a killing spree. Apart from killing, they spent the rest of their time cultivating. Everyone was either comprehending sword intent or saber intent. While comprehending saber intent, the consumption of soul power was huge. During this period, everyone used soul crystals to recover their soul power. These soul crystals were exchanged by Yi Qian at the trading ground. There were 2 ways to improve one's cultivation. The first was to change one's soul to break through. This method was relatively difficult, but as long as one's soul transformed and had enough resources, one's strength would break through quickly. The second method was to refine divine crystals to change one's strength. First, one's strength would transform, and then the soul would transform. Xing Chen, Brilliant, Bright Moon, and Lei Ting did not comprehend saber intent or sword intent. They were killing naturally, but their soul realms were improving quickly. They seemed to be breaking through by killing. The devil ape was not good at saber intent or sword intent, so he did not comprehend them. He was comprehending his own technique to maximize his combat strength. There were enough enemies here, so it would be easy. Monk was very busy. He summoned his golden body, one comprehending saber intent, and one comprehending sword intent. However, neither made any progress. Wang Xian was comprehending sword intent, which she was good at. Zhong Haotian was also comprehending. As for the others, they were comprehending saber intent. After all, saber intent had more room to grow. However, after a few months, they all gave up. 5 stone tablets, comprehending 5 sword intents, and one would reach level 5 ancient ancestor. This sounded simple, but how difficult was it to comprehend? Even Zi Chen, who was holding a blade, had not been able to comprehend any blade intent. The divine clone wielded the stone saber and fought, comprehending skills through battle. Slaughter, enlightenment, decomposition, exchange. This was what they had been doing recently, and the cycle had been repeating itself. During this period of time, he did not monitor Ya Wei and the others because it was completely unnecessary. No matter how strong their forces were, it was impossible for them to reach this place. For them, this was an extremely rare period of peace. Every time they collected a certain amount of materials, Yi Qian would exchange them for contribution points and divine crystals. She would then exchange them for items that everyone needed. Opposite the Saber Ancestor's tablet, Zi Chen sat 100 meters away, comprehending. As his comprehension deepened, he moved forward step by step. 95 meters, 90 meters, 85 meters. Every meter forward was a kind of improvement. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, Zi Chen was getting closer and closer to the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Buzz. One day, the Saber Ancestor's stele trembled slightly. The stele suddenly glowed, and a fierce aura swept out. Sensing this aura, everyone turned their heads. From the Saber Ancestor's tablet, a ray of saber essence flew out and went straight for Zi Chen. The saber essence was fast, but there was no danger. It landed on Zi Chen and then disappeared. Oh! You have comprehended a saber essence. Not bad. Unfortunately, you have already reached this level, so you can't break through. The saber spirit looked back at Zi Chen and then continued to decompose the materials. He had no choice. If the saber spirit wanted to fully recover, he would need a lot of regeneration divine sources. Under such circumstances, he could only decompose and exchange them himself. This could be considered as self-sufficiency. After comprehending a saber essence, the pressure on the Saber Ancestor's tablet disappeared. Zi Chen got up and walked forward. He walked up to the Saber Ancestor's tablet and touched it with his hand, quietly comprehending. He could clearly feel that the Saber Ancestor's tablet contained a stronger saber essence, but he could not trigger it. It was as if it was sealed by some force. You have comprehended a saber essence. How do you feel? The monk and the others got up and looked at Zi Chen curiously. Not bad, Zi Chen said as he stretched out 2 fingers. A saber essence accompanied by the divine ancestor power appeared. Swoosh. The saber essence swept past the crowd and landed on the ground. The ground was split into 2, and the cut was clean and smooth. The crowd was shocked. With the saber essence, the attack speed was faster. Before they could react, the attack had already landed. It's hard to block it when you are caught off guard, the monk said as he envied Zi Chen. A few days later, Wang Xiana comprehended a sword essence. The sword essence was not much different from the saber essence, but it was sharper and faster. However, Wang Xian'er's comprehension came to an end. There were no other ancient sword tablets to comprehend. Hence, Wang Xian'er started to comprehend the original sword technique. Once she mastered it, her combat strength would become stronger. After that, the crowd discussed going to the trading ground to see if there were any other ancient sword tablets. In the realm of the gods, there were too many trading grounds. There were only 9 ancient sword tablets. It was lucky to find one. How difficult would it be to find the others? It's not difficult to find the other ancient sword tablets. However, you have to be prepared. The saber spirit suddenly said. The crowd turned to look at him with anticipation. The saber spirit put down what he was doing and stood there, looking at them without saying a word. Tell us. The monk was a little anxious. The saber spirit lifted his head, looking a little arrogant. He smiled but did not say a word. What do we have to prepare? Zi Chen asked. The saber spirit looked at him but did not say a word. Su Mengyaro understood what the saber spirit meant. She said, Senior, you don't have to decompose materials anymore. We will think of a way to get the regenerative celestial source for your recovery. The saber spirit looked at Su Mengyaro with admiration and said, "It's simple. Go and get the sword. Once you have refined the sword and hold it, you will be able to sense it as long as the sword ancestor tablet is within a certain range." Sword. The crowd was stunned when they heard the saber spirit. Zichen said, "Are you talking about the Battle King sword?" The saber spirit said, "It doesn't matter what it's called, as long as it's a sword." The saber spirit's words confirmed Zichen's guess. Everyone knew where the Battle King sword was. However, they hesitated at this moment. The Battle King sword had merged with the Life Star's laws. At the critical moment, it would protect the people on the Life Star. If they took the Battle King sword away, what would they do if the alien race invaded the Life Star? This was not a problem. Zichen said, "Xian go and get the sword. After you take the sword, leave some tricks up your sleeves." They were all in the progenitor realm now, which was much stronger than the Great Sage realm. It was normal for them to leave some tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, there were no new heaven-defying experts. The possibility of the alien race invading the Life Star was not high. After the discussion, the Devil Ape, Wang Xian, Zhong Haotian, and Shangguan Yue returned. Toby led the way. The four of them did not only have to go back to get the sword, but they also had to find the craftsman ancestor and the others and bring them here. After they left, everyone continued to kill. Zichen continued to comprehend the second saber intent. The monk did not cultivate. Instead, he went to find the saber spirit. At this moment, the saber spirit was lying on a recliner. He held a purple clay teapot in his hand and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. He seemed very relaxed. It had to be said that Zichen's world was much better than the divine world. He noticed the monk's arrival. He glanced at him but did not say anything. "Senior," the monk called out. Then, he squatted beside the saber spirit and said, "I have a question that I don't quite understand. I hope that Senior can answer it." "What is it?" The saber spirit said lazily. "You said that there are so many strange things on our Life Star. For example, there are the Saber Ancestors Tablet and the Sword Ancestors Tablet. However, I know that there is also the Shield. Is there a corresponding Shield Ancestors Tablet?" The monk asked. "Of course there is," the Saber Spirit said. "Really?" The monk's eyes widened. The Saber Spirit looked at the monk and said, "The shield is known as the strongest defense in the world. Naturally, there is a corresponding shield intent. With it, one's defense will be even stronger. But, isn't the strongest defense in the world the supernatural power of Buddhism?" the monk asked. "That's just a derivation. In the end, it is still the shield. Doesn't that mean that with the shield, one can sense the Shield Ancestors Tablet and then comprehend the strongest defense in the world?" The monk was pleasantly surprised, but his expression was also somewhat complicated. The Saber Spirit saw through his thoughts and said, "You darn baldy, your thoughts are not right. All the techniques in the world are almost interconnected. If one's comprehension is good, they will naturally be able to obtain more." There was also no rule that stated that the strongest defense had to belong to monks like you. Even the 6-syllable mantra is not the only one. Taoism has the 9-syllable mantra. The Saber Spirit continued, "Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. All the techniques in the world do not deviate from their roots. In the end, they are all Taos. Whether it is the saber, the sword, or the shield, they are all Taos. The Taos are invisible, but they are also." "All right, stop. I'm just asking if there is a Shield Ancestors Tablet. I'm not here to listen to your lecture." The monk quickly interrupted the Saber Spirit. "Of course there is." The Saber Spirit said, "There are also 9 pieces. However, the prerequisite is that you can find a complete shield and refine it." "I know that. What I want to know is that the strongest defense in the world is the shield, right?" "That's right. In my Buddhist techniques, the strongest defense is derived from the shield, right?" "Yes. In that case, the shield should belong to us Buddhists, right?" Let's not talk about this. I know you are right." The monk nodded in satisfaction. He then stood up and shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, the shield is mine. Please return it to me." Chapter 26:30. Chen heard the monk's voice, but he ignored it. Senior Saber Spirit said that the best defense in the world is the shield, and the shield is the best defense in the world. Therefore, your shield is mine to begin with. Monk walked up to Chen and said confidently, "Yours." Chen looked at Monk. Of course. Monk nodded and stood there. He looked very confident and proud. Why? Because I have mastered the strongest defense in Buddhism. It is also the shield intent, just like your saber intent. Why? Do you want to own the shield intent now that you have the saber intent? Monk stared at Chen. Chen said calmly, saber intent and shield intent should be two different things, right? With a saber, I can also use a shield. With a saber in one hand and a shield in the other, I can attack and defend. My combat power is very strong. Monk frowned and said, Chen, isn't this too shameless? You only need one. Can't you see that we don't have one? I exchanged my life for this. Even if it's shameless, it should be mine. You. Why? Am I wrong? Besides, I don't have a shield now. I only have a core. Chen took out the white pearl, which was the core of the shield. The shield was now divided into two parts. The core was with him and the other part was with Ji Wei. Then why don't we go to Ji Wei and snatch it? Monk said. Easy for you to say. If it was so easy to snatch it, the shield would have been complete long ago. Chen kept the core of the shield. There was no room for discussion. Now that their cultivation level was too low, it was not good for them to cause trouble, let alone Ji Wei. Chen still remembered what Ji Wei had said. If it was not for some reason, he would have become a level 4 divine envoy long ago. Now, he believed that Ji Wei would definitely speed up his breakthrough. Therefore, he had to speed up. Monk was a little envious of the core in Chen's hand. Therefore, he went to look for the saber spirit. He wanted to persuade the saber spirit to get the core from Chen. With the core of the shield, your defense will indeed be strengthened, the sword spirit said. The monk was overjoyed. He dragged the saber spirit to Chen's side. Senior, please tell him. If I tell him, he won't listen, Monk said expectantly. Sword spirit looked at Chen and said, even the core of the shield will be useful to him. His defense will increase. You really put in a lot of effort. Chen glanced at Tyrant and said sarcastically. He then took out the core of the shield and threw it to Tyrant. Thanks. Tyrant happily took the core of the shield and said, you can get the core of the shield by saying a few words. Anyone would be willing to do that. After that, the monk left in satisfaction. Don't try to comprehend saber intent. It's useless to you. Just comprehend the 6-syllable mantra. It'll be of great help to you. Also, refine this core properly. It won't do you any harm, Saber Spirit said to Tyrant. Got it. Tyrant didn't turn around and disappeared. Before he refined the core of the shield, it was impossible for him to reappear. Saber Spirit put away his joking expression and looked at Chen, saying, since you have the ability to find a complete shield, go and get it. This thing is much more important than you think. Chen nodded. He already knew that whether it was a shield, a saber, or a sword, they were not as simple as sacred weapons. However, it was too difficult to get the shield from Wei. Moreover, he didn't want to alert the enemy at the moment. Next, everyone continued to fight for more resources. This way, when they found the other sword ancestors' steles, they would have enough divine gems and contribution points to exchange for them. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Qian, who was in charge of exchanging for resources, had already earned a lot of contribution points. Wang Xian and the rest had yet to return. The city still looked like a castle. However, after a few years of killing, there were obviously fewer creatures from the alternate dimensions around. After a few years of development, the city built by Wei had started to take shape. During this time, the four of them had become closer. Their city gradually gained some fame. In the past few years, a few new cities had been built behind them. It was worth mentioning that Ben Senlu's city, which was thousands of miles away, was developing even better. Just as Wei had guessed, he had called his friends to build the city here. After they had built the city, they would often come here to ridicule Wei. This was because their city was developing faster. This was all because Ben Senlu had the manpower and resources he needed. Towards this kind of provocation, Yang Wei completely ignored it. The only thing he could do was continue to cultivate and break through quickly. Therefore, when he reached the level of a second-level divine envoy, Ben Senlu still ridiculed him because he was a third-level divine envoy. However, when Wei reached the third level, he couldn't ridicule him anymore. This was because Wei had spent less than 100 years to reach the third level. However, he had used too many years. It was worth mentioning that Xin Lin and the rest had reached the level of a second-level divine envoy with many resources and deliberate diligence. However, in terms of cultivation, there was no doubt that Wei, who had progressed step by step, had greater potential. As for the comprehension of the God Clan's rules of order, he improved the fastest. Gradually, their city grew bigger and bigger. The number of people in the city also increased. During this period, many merchants came here. The city's popularity gradually increased. Wang Xian'er returned with the Battle King sword. The craftsman ancestor and the rest had also returned. During this period, they also brought Lei Bao and the other three, who were suspected to be the reincarnations of the four great ancient ancestors, here. When they arrived, they saw Zichen and were very shocked. One had to know that in their hearts, Zichen had died long ago. When I returned to the Lifestar, I found that the rules of order there were signs of recovery. I thought that a new heaven-defying cultivator was about to appear. I didn't expect you to return. The craftsman ancestor was a little surprised. Devouring Skywolf and the rest were very shocked. Zichen formally greeted Wuji and Qing Enyu. The two of them could be considered his master and mistress. The Cerberus and the rest didn't return this time. Clearly, to them, the outside world was free. After everyone arrived, the speed of killing enemies became faster and the resources they exchanged also increased. Some of them also began to try to comprehend the saber essence and sword essence. The sword was refined by Wang Xian'er. To be able to reach this step, there was no doubt about her potential. Next, she and Yi Qian embarked on a journey to other divine cities. During this period, Wang Xian'er, who held the sword, was mainly responsible for sensing the sword ancestor's tablet. It had to be said that this was a very long process. The two of them wouldn't return in a short time. Wang. The sword ancestor's tablet shone brightly. The saber essence trembled. Another saber essence appeared and went straight for Zichen. This was the second saber essence he had comprehended. Level 2 Ancient Ancestor. After his original body broke through, Zichen found that his doppelganger also showed signs of breaking through. Clearly, although they were two different souls, the essence of their souls was similar. When Zichen comprehended the third saber essence, 500 years had passed. However, this speed was still very fast in the eyes of the saber spirit. Apart from Zichen's breakthrough, the others also reached level 2 one after another because they had used divine crystals. It was worth mentioning that Wuji had reached level 3. The craftsman ancestor had reached level 5 and was trying to break through to level 6. In addition to Zichen's 12 level 6 heavenly clan members, although there weren't many people in this general level castle, their combat power was extremely strong. After hundreds of years of development, Rocky's city had developed well. He was also the first to reach level 4. This made Ben Senlu, who had reached level 4, very uncomfortable. He would come to find trouble with him from time to time. Their cities were only a few thousand miles apart. It was inevitable that there would be competition. Therefore, their relationship became worse and worse. Although Yang Wei had never responded directly, he had been deliberately suppressing Ben Senlu in the dark. In addition, Rocky was also secretly recruiting people to be his confidants. How long has it been since Ben Senlu came? One day, Yang Wei suddenly asked this question. About half a year, Sina said. Did this guy change his personality? Rocky said, send someone to take a look. Sina didn't understand. What do you mean? Rocky said, I feel that something is wrong. Sina saw that Rocky's expression had become abnormal. You can't be a masochist, right? He hasn't come to ridicule you for half a year. You should be happy. Rocky shook his head. I know him very well. He hasn't come for so long. Perhaps he's discovered something strange. Send someone to take a look. Remember, send a confidant. Seeing that Rocky's expression was extremely serious, Sina could only nod and send a confidant. About half a month later, that confidant brought news that Ben Senlu's city had indeed become abnormal. On this day, Sina went to find Rocky. As soon as he saw him, he said, "It really does seem abnormal. Ben Senlu's city has been completely sealed off. It's said that even the teleportation formation has been shut down." "Oh, what about the other cities?" Rocky asked. "The teleportation formation has been shut down as well. My people tried to gather information, but they didn't find anything," Sina said. "Send someone to keep watch outside Ben Senlu's city. As long as they do anything strange, report back." Sina heard Rocky's words and sent someone out again. But this time, his subordinate brought back a piece of explosive news. Ben Senlu had discovered a mother nest. "Are you sure it's a mother nest?" Rocky looked at Sina, his expression clearly changing. "My people heard it with their own ears. It is a mother nest. What's more, when they attacked last time, they suffered enormous losses and failed. Right now, I hear that they're still sending people over." After hearing this news, Rocky immediately left. "Where are you going?" Sina asked. "To find Yi Qian," Rocky said. "Why do you want to find her? Could it be that you want to give her a share of the loot?" "That's a mother nest. It's an enormous opportunity," Sina said, confused.